Chapter 101. Zixi, your parents are gone. So let your uncle manage the company for you, right? When the time comes, just let your uncle transfer the profits to your card. Family members will never harm you. Zixi lowered her head, a sarcastic smile appearing at the corners of her mouth. They said family would never harm her, but when disaster struck, weren't these so-called family members the ones who harmed her? In her innocence, after her parents passed away, she entrusted the family company to her uncle's family to manage. Who would have thought that half a year later, not only did she not receive any profits, but when disaster struck, she sought help from her uncle and aunt, who lived in the same neighborhood, only to be met with a different attitude. Why Zixi, you're not a young lady anymore. If you have no food, go look for it outside. The food we have is not enough to share with you. Even though they had so many resources, they were unwilling to share even a bit with her. She thought to herself, rather than handing the company over to these two ungrateful wolves, it would be better to sell it to someone else. This way, she could use the money to stock up on supplies before disaster struck. This bracelet was her mother's heirloom that time. Zixi desperately wanted the bracelet, and Zixi thought it was just a bracelet, so she eventually gave it to her after Zixi's repeated requests. Who knew that this bracelet actually contained a personal space? Why Zixi only learned this just before her death, as her cousin, Yilanji, Zixi's daughter, cruelly revealed it to her. Sister Zixi, look how nice I am. Even when you're about to die, I'm here to send you off and talk to you. By the way, you probably don't know. The bracelet you gave my mom has a personal space inside. My mom accidentally cut her hand while chopping vegetables and discovered it when her blood dripped into the bracelet. After the disaster came, our family never lacked food and drink again. Too bad you're so foolish to let such a treasure slip away. Sister, are you angry now? But even if you're angry, it's too late. Just be smarter in your next life. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed in Zixi's eyes. Thinking that she was about to deceive her niece into handing over the company's shares, she quickly held Zixi's hand and pretended to smile. Zixi, tell me if you have any problems, just say it, and your aunt will help you solve them. Why Zixi's gaze fell on Zixi's wrist, looking at the warm jade bracelet, and then shook her head. I miss my mom a bit. This was her favorite. Forget it, since aunt likes this bracelet. I doubt she spoke ambiguously, but the key information was conveyed, just waiting for Zixi to take the bait. Listening to Zixi, Zixi's gaze fell on the jade bracelet she wore. She was clever, and as she listened to her niece's shy words, she understood that she must have thought of her mother upon seeing it. She caressed the jade bracelet, feeling a bit reluctant. When she first saw her sister-in-law wearing this bracelet, she had been obsessed with it for several nights, wanting to possess it. However, Zixi thought, as she was deceiving Zixi into transferring the shares of her family's company to her family, she couldn't help but feel that she was about to succeed. You can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Zixi gritted her teeth internally, stroked the jade bracelet once more, then took it off her wrist and personally placed it on Zixi's wrist. She said to Zixi, Zixi, your aunt knows you miss your mom. Speaking of which, this was originally your mother's bracelet. You shouldn't just keep it to yourself, it can serve as a keepsake. As for the things she willingly gave away in this life, there would naturally be disasters to teach them how to behave again. Why Zixi said to Zixi, Aunt, don't worry. I trust you and Uncle. If Uncle manages our family's company, it will definitely be fine. She put on a troubled expression and continued, however, that regarding the transfer of shares, Lawyer Wong has told me to keep the shares in my own hands and not to transfer them to others. Zixi was unwilling to let go of what was about to be in her hands. She cursed Lawyer Wong in her heart and quickly said to Zixi, You silly child, are we not family? We are all relatives, what does it matter? She pretended to wipe her tears. It's not that your aunt and uncle want to take your family's company, it's just that the shareholders in that company are too despicable. They look down on and make things difficult for your uncle because he has no shares. Your uncle only wants to preserve your father's hard work. Listening to Zixi's kind words, Zixi remained indifferent. Did she really want to preserve her father's hard work, or did she want to take it away? She was clear about it in her heart. She said awkwardly, Aunt, you're right, but this matter is serious. Let me think about it first. Chapter 202. After using this delaying tactic to send Zixi away, Zixi quickly unlocked the jade bracelet into a personal space using the method she heard from her cousin Yilanji before, her rebirth. She closed her eyes and silently chanted to enter the space. Why Zixi felt a moment of weightlessness and quickly steadied herself. When she opened her eyes again, She found herself in a vast plain. Looking at the scenery in this space, she felt a surge of joy. Everything her cousin Yilanji said was true and not a lie. She quickly thought about it and temporarily exited the space. Since she had obtained this personal space, her next task was to start collecting and stockpiling supplies. Zixi recalled the years of survival during the disaster, where she barely survived on meager rations, living in a state that was neither human nor ghost. She clenched her fists, realizing that since she now had the advantage of rebirth, she must live well in this life. If she wanted to collect supplies in bulk, she would need a large amount of funds. Besides the various inheritances her parents left her, she couldn't let go of the big company that Zelia was eyeing. She planned to find someone to sell the company quickly. Regardless of who it was sold to, she absolutely could not give it to Zelia's family. She also wanted to see Zelia's angry expression when she sold the company's shares. This included the original small shareholders in the company, as well as the competing big company that had always been at odds with her parents. Zixi opened her phone, looking at the names on the screen, contemplating who to contact to sell the shares. With 6 months left before the disaster, even if she wanted to sell all her shares, others wouldn't associate the disaster with her sale. However, to gather funds as soon as possible, she still needed to find someone who could quickly provide a large amount of cash flow. Zixi quickly identified a candidate, swiped her phone, and dialed the number. "Hello, is this Mr. Zhang? I am Yi Ruanhang's daughter, Yi Zixi." Zixi lowered her eyes. Before her rebirth, she had thought of this company as one built by her father and mother. At that time, she never considered selling the company or her shares. That's why, under Su Lia's continuous coaxing, she chose to transfer her shares to her uncle Yi Ruanqing. But now, half a year later, a natural disaster was approaching. Even if the company wasn't sold, it wouldn't survive the impending calamity. Under such circumstances, where would a company operate? People were already fleeing for their lives. All she could do was let her parents' company play its final role. These words naturally entered President Zhang's mind. He had coveted Yi Ruanqing's company for a long time, but Yi Ruanqing had always been a tough nut to crack. Little did he know that Yi Ruanqing and his wife had died in a plane crash, which gave him another opportunity. President Zhang suppressed his eagerness and said to Yi Zixi, "Miss Yi, why don't you come to our company for a discussion? It will be better to sit down together and talk in detail." Zixi nodded. "Sure, I'll head over now." Such matters regarding share transfer were indeed difficult to explain over the phone and needed to be discussed face-to-face. Moreover, Yi Zixi didn't understand the company's affairs at all. She needed to consult her father's trusted aides to get a clearer picture. So, she called her father's assistant and lawyer to handle the matter. Upon hearing that Yi Zixi wanted to sell her company's shares, Yi Ruanqing's assistant was incredulous, but could only sigh internally. He planned to do this last thing for Yi Zixi and his former employer, which was to negotiate a higher price for the shares with President Zhang. With the help of the assistant and lawyer, Yi Zixi felt much more at ease. After receiving the 50 million from the sale of the company's shares, she transferred 1 million to both the assistant and lawyer as a token of gratitude. "Assistant Chun, Lawyer Wong, thank you for your help with this share sale. Please accept this small token of appreciation. By the way, I heard there are quite a few natural disasters this year." Assistant Chun, Lawyer Wong, you might consider using the money to stock up on some supplies, so you won't have to worry if something happens later. Yi Zixi was genuinely grateful for the help of the two in quickly securing this money, and, out of kindness, she reminded them to use the money to stockpile supplies, hoping they could weather the impending disaster. She spoke without a care, leaving the two with complex expressions as they glanced at each other. Yi Zixi didn't care what they thought and began to consider how to stockpile supplies with the money she had acquired. If she wanted to stockpile in large quantities, items like sugar, oil, and medicines were all controlled supplies. However, as an individual, she couldn't buy too much, otherwise it would easily attract the attention of relevant authorities. She had no intention of informing anyone about the natural disaster. After all, even if she shared her experiences, others might not believe her. They might think she was crazy or trying to attract attention by spreading panic and false rumors. Thinking this way, Yi Zixi decided to keep quiet and focus on living her own life. As for others, when the disaster struck, it would be every person for themselves. After bidding farewell to Assistant Chun and Lawyer Wong, she drove home. On the way, she noticed a small supermarket for sale and felt a spark of inspiration. Perhaps she could open a supermarket and use it as a front to stockpile supplies. Chapter 3. There were still 6 months until the disaster, so opening a supermarket within that time frame could allow her to stockpile a significant amount of goods without drawing attention to her financial transactions. That if Zixi were to go to a wholesale market to buy various daily necessities and food supplies, it would require a large sum of money and would likely attract attention. However, a supermarket was different. Its operations inherently involved bulk purchases. She could also rent a space as a warehouse for the supermarket, allowing her to stockpile even more goods. But would opening a supermarket now be too early? If Zixi were to take over a supermarket now, no matter how she decorated or restocked it, it couldn't take just half a year to open. Once the supermarket was operational, hiring staff to work there would expose her plans to stockpile goods. If she wanted to stockpile, she would need to quietly transfer the bulk purchases into her own space after storing them in the warehouse. If the supermarket staff noticed frequent inventory movements, it could lead to trouble. This left Zixi feeling hesitant, unsure if using a supermarket to stockpile supplies was the right approach. At that moment, Su Leah was burning with rage, and that was the most fitting description. However, she concealed her fury well, not revealing her anger. She hadn't expected that her niece Zixi, who had always been kept in the dark, would turn the tables on her, which infuriated her immensely. Originally, she thought that with her niece's parents deceased, the company would be firmly in her grasp, and the shares would belong to her. They would become the largest shareholders of Ye's company and would naturally take full responsibility for its affairs. But who would have thought that the girl would secretly contact other buyers and sell the company's shares? Moreover, instead of selling to a favorable company, she sold them to a rival, making her husband a laughingstock in the company. Wang learned from Su Leah that the share transfer had been successfully completed. Soon, his niece Zixi would obediently transfer her family's shares to him. When he went to work, he would already consider himself a major shareholder and start commanding the employees as if they were his own. Little did he know that just a few days into enjoying his newfound power, he suddenly learned that the company had already changed hands. His dear niece had sold all the shares to a rival company, turning him into a joke within the company. During a shareholder meeting to discuss future work matters, he was discussed as if he should be expelled from the company. This directly led to him being humiliated and kicked out in front of all the employees. Originally, after getting married, Su Leah had been gentle and considerate, planning various things for Wanqing, and their relationship had been harmonious and loving. But now, hearing her husband's anger directed at her made her feel confused. He reached out and tugged at his suit tie, frowning as he said, "It seems you don't know either. That girl Zixi has already sold her shares to another company. Today, the new general manager took office and removed me from my position in the company. Forget it. The duck that was already in hand has flown away. I won't go to that job anymore." Su Leah listened to Wanqing's words with disbelief. She opened her mouth and said, "How is that possible? Wanqing, how could that girl sell her shares to another company? Those are her parents' hard work, and she even told me she was confident about having Zixi wrapped around her finger, so she found it hard to believe what Wanqing was saying, thinking it was somewhat absurd and unbelievable. He thought about the plan Su Leah had made for him over the years, and this was just a single setback. He couldn't take out his anger on her. Chapter 4. Wanqing suppressed the anger in his heart, steadying himself as he spoke to Su Leah. "That girl Zixi, we both probably misjudged her. She might not be as foolish as we thought. Small favors don't matter, but when it comes to money and interests, she must be quite clear about it in her heart." As he thought this, he felt he was right and continued speaking to Su Leah. "That girl probably knows she can't manage this company, so she sold all her shares. Or perhaps someone is guiding her from behind." When Wanqing said this, he couldn't help but frown. Although he speculated about Zixi's actions, throwing away her shares in advance, he was also very much against it. In his view, this company was built by his brother, and it was ridiculous for his niece to sell it off so casually. Even if Zixi was worried she couldn't run such a company, couldn't she trust him to manage it? As a relative, how could he possibly mistreat her in the future? Wanqing felt that Zixi was short-sighted for a moment's profit. She sold the shares of a thriving publicly listed company, which could appreciate several times in value. Selling all her shares was simply foolish. Su Leah finally understood the implications of Wanqing's words. Her niece had indeed sold the company's shares behind their backs. What her husband said was true, not a joke. She felt a surge of anger, realizing she had been completely deceived by the little white rabbit she once thought harmless. She touched her empty wrist, remembering the bracelet she had returned to her niece, feeling even more furious. It seemed she had been tricked, completely outwitted by Zixi. Leah believed she was the clever wolf, able to manipulate Zixi, but unexpectedly, she had flipped the script. In the past, she could easily coax Zixi into giving her the gold, silver, jewelry, and designer bags she wanted, but those were just minor gains. Now, she had lost on the most important shares. This made Leah very unwilling to accept, believing it couldn't just end like this. How much could those bags, clothes, and jewelry be worth? Could they compare to the value represented by the company's shares? Leah gritted her teeth, slowly restoring her twisted expression to normal, and gently said to Ruanqing, we can't let this matter go. Zixi sold those shares without telling us. We need to confront her about it. The more she thought about it, the more she felt it was the right thing to do. Otherwise, her unwillingness would have no outlet. Ruanqing felt angry, but had no other way to deal with it. Hearing Leah say this stirred something in his heart. Although he was moved, he thought that their niece Zixi would likely not be under their control anymore. Ruanqing asked Leah, what do you want to say to Zixi? Do you think she'll listen to you? As a couple, they shared the same thoughts. After Leah mentioned it, he quickly thought that she must have made a lot of money from selling the shares. Since they no longer had the shares, it was indeed possible to coax their niece for some money. Leah nodded at Ruanqing, speaking as if it were a matter of course. Zixi is still young. How could she manage such a large sum of money from selling those shares? She might end up spending it all. As her uncle and aunt, it's best for us to help her manage it. She continued, Ruanqing, you're her uncle, and I'm her aunt. If anyone can take charge and manage her finances, it's us. Even if your brother knew, he would agree with you doing this. As for what Zixi is like now, we can find out for ourselves. Regardless, she planned to see her niece and get to the bottom of things, whether she had misjudged her or not. Ruanqing listened to Leah and nodded in agreement, feeling that his wife's idea was quite good, leaving him with no room to object. He said to Leah, let's go to Zixi house and have a good talk with her. So after some deliberation, the two set off for Zixi home, planning to get the money from her that she had earned from selling her shares. They even reassured themselves that turning the shares into cash wasn't a bad thing. Previously, they had to pretend to manage the company with those shares. Now that they had money, they could spend it directly and wouldn't have to work hard anymore. They could just enjoy the money. Selling those shares was indeed quite profitable and would benefit both of them. Chapter 5, of course. Zixi was unaware that her only two remaining relatives were plotting against her. However, whether she knew or not, it didn't matter. Zixi no longer regarded those two as family. Whatever happened in the future, she would simply face it head-on. This inevitably made Zixi more spirited, thinking they were coming over for the issue of the company shares. The matter of her company shares had already been settled with the company, and the money from selling the shares was now in her hands. She figured that her uncle Ruanqing, who worked at the company, should have received the news by now, but it was too late for him to covet the shares she held. Now that they were coming over, it was probably to cause her trouble. So, she planned to take this opportunity to design a way to make them spit out everything they had consumed. As Zixi thought this, she maintained a facade of innocence, looking pure and easy to deceive. She walked over to the door, opened it, and looked at Ruanqing and Leah standing there, blinking in surprise. Then she hurriedly said, Uncle, Aunt, what brings you here? Please come in. Ruanqing and Leah had come with a purpose. Having suppressed their anger about being deceived, they put on a gentle facade. Seeing Zixi's usual demeanor made them feel more at ease. In their hearts, they felt that their niece was no different from before, dispelling their suspicions that she was calculating. They believed they understood Zixi well, thinking that her selling the shares might have been due to advice from someone or other reasons. She couldn't be as cunning as they thought. This can only be attributed to their overconfidence and carelessness. They adopted a parental demeanor, pretending to be concerned for her, while actually wanting to find out the truth behind the situation, whether someone was manipulating her or if she was simply hiding her true self. Zixi had long since developed her own coping strategies. She originally thought that if Ruanqing and Leah came to cause trouble and were going to tear their faces with her, then she would just go along with it and confront them directly. But if they still wanted to pretend to be a loving family, then she would play along and continue the act. Now, seeing her uncle and aunt, Yi Wanqing and Su Lia, wanted to maintain the facade of a close-knit family, Yi Zixi decided to keep pretending to be an innocent little bunny. She put on a naive and silly expression and said to them, "Well, the other day I received a call from General Zhang's company saying they wanted to buy shares in our family business. I initially didn't want to sell to their company, but they said our family business was struggling, and if we didn't sell soon, we would lose a lot of money later." She slowly glanced at Yi Wanqing and Su Lia, then continued, hearing them say that, "I thought since the company has been losing money, it would be better to sell early, so I agreed to their offer." Yi Zixi gave herself a thumbs up for the lies she concocted. She felt her explanation was excellent, as it concealed the fact that she sold the company shares for a good price. And it would also make Yi Wanqing and Su Lia let their guard down, thinking she was as innocent as before, thus facilitating her future actions. As for the share transaction, the company wouldn't casually disclose the price, and since she just casually mentioned it, it would be hard to trace. As Yi Zixi spoke, she noticed a rising anger in Yi Wanqing and Su Lia after hearing her words. She found it amusing but timidly glanced at Su Lia and said, "Aunt, I'm sorry. I forgot. The other day you said I should transfer the shares to Uncle, and I was anxious at the time, worrying about the company's income and fearing that no one would buy the shares later, so I sold them without consulting you." Hearing this, Yi Wanqing and Su Lia cursed Yi Zixi in their hearts, calling her a fool. How could she trust a rival company? How could she be so naive as to sell the company's shares at a low price? Yi Wanqing and Su Lia didn't suspect Yi Zixi was lying to them. She had always been the same, incapable of deceiving them. But the more they thought about it, the more frustrated they became. They speculated for a long time, but never imagined the shares were sold this way. How could anyone be foolish enough to believe the lies of a rival company about poor business performance? They had no idea how much she sold the company's stock for. Su Lia felt anxious, thinking about how she had already envisioned how to spend that money. She hoped it wouldn't just turn into a mirage. She hurriedly asked Yi Zixi, "Zixi, how much did you sell those shares for? Such an important matter. Why didn't you discuss it with your uncle and aunt?" Yi Zixi rolet hareis internally. To put it bluntly, the company was theirs and the shares were theirs. It was their family matter. If she wanted to sell the shares, why did she need to discuss it with her uncle and aunt? It was completely unnecessary. Moreover, thinking of the things they did after the natural disaster, she felt there was no need to talk to these ungrateful wolves. Yi Zixi put on a guilty expression and said to Su Lia, "Aunt, I was just anxious when I heard what they said. They said if I didn't sell early, I wouldn't be able to get that price later. At that time, I was worried, and they asked me to go to their company to discuss the sale of the shares. I panicked and didn't have time to think." She feigned confusion and asked, "Was it wrong to sell my shares?" She crafted her words convincingly, aligning perfectly with her previous image before her rebirth. And she didn't reveal a single word about how much the shares were sold for. Su Lia and Yi Wanqing, who were listening to their conversation, began to curse Yi Zixi in their hearts as they speculated that she had always been shrewd but just used to be generous with small favors, completely dismissing that possibility. They were more convinced that Yi Zixi simply lacked intelligence, which led her to make such a foolish decision. Yi Wanqing couldn't contain his anger and said to Yi Zixi, "Of course you did wrong. Such an important matter, and you didn't discuss it with your uncle and aunt. How could the shares in your father's company lose value? If sold at a high price, others would be fighting to buy them. You." He shook his head, looking very frustrated, and continued, "By doing this, you've clearly fallen into someone else's trap. I feel ashamed for your father. If I had kept a closer eye on things, you wouldn't have sold your shares like this." Yi Wanqing's latter statement was filled with genuine emotion. He believed that if he had paid more attention to his niece, he could have sensed her intention to sell the shares and could have stopped it in time to prevent everything from happening. Listening to Yi Wanqing's words, Yi Zixi pretended to look guilty and helplessly said, "Oh, is that so? I just got anxious when I heard them say that. What should I do now? The shares have already been sold, and I can't go back on it." Her face turned pale, seeming very regretful and guilty about the situation. She continued, "In this business world, you can't keep up with all the commercial battles. Who knows what tricks they might use to get those shares? Don't feel too guilty." Zixi widened her eyes in cooperation and said incredulously, "Aunt, could such a thing really happen? But if you already know they would do such things, can't you just not believe them?" Sulia looked at Zixi helplessly and said, "Zixi, think about it. Since they want to bring you down, they will definitely come up with a foolproof plan to lure you in. At the beginning of the investment, they might give you some dividends to keep you in their trap and then gradually make you increase your investment, swallowing your principal. Then they will find reasons for you to continue investing, turning it into a bottomless pit. And you're still young and might not know how you fell into their trap." Zixi thought to herself that no one could be as malicious as her aunt and uncle. They were already eyeing her family's shares. And now that she had sold the shares, they were starting to covet the money from the sale. Since she saw through her aunt and uncle's family, she could now understand the hidden meaning behind Sulia's words. Didn't that just mean they were trying to get the money she earned from selling the shares? So Zixi said to Sulia, "I really just found out that such things could happen. But such things are hard to guard against. Aunt, what should I do?" Sulia felt satisfied in her heart as she guided Zixi to say this. She wanted to see that her skills had not regressed, and all the words she needed to guide out were successfully drawn out. She then held Zixi's hand and said, "Zixi, if you believe me, I can help you safeguard the money you earn from selling the shares. At that time, you just need to hand this bank card to your aunt, and she will help you keep it safe. When you need money, you could just ask your aunt to take it out for you. This way, you won't have to worry about anyone trying to trick you out of your money. Keeping your money with your aunt means that even if someone tries to deceive you, they won't be able to get it from her. Your aunt will take good care of it and will definitely not let anyone take it from you." Chapter 7. Zixi listened to this and pretended to show hesitation, looking uncertain. In reality, she was just putting on an act for Sulia and Wanqing, trying to appear like a naive little rabbit, making every move seem like a last resort. On the side, Wanqing saw this and helped Sulia persuade Zixi, saying, "Yes, Zixi, we are all family. Your aunt won't deceive you. She just wants to help you keep your money safe. It's definitely much safer with her than with you. Your aunt is also worried about you, a young girl, getting tricked. If the family company goes under and you lose your shares and money, how will you live then? You should save some money for the future." This was inherently a thankless task, and since your aunt was willing to help you with it, why would you trust her? Moreover, she would feel like she was the one benefiting and would think that she was treating her uncle and aunt unfairly. But no matter how Sulia and Wanqing tried to convince her now, she wouldn't believe it. Regarding money, the safest way was to keep it in her own hands. As for worrying about insurance fraud or other scams, as long as she didn't answer those unsolicited calls and didn't believe their nonsense, everything would be fine. With her parents around, she certainly wanted to think about them. If her parents were there, then there wouldn't be any issues with Sulia and Wanqing. Zixi pretended to agree and nodded, saying to Sulia and Wanqing, "Uncle and aunt, you're right. It's indeed more suitable to keep the money with you, but I recently want to buy some jewelry, and it's more convenient to keep the money with me for that. Otherwise, I would have to ask my aunt for it every time, which would be a hassle." Sulia didn't mind the hassle at all. Just the thought that her niece could so readily hand over the money made her happy. Moreover, she felt that since Zixi was willing to spend a large amount of money on jewelry, that bank card's money should belong to them and shouldn't be squandered by Zixi. So Sulia said to Zixi, "Zixi, what jewelry have you set your eyes on? Don't you already have a lot at home? Don't you like those anymore?" When it came to jewelry, Zixi felt completely awake and thought that her act as a little rabbit was finally coming into play. Zixi spoke very assertively, looking like a spendthrift, which made Sulia's heart ache. After all, that money was hard-earned. Her niece already had plenty of jewelry at home and didn't need to spend more on new ones. She only had one neck. Could she wear so many pieces of jewelry? Sulia slightly twitched her lips and said to Zixi, "Zixi, show your aunt what jewelry you want to buy. Let your aunt help you take a look and see if they're nice and suitable for you." This way, she could search for corresponding styles on various jewelry websites. And finally, things were progressing. Zixi took the saved pictures online and showed Sulia the prices of each piece of jewelry clearly. She said, "Aunt, look, these are the ones. Aren't these new styles beautiful? I want to buy them all, but if I buy them, it'll cost a lot of money." Sulia looked at the jewelry in the pictures and the prices next to them, feeling a wave of heartache. Each piece of jewelry was quite expensive. If Zixi really wanted to buy all these pieces, it would easily cost several million. She felt distressed about the thought of letting Zixi squander what was presumably their family's money on these jewels. Ponder how to make Zixi give up on buying these jewels. And then she noticed Zixi excitedly talking about how beautiful the various pieces were and how great their designs were, realizing that she had seen similar styles before. This recognition made Su Leah think she was indeed very familiar with these jewelry styles. If she remembered correctly, those styles were among the jewelry she had previously taken from Zixi, which belonged to her sister-in-law. However, compared to the jewelry she had already worn, she would naturally choose the actual cash over them. After all, selling second-hand jewelry wouldn't fetch such high prices. Her second-hand pieces would sell for much and were far inferior to these new styles. In that case, it would be better to give those pieces to Zixi, which would also help her dismiss the idea of continuing to buy jewelry, saving that money for them instead of letting Zixi waste it. Chapter 8. Su Leah said to Zixi, "Zixi, I've seen your jewelry, and they're indeed beautiful. However, I have some pieces that are quite similar to these jewels. How about you come with me to my house and have a look? If you find something you like, you can take it. You've worked hard for your money, especially since it's from the shares of your dad's company. You should save it. Life is long, and there will be many places where you'll need money. Keep that money for now, and use it when you really need it. Listen to your aunt. I have jewelry of similar styles. Don't feel shy, we're family. Come to my place and take a look." Her words were very beautiful and pleasant to hear, and she didn't mention that those pieces originally came from Zixi, wanting to keep it under wraps. After all, she thought, her niece was forgetful and wouldn't remember the jewelry she had tricked her into giving her before, which would be a good thing. This way, she would also gain a favor, making Zixi remember her kindness. Hearing Su Leah say this, Wang added, "Yes, your parents earned that money with difficulty. If something happens in the future and you need money, that money will come in handy. If you keep it with you, you'll probably spend it carelessly. It's better to keep it with your aunt for safekeeping. It'll be easier to access when you need it. Your aunt cares for you very much. She isn't as nice to your cousin Lanzi." Zixi couldn't help but feel that the words sounded so nice. Those jewels originally belonged to her mother, and the jewelry was also her mother's. How could they be Su Leah's? It was shameless of her to claim them as her own, and Zixi couldn't understand how she could say such things. As for the family's finances, it was just an attempt to claim it as her own, all said so pompously. However, while Zixi thought this in her heart, she didn't show it on her face. After all, for her, obtaining the gold and silver jewelry left by her mother was her only motivation to maintain a facade in front of Su Leah and Wang. Zixi then said to Su Leah, "Aunt, do you really have such jewelry? Can I go to your house with you now to take a look? But those are your purchased jewelry. Would it be inappropriate to give them all to me?" Su Leah's mouth twitched. In the past, she had no idea that her niece was such a spendthrift, buying whatever she wanted without considering whether the price was reasonable. Now, she even said out loud, suggesting that when the money runs out, she could just pawn the jewelry. Didn't she know that jewelry wouldn't sell for the same price it was bought at, but rather at a discount? Moreover, the most important thing was that the money from selling the jewelry would belong entirely to Zixi. Even if they managed to trick her into handing over the bank card later, the amount of money they could get their hands on would be significantly less, which was something she didn't want to see. Su Leah held Zixi's hand and said, "It's fine, and he doesn't mind. If you like them, take them. I don't wear these pieces anymore. They're just right for you." Zixi, of course, wouldn't refuse anymore. She just wanted to quickly get these things in hand, so she could completely sever ties with her uncle and aunt and focus on collecting supplies to face the natural disasters. She pretended to hesitate and said, "All right then, I'll go to Uncle and Annie's house now to take a look at those pieces. If I find something I like that is similar, I'll 1T buy new jewelry." Hearing this, Su Leah and Wang felt relieved. So, Su Leah and Wang rode in one car, while Zixi drove her own car, heading towards Su Leah's home together. Su Leah said to Zixi, "Zixi, take a look at the jewelry. Annie's pieces are all here. If you like any, just take them, don't be polite." Zixi replied excitedly, "Thank you, Annie. I'll have a look now." As she selected the jewelry from Su Leah's jewelry box, She didn't forget to take out her phone right in front of her, comparing the pieces with the styles on her phone, pulling out similar ones one by one. In reality, she was taking out all the jewelry that her mother had bought, placing them on the side without any courtesy. This made Su Leah, who was watching from the side, feel a pang of pain, as those were pieces she had worked hard to trick Zixi into giving her in the past, and now she was unexpectedly giving them all back. Su Leah thought to herself, this stubborn girl is really not being polite at all. She just casually told her not to be polite, but who knew she would take every single piece without leaving anything behind. This made Su Leah feel a sense of loss. But thinking of the much more profitable bank card, she felt that these 10 or so pieces of jewelry weren't worth getting worked up about, lest she ends up losing something bigger while picking up a sesame seed. Zixi felt that this wasn't enough to make Su Leah feel pain, so one by one, she wore the pieces around her neck to show Su Leah. Then Zixi asked Su Leah, Annie, do you think this one looks good on me? How about this one? Does this one look good? What else could Su Leah say? She could only force a smile and say they look good. Annie thinks you look good in anything, Zixi. Chapter 9. After Zixi packed all the jewelry she had picked out from her mother's collection into the large bag she brought, Su Leah would only feel more heartache and would agree to let her take them away, hoping to exchange them for the bank card worth millions. Su Leah certainly felt pain, but just as she was about to mention a few pieces she wanted to keep, she heard Zixi say she wanted to buy new jewelry. So her words turned around, and she said to Zixi, it's okay, Zixi, these are all pieces that Annie doesn't like anymore. If you like them, take them, don't be polite. Su Leah numbly nodded in agreement. The two of them came out of Su Leah's room and happened to run into Yilanji, Su Leah's daughter, who was just returning home. Yilanji took off her shoes, changed into indoor slippers, walked in, and called out, Mom and Dad, and cousin. Zixi pretended to be surprised and said to Su Leah, Annie, I said the jewelry my cousin is wearing looks so familiar. It turns out it's exactly what I wanted to buy, but I saw you didn't have it here. So I was planning to spend my own money to buy a piece, but it seems like my cousin and I have the same taste. Su Leah was caught off guard by Zixi's words, feeling a sense of constipation, especially when Zixi happily took out her phone to show her the price of the necklace and bracelet, which made her feel even more stifled. Su Leah suppressed the bleeding in her heart and waved to Yilanji, saying, Lanji, come here quickly. The necklace and bracelet you're wearing, since you don't like them anyway, why not just give them to your cousin? She just happens to want to buy them, and since you have them, you can give them to her. Yilanji was confused. She didn't dislike the necklace and bracelet at all. She had worn them out today to show off, and they were pieces she had begged her mother for, so she was reluctant to part with them after finally getting to wear them. Yilanji pouted her lips, looking like she was about to cry, and said, Mom, why are you like this? She didn't even realize what was happening at that moment. She just thought it was unfair to give away the necklace and bracelet, and she was unwilling to comply, trying to use this excuse to make her mother abandon the idea of making her give them up. She intentionally reminded her that she was going to spend money to buy them, hoping to sway Su Leah's decision. Su Leah immediately frowned and said, How can that be? Zixi, don't be fooled by Lanchi's act. She doesn't actually like that necklace and bracelet. She just told me yesterday that she is tired of wearing them. Don't worry, Zixi, your cousin will definitely give them to you. She shot a look at Yilanji, making it clear that she had no choice but to comply. However, Yilanji still felt unwilling. She truly didn't want to part with such nice jewelry, especially since she had just started wearing it today. How would she face her friends after losing it? She wanted to negotiate further, but Su Leah pinched her waist, making her immediately quiet down. Su Leah usually spoiled her daughter, but in this situation, she certainly wouldn't give in to Yilanji, or else all her efforts would go to waste. Moreover, she had already given away the major part, so she felt there was no need to be reluctant about the small pieces left. She silently reminded herself of the bank card's share transfer funds to ease the pain in her heart. Then Su Leah reached out towards Yilanji's wrist. Chapter 10. Now that everything had been given to her cousin by her mother Su Leah, Yilanji immediately felt unhappy. However, she couldn't vent her displeasure at Su Leah, so she could only direct her anger towards Zixi in her heart. She thought to herself, her cousin Zixi's family background was so much better than hers. She could buy whatever she wanted, so why was she competing with her for these things? She knew that these pieces of jewelry had all been tricked out of Zixi by her mother. But once these things were given to her, wouldn't they be hers? However, having been taught by Su Lia for many years, Yilongji also knew to hide her displeasure and not show it on her face. After all, when Su Lia pinched her waist just now, she realized the seriousness of the situation and dared not make a fuss at this moment. Otherwise, her mother Su Lia would surely be unhappy. The person she feared the most at home was indeed her mother Su Lia. Yilongji could only watch Su Lia take the necklace and bracelet off her neck, smiling as she handed them to Zixi, saying, "Zixi, you can keep these. Your cousin doesn't like them anymore, so they're perfect for you. These jewels are beautiful." Su Lia felt a surge of anger, her blood boiling with frustration. And she couldn't help but pout slightly, subtly expressing her dissatisfaction. Her goal had been achieved, and naturally, she had to pretend to give Su Lia a little sweetness, so that she wouldn't suddenly realize the truth in a short time. As for the bank card, Zixi would certainly not give it to Su Lia. She was just pretending to offer her a bit of sweetness. If Su Lia came to make trouble for her again in the future, they could just tear apart the facade. In fact, she was also planning to sell the property that Su Lia's family knew about, despite it holding memories for their family. She felt it was no longer suitable for her to live there after the natural disaster. After all, in this lifetime, Zixi had gained the upper hand, obtaining the space bracelet that was supposed to belong to her, as well as a large sum of money for stockpiling supplies. If she continued to live in that place, it would be difficult to avoid the troubles that Su Lia and Wanqing, her uncle and aunt, would bring her, especially when they learned that she had supplies and food. So, she definitely wouldn't be giving them anything then, but facing them would still be very troublesome. Zixi could also choose to show them her abundant supplies, just like how Su Lia and Wanqing had done to her. But that would only lead to more trouble for herself. After all, even a cornered rabbit would want to jump over the wall. At that time, when she was pressured by her uncle and aunt, she had indeed thought of telling everyone about the supplies and food in their home. But in the end, she suppressed that thought, believing that there was no need to act so maliciously against relatives. Ultimately, it was because she had been too kind in her previous life. And in this life, she would only speculate about them with a heart of malice. She was not her uncle or aunt, and they were not her. She wouldn't have the confidence that living in that house and accepting their pleas for help in finding supplies would lead to a stable relationship between them. Since such situations could happen in the future, the most straightforward solution was to change her residence. As long as she didn't live there anymore, she could simply turn off her phone or blacklist them, making it difficult for them to find her. This way, the difficulties she would face in the future would also be greatly reduced. As for changing cities, Zixi had no such thoughts. After all, before her rebirth, she had always lived in this city, and she was very familiar with what happened here. Moving to another place wouldn't provide her with the inherent advantages she had here, knowing what would happen in the future. She was somewhat afraid that if she moved to another place, the following events might turn out differently, and she didn't know how to deal with that. With all these considerations, Zixi leaned towards staying in the city. This way, she could take advantage of her familiarity and quickly stockpile supplies. Knowing this area well would help her respond better to the natural disaster after it occurred. She then immediately called the real estate agent to see if she could sell this house. As for where Zixi would live next, she naturally had many options. Her parents owned a company, and they had more than one residence. They also had properties in other places. Those newly acquired properties were not known to Su Lia and her family. Early the next morning, Zixi would leave this house and move to another place, making it impossible for Su Lia and her family to find her. Zixi thought about how Su Lia and Wanqing would be dreaming about her bank card the next day, and after everything succeeded, how frustrated they would be. When they couldn't find her and couldn't reach her by phone, they would surely feel even more aggrieved. Thinking this way, she couldn't help but smile. Chapter 11. Thus, she did not plan to sell the house at a discounted price. In her mind, as long as it could be sold within the next 6 months, it would be fine for her. Meanwhile, Zixi also walked around the other properties her parents had purchased, and when she found one that was suitable for living after the disaster, she packaged it together with the other properties for the agent to sell. After the disaster, these houses would no longer serve any purpose. Even if there were several houses, they wouldn't fetch a good price. Zixi thought it would be better to sell them off now, allowing her to have more funds for stockpiling supplies. For Zixi now, having more and more money was better. More money meant she could stockpile more supplies. The more supplies she could store, the more secure her future life would be, allowing her to live more peacefully under the threat of a disaster. That disaster had not stopped even by the time she died. Who knew how long such days would last? If it went on for too long, she feared her prepared supplies wouldn't be enough. Zixi entrusted the house selling process, and she settled down in one of the houses while also buying a new SIM card for storing supplies later. Her original card had already been used to blacklist Su Lia and Yi Wanqing's family members, ensuring that even if they had her contact information, they couldn't find her. She thought that as long as she put this new SIM card in airplane mode, she could prevent Su Lia and Yi Wanqing from calling her. So, she planned to take action and decisively switch it to airplane mode. Just as she was about to turn her phone to airplane mode, the screen lit up with an incoming call. Zixi looked at the name on the call display, momentarily stunned, blinking her eyes. It was the name of someone she was very familiar with before the disaster, but unfortunately, this person had left too early after the disaster. So much so that by the time she wanted to ask for help, it was already too late. That person had passed away before her. Looking at the 3 characters Wong on her phone screen, Zixi reached out and answered the call, saying, "Hello, what do you want?" She spoke to Wong without any politeness, not considering that this person, who had died shortly after the disaster, deserved a better attitude from her. In fact, Wong could be considered her childhood friend, but they were also rivals who had never gotten along since they were young. Every time they interacted, there would be a lot of bickering, driving her crazy. Even as they grew up, their relationship didn't improve much, but they still maintained contact due to their childhood bond. Hearing Zixi's impolite tone on the phone, Wong couldn't help but chuckle. He replied, "Where are you? I heard that all the shares of your family's company have been sold off. Have you lost your mind?" Zixi rolled her eyes and retorted, "You're the one who has lost it. I'm very smart." Wong found Zixi's words quite strange and absurd. "Huh? Zixi, you can't be serious. Can you? What are you talking about? You don't actually plan to sell your company's shares to stockpile supplies, do you?" Thinking about it, he felt he was right, and he continued on the phone. "I mean, you didn't hear someone say that a disaster is coming and got scared, did you? That you've been fooled into this nonsense. Then you want to use all this money to stock up on supplies? Come on, tell me who tricked you into this? Considering we grew up together, I'll help you sort this out." Zixi felt a lump in her throat, seething with anger at Wong every word. It was not just her own foolishness that infuriated her, but also the fact that he was so annoying. She was genuinely trying to remind him about the potential natural disasters that might happen in the future so that he and his family could prepare, but he treated her warning as a joke. Zixi took a deep breath, thinking she shouldn't argue with a fool, and continued to persuade him. "Wong what I said is true. If you don't believe me, fine, you don't believe me. Just take out some money to stock up on supplies. It won't hurt you, right? Your family has so much money. Are you really afraid that using it to stock up on supplies would be a waste? You wouldn't be unable to take out this little money, would you?" She said this hoping to provoke him into action. Wong couldn't help but scoff, indeed provoked by Zixi's words, and replied, "How could I not have this little money? It's just for stocking up on supplies. I have plenty." He then asked, "Dare to bet with me? If I stock up on supplies and nothing happens in 6 months, what will you do?" Zixi gritted her teeth and said into the phone, "If nothing happens in 6 months, I'll buy your supplies at 3 times the price. Okay?" She was confident that a major disaster would indeed occur in 6 months, and by then, Wong would be thanking her, which made her chuckle to herself. Chapter 12. As for selling the shares in her home, he thought it was fine. After all, Zixi wouldn't manage them well anyway. It was better to take that sum of money and live freely in the future. As for using the money to buy various supplies, at worst, she could open a supermarket. She wouldn't lose out. This was certainly better than being tricked by her uncle and aunt. He was well aware of the situation between Zixi and her uncle and aunt. She placed great importance on family ties, which made her easily fall for their tricks. Wong thought for a moment and said to Zixi, "Since you're okay, I'm relieved. If anything happens in the future, you can always tell me. By the way, Don't trust your uncle and aunt. They aren't as good to you as you think. Don't be foolish again. Listening to Wong Zixi,'s anger suddenly vanished in the face of his concern. She thought to herself, why was it that despite their confrontational relationship, they still got along well? Perhaps his sharp words sometimes concealed a bit of care, which made it hard for her to show him a cold shoulder. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Even Wong, who had been watching from the sidelines, knew that her uncle and aunt were no good, but she only realized this after the apocalypse. Maybe sometimes she really was as foolish as Wong said. However, she still muttered softly into the phone, Wong, I'm not foolish. Zixi still intended to defend her basic dignity. Even if he thought so in his heart, she would never admit it outwardly. Wong chuckled on the other end of the line and said, all right, you're not foolish. You just care too much. Just be careful. Don't let yourself suffer. He was just teasing Zixi because she had always been a bit fiery and her angry demeanor was quite adorable, making him unable to resist teasing her. And every time he saw her get angry, it lifted his spirits a little. This phone call probably ended here. After Zixi hung up, she took a deep breath, deciding not to waste any more time and to move forward with her stockpiling plan. Her initial plan to open a supermarket hadn't even begun. Of course, she just didn't want to open it too early. She was thinking of stockpiling physical supplies first. After all, even if she opened a small supermarket, it would not be convenient for collecting food supplies like vegetables and meat, as these were not easy to gather under the guise of a supermarket. Vegetables and meat relied on freshness. Even supermarkets had to purchase fresh ingredients daily and couldn't buy in bulk like other stores. She had already activated her space, which could be used to stock up on these supplies early. The space was static, so there was no need to worry about food losing freshness or expiring after a couple of days in storage. With that concern gone, she could stock up freely. Her first stockpiling action would naturally be to gather vegetables that would be needed after the apocalypse. Anything purchased in its place of origin is very cheap, and such venues generally have a lot of wholesale buyers. For someone like her who wanted to buy vegetables in bulk, go to such a venue was the most normal thing to do. Zixi thought this through and began searching online for cities with cheap vegetable wholesale markets. She planned to fly directly there, rent a truck, and stock up on the vegetables she needed. This way, she could gather enough of what she needed all at once. Zixi found a major vegetable province, selected a city, and booked a flight. She didn't want to wait until the next day. She booked the nearest flight for today. The first thing she did upon landing was to take a taxi to a second-hand car market and chat with the driver about the location of the wholesale vegetable market. Then she rented a large truck and headed straight to the wholesale vegetable market. Actually, Zixi could have gone to find the farmers directly to buy vegetables, which might have been more cost-effective. However, she wanted to buy a wide variety of vegetables, and she wanted to buy some of each type to keep for later, making it inconvenient to negotiate with individual farmers for one-off purchases. When Zixi arrived at the vegetable wholesale market, she entered shopping mode, ordering hundreds of pounds of various vegetables from different vendors, and all she had to do now was wait for the vegetables to be packed. Although she had rented a large truck to collect supplies, one truck would not be able to hold all the vegetables she intended to buy, so she could only transport them in batches. After driving away with the truck, she would find a secluded spot to store all the vegetables in her space. During her downtime, Zixi didn't waste time and used her phone to shop for other supplies on the wholesale website. This way, she could stock up on the urgently needed food supplies and gather other supplies as well. Chapter 13. While buying large quantities of supplies online, Zixi thought it would be necessary to use logistics for shipping. Given her bulk purchases, it would be better to rent a warehouse specifically to store these supplies. After all, if it were just a courier station, storing so many wholesale goods would be puzzling for the courier station owner. People picking up packages would also be surprised. It would be better to have a dedicated warehouse to store these bulk purchases for logistics. And most importantly, Zixi had stocked up on these vegetables more than half a year in advance, so that when a natural disaster arrived, the people here would not have any issues dealing with it. After all, the natural disaster was still 6 months away, and during this half-month period, the vegetables would have been enough to grow a new batch. Zixi's stockpiling of these goods would not negatively impact the people after the disaster, since she was too early in her vegetable stockpiling and the disaster was still some time away. A lot of time would pass in between. And even if she hadn't stockpiled these vegetables, they would have been consumed in other ways. Her actions would only provide an additional source of income for the current populace. Therefore, she felt no guilt about buying a large quantity of supplies and believed it would not make the people here sad after the disaster. Zixi only needed to cover the costs of plane tickets and a few days of truck rental. And balancing this with the low-priced ingredients was still much more cost-effective than directly buying in the city. The seafood prices in coastal cities are vastly different from those in other cities. In places that produce seafood, buying in bulk can be very cheap, while prices in their city could rise several times. However, this is unavoidable. After all, transporting seafood is more troublesome than regular goods, so price increases are completely normal. For instance, in Guangxi, one can enjoy a bowl of snail noodles for just a few yuan, while in other cities, it would cost 10 to 20 yuan for even a plain bowl without any additional ingredients. Anything is cheapest and most cost-effective when purchased locally. Once you leave the production area, prices can skyrocket, which is astonishing. Zixi now has space that serves as a warehouse for her supplies, so she doesn't have to worry about various transportation maintenance costs and can enjoy the lowest prices while buying the most suitable ingredients. Zixi is still quite restrained when it comes to seafood products, purchasing each type in hundreds of pounds. The amount she buys is relatively small, especially considering how much she would consume over the years. After all, even a small feast of crayfish could require 5 to 10 pounds. So 100 pounds would only be enough for a few meals. However, there are many types of seafood, so she only needs to stock up more on her favorites, while buying smaller quantities of other varieties. This way, even if she is stockpiling supplies for many years in the future, what she has is sufficient for her needs. Most importantly, Zixi is hesitant to use all her funds to buy these food supplies. Such large expenditures would visibly deplete her bank account. And if she doesn't control her stockpiling, she fears she might end up with too much food and not enough money to prepare for other necessities. Zixi's top priority for food supplies is to buy rice, cooking oil, various grains, noodles, and vegetables, with seafood being something she consumes occasionally rather than daily. Although she uses mobile payments for her orders of vegetables and seafood, the amounts aren't particularly large due to the truck transport, and she has purchased different varieties from several shops. This makes her spending less conspicuous and keeps it within a normal range, avoiding detection. In China, some controlled supplies, such as grains, sugar, cooking oil, medicines, and gasoline, cannot be purchased in bulk except for those in the grain and oil business. For ordinary individuals like her, suddenly buying large quantities of oil, salt, and sugar would raise questions and prompt phone calls asking for reasons. This adds a lot of trouble to her future stockpiling. Chapter 14, those controlled supplies are indeed very troublesome to stockpile. She cannot buy them in bulk like she can with vegetables and seafood. However, this is unavoidable. If these supplies weren't controlled, it would be too easy for someone to purchase large quantities of gasoline and engage in illegal activities, which is a restriction on such behaviors. Zixi understands that from the perspective of the state, these measures are necessary, but she finds it quite troublesome given the impending natural disaster. She takes her personal safety very seriously. The combination of rebirth and space is a double threat. If exposed, she would face dire consequences. Zixi knows that even if she publicly shares this information online about the future disaster, no matter how detailed and realistic her descriptions are, people would likely just think she is crazy and dismiss her as someone joking online. No matter how hard she tries to explain, they would see it as a joke and move on. Only when the disaster actually arrives will they suddenly realize that what she said online was true, but by then, it will be too late. Those who have stockpiled supplies too late will find that even the authorities are unprepared to respond, leading to many people perishing in the extreme cold. As for directly informing the authorities about the impending disaster, Zixi can only say that she has no connections to important officials. She can only report her concerns up the chain of command, which they would likely handle as a disturbance, even if she were fortunate enough to encounter an official who could address the matter. There is no guarantee they would act as she wishes. Human nature is complex. Not every official is wholly devoted to the people. They also have their own desires and greed. If she were to demonstrate her space and prove the reality of the disaster, what awaits her might be imprisonment by these officials, who would seize her space and turn her into a tool for storing goods. Thinking even worse, they might confine her for research purposes, as everyone desires to possess space. If they could discover how to create more space, who wouldn't be tempted to do so? Speaking of space, there is also her rebirth. If revealing the disaster leads to the exposure of her space and rebirth, not only would they study her space, but they would also delve into the phenomenon of rebirth. Rebirth is already an enigmatic concept. Everyone wants to experience life again or travel through time. With someone like her who has truly experienced rebirth, there would undoubtedly be those who want to study her and understand how to traverse time and space. At that point, Zixi would also lose her freedom, being confined and subjected to experiments in a laboratory until they achieve the desired results. Even if they do obtain those results, they might still use her as a subject for ongoing research. Zixi shook her head, firmly rejecting such scenarios. Just thinking about it in her mind feels terrifying. Being kept as a specimen for various research experiments is too frightening. This kind of rebirth is something she does not want. If it comes to that, she might as well treat it with indifference. At least she would be safe. This is not Zixi being pessimistic, but rather the awareness that every action can lead to countless possibilities. From a perspective of, if she were to inform about the natural disaster like this, the most likely outcome would be the worst result, not the best. In Zixi mind, the best outcome she envisions is that the state mobilizes various resources and purchases large quantities of supplies in advance. The state would resist various natural disasters, ensuring the survival rate of the people in Huaxia during such calamities. Of course, it's not to say that there wouldn't be any official presence in the future. Survivor bases of various sizes would be established by then. However, these survivor bases would not be like the current officials. Living in a survivor base would require paying with food supplies, and the residents would be divided into different classes, making survival much more difficult. Zixi is not willing to gamble with her life on the slim chance that the authorities can lead everyone to survive the disaster. After all, such a future is too beautiful, too dreamy, and improbable. Thinking of this makes Zixi feel a bit of a headache. Medicine and gasoline are essential after the disaster. The former is related to health, while the latter can provide electricity or transportation after the disaster. It can be said that there will be a group of wealthy people who do not fare too badly after the disaster. They will have keenly sensed the impending disaster and, using their financial power, efficiently exchanged a large amount of resources, allowing their future lives to remain relatively stable. Chapter 15. Su Lia and Yi Wanchen did not have a bad life after the natural disaster occurred before Zixi's rebirth. However, the money they spent on purchasing supplies was all money they had tricked from her. This money came from the company they transferred from her, including quarterly dividends and funds within the company. They converted a large amount of it into supplies during the initial panic of the extreme cold at the time of the disaster. Ironically, Zixi did not receive a single bit of those supplies. Zixi lowered headaches, thinking that this time she could let them experience the taste of survival under the disaster. As for other people, merchants are inherently sharp, and when such disasters approach, they will stockpile supplies in large quantities. These merchants have long been immersed in the market, and each one is a cunning fox. They would not easily reveal the large amounts of supplies they have stored. The smarter ones, after stockpiling numerous supplies, would choose to settle in a safe place and keep these supplies hidden, not flaunting them for others to see to avoid provoking public anger or allowing others to steal after the order collapses later. Such low-profile people will not fare too badly in the days after the disaster. They could even use their supplies to hire a few bodyguards specifically to protect their home security, as well as purchase many weapons for defense. Thinking about weapons, Zixi suddenly realized that she also needed to stockpile some weapons. This would allow her to defend herself adequately after the disaster. In fact, weapons are also controlled materials in the country and cannot be bought on the market. Firearms are even more so. In China, they are illegal, and only in some Western countries can one legally possess firearms. Well, even in the West, where one can legally own guns. It's not a reason to rejoice too early. As a person from Huaxia, not a local of Western countries, obtaining a legal gun license in the West is also a very difficult thing. Those wealthy families might manage to acquire a gun or two for self-defense through various connections. But that is completely impossible for Zixi. Finding a way in Western countries to have someone take the risk to buy firearms for her and teach her how to use them is simply not feasible. She has no such connections or backing. These weapons that could be used for self-defense are only intended for use in the later stages of the disaster. At first, Sulia and Yirwanshan did not feel anything was wrong. On the contrary, after Zixi took away so much jewelry and accessories that day, the two of them spent a long time trying to comfort their daughter. Sulia even earnestly told Yilanji, "Silly child, when have you seen your mother take something into her stomach and bring it back out?" Yilanji thought of her mother's past and shook her head in agreement. No. But this time, Sulia smiled slightly and said, "Do you understand? It's about fishing for big fish with a long line." Yilanji repeated the phrase in confusion. Fishing for big fish with a long line? Didn't my cousin's shares get sold off already? Walls can be tricked out. She naturally knew about the plan her parents had in mind, and it seemed that their scheme had not succeeded. Sulia tidied Yilanji's hair and said, "Of course, the shares have been sold, but there is still the money from selling the shares, right? Your cousin has already promised. Tomorrow she will bring the bank card to me for safekeeping. When the time comes, how much money is in that card will be determined by us. When you want to spend money, you will have money. Do you still care about those few pieces of jewelry?" A glint of cleverness shone in her eyes. After all, the money from selling stocks in that bank card cannot be compared to the money that could be obtained from these accessories. It is clear which is more valuable. She held Su Lia's hand and said, "Mom, then you have to buy me a house, but the owner should put in my name, and I also want to travel abroad, okay?" Su Lia nodded with a smile at Yilanji, saying, "Sure, of course. We only have you as our daughter. If we don't buy you a house or let you play, then who should this money be spent on? Of course, it should all be saved for you." One can only say that like mother, like daughter, the thoughts of Su Lia's family are all the same, and they do not think there is anything wrong with what they are doing. Each one is daydreaming about what they can do once they get this money. As for the original owner of this money, Zixi, she is just within their considerations. When the time comes, it will only be about taking some money to send her away when she needs it. Chapter 16. However, while this family is dreaming, the next day, they did not wait for Zixi to bring the bank card to their home. From sunrise to sunset, they did not see Zixi, which made them feel an ominous premonition that they might have been deceived. Among them, Yilanji was the most anxious. She had been looking forward to this large sum of money all night, to see this money as soon as possible. She even gave up on going out to play for the entire day and stayed at home, hoping to see the money arrive. Unfortunately, after enduring a day of boredom at home, she still did not wait for Zixi to deliver the money. This made Yilanji unable to help, but complained to Su Lia, "Mom, didn't you say my cousin would bring the bank card today? We've been waiting until now, and she still hasn't come. What if she doesn't want to give it to us? This is not acceptable. That selling shares is a lot of money. We must have my cousin send the bank card over. Mom, why don't you call and urge my cousin? She will definitely listen to you." Yilanji thought, based on their past dealings with Zixi, they were always successful and confident, just waiting for this money to arrive without suspecting anything else. But after waiting an entire day without any news from Zixi, it made them feel uneasy. They had agreed to transfer the shares last time, but when Zixi sold them off early, Su Liqing and Yirwanshan became flustered. Yirwanshan lost his job because of Zixi's sale of the shares and could only stay at home, waiting for her to come and give him the bank card. He dreamed of a good life in the future, where he wouldn't have to work and could live carefree. But now that he couldn't wait for Zixi to come, he became anxious and couldn't help but say to Su Liqing, "Liqing, go call that girl Zixi and ask her what's going on." After hearing what his daughter Yilanji said, he also felt uncertain and recalled the previous speculation that Zixi was pretending to be innocent while actually scheming. He couldn't help but doubt whether they had been deceived by Zixi again. However, despite this suspicion, Yirwanshan denied it all in his mind because he subconsciously didn't want such a thing to happen, as it would mean that he would never get that money. Their fantasies for the day would turn out to be mere daydreams. Su Liqing felt uncertain after hearing Yirwanshan's words and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll call Zixi and see." When she made the first call, she heard the prompt saying the number you dialed is turned off. Please try again later. This made her feel a bit relieved, but also anxious. relieved because the call wasn't rejected or blocked, anxious because did this mean they had been scammed? In fact, Zixi had turned on airplane mode on her phone early on, completely cutting off the possibility of receiving any calls. During the stockpiling period, she didn't have to worry about being disturbed by Yulonji and the others, and she was unaware of the changes in their moods while she was flying to another city. Su Liqing looked at Yi Ruanqing and said, "Ruanqing, that girl Zixi didn't answer the phone. It seems her phone is off." Both of them subconsciously resisted the worst possibilities and tried to comfort themselves by thinking positively. Maybe Zixi's phone is just off and hasn't been charged yet. Let's not be anxious and wait a bit longer. Maybe we can try calling again in a while. However, no matter how long they waited and continued to call, they only received the same repeated message. The number you dialed is turned off. They were unable to get through to her at all. As time passed, Yi Ruanqing and Su Liqing had no choice but to admit that they had indeed been deceived by Zixi. This left Yi Ruanqing and Su Liqing dumbfounded, and Yulonji was equally stunned. They never expected that after a joyful day, they would face such a result. Yulonji directly said to Su Liqing, "Mom, what should we do now? Is that money gone?" Although they hadn't received the money yet, they had already mentally considered it theirs. Now that they couldn't get the money, the heartache was unimaginable. The downside of their poor family relationship was evident here. They all knew where each other's homes were, making it easy to find someone. But Zixi had anticipated this and had already moved out of that house. Even if Yi Ruanqing and Su Liqing kept an eye on it for a few days, it would be useless. The most they could do was wait for the agent to bring someone to view the house, but they wouldn't be able to wait for her. And indeed, that was the case. When Su Liqing and Yi Ruanqing reached an agreement and drove to Zixi's home, they found it completely dark inside, as if no one was there. This left them feeling frustrated, and they could only return empty-handed. At this point, they truly confirmed that they had been completely deceived by Zixi. Without being able to reach her by phone and lacking her current address and contact information, they had no way to find her, because everything was originally Zixi's doing. Chapter 17. Su Liqing and Yi Ruanqing felt extremely suffocated after being deceived like this. It was undoubtedly a situation where they lost both the lady and the soldiers, but in reality, they hadn't lost anything. During this time, Su Liqing and Yi Ruanqing considered going to the police station to report the case. They thought of reporting that they had lost contact with Zixi, that they couldn't reach her by phone, and that they couldn't find her. But Zixi was already an adult, over 18 years old, and her relationship with Su Liqing and Yi Ruanqing was merely that of an aunt and uncle to their niece, not a mother-daughter or father-daughter relationship. Even if they reported this to the police, they would have a hard time getting help in finding Zixi. The police would believe that Zixi, as an adult, had her own autonomy, and knowing that she had entrusted an agent to sell the house, they would think that the girl just didn't want to see her aunt and uncle. At this time, Zixi had also changed her place of residence, making it impossible for Yi Ruanqing and Su Liqing to see her at all. In the future, they would have no way to intersect or meet. For now, she didn't have to worry about this kind of trouble. When it came to buying meat, Zixi was obviously a bit conflicted and hesitant. If she were to spend all her money at the farm to buy livestock like cows, sheep, pigs, chickens, and ducks, it would likely cost a large sum of money. Definitely more expensive than the vegetables and seafood she bought. Generally, the price of meat was around 10 to 20 yuan per pound, depending on the type of meat and which part of the pig it came from. Different cuts of meat from the pig had different prices. If Zixi bought an entire pig at the farm, which typically weighed around 300 to 400 pounds, the price would be significantly higher. Moreover, she could only buy whole pigs at the farm, and it wasn't possible for her to go to a farmer's market or a slaughterhouse to buy just a specific cut of pork in hundreds or thousands of pounds. No one would sell her that quantity, and such stockpiling would be too excessive. Zixi's only option was to buy whole pigs from the farm and have someone help process them. Once she had processed pork products, she just needed to figure out how to cook them herself. Every part of the pig is delicious. The pig's head can be braised. Pig ears can be made into cold dishes. Pig bones can be used for soup. Pork can be stir-fried or braised, and pig blood can also be used for soup. Thinking about it made her unable to resist salivating. After the disaster, wanting to eat pork so freely would be difficult. However, the price of whole pigs isn't cheap. Or rather, the price of pigs is acceptable, but the prices of cows and sheep are much higher than those of pigs. Zixi wasn't very fond of lamb. As long as she had pork and beef, she was fine. This way, she could save on one meat dish. As for the free-range chickens and ducks, she could simply eat chicken and duck meat, skipping the goose. But even if she narrowed down the types, the quantity she needed to buy wouldn't decrease. She thought that the amount of meat should be sufficient for her 3 to 4 decades of breakfast, lunch, and dinner. So she gave up lamb and goose, which actually made no essential difference. It was just a matter of replacing the more expensive meats with relatively cheaper ones, saving a little bit of money. Therefore, the amount of money Zixi needed to spend on meat dishes was still huge. Zixi calculated in her mind how much money she would need to spend and thought about whether she could buy some frozen ingredients. Fresh meat was a must, but frozen ingredients were also acceptable. It was just that they lacked the taste of fresh meat. After the natural disaster, there was no room for picky eating, and Zixi had developed a habit of eating anything without being choosy. Now, just because of the price of money, buying some frozen meat was completely fine in her eyes. A little less taste guaranteed that for the next 30 or 40 years, she would have enough to eat and wouldn't have to go hungry, which was very cost-effective. Regarding vegetables, Zixi had no specific plans. She just thought that vegetables were relatively cheap, so the more the better. After all, no matter how many vegetables she stockpiled, she would be able to finish them. There was no need to worry about having too many and not being able to eat them. The only concern was what to do if she had too few. In such a future world of natural disasters, thinking about growing vegetables would be quite a difficult task. Chapter 18 in the future disaster-stricken world. The first thing that would hit was extreme cold, with temperatures plummeting to -70 or 80 degrees Celsius. Or would it be suitable to grow vegetables? Even in a greenhouse, it would be impossible to grow any. Various natural disasters like heavy rain, floods, and earthquakes later on would also be completely unsuitable for growing vegetables. So vegetables were essential for Zixi. If she didn't take advantage of the current abundance of resources to stockpile a lot, she wouldn't be able to eat them in the future. Similarly, livestock like pigs, cattle, and sheep would also not survive in such temperatures. It's hard to imagine how cattle and sheep could live in 70 or 80 degrees Celsius. Zixi began to calculate the amount of meat she would need to know for 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, and 1 year, figuring out how many pounds of meat she needed to buy, and then she went to farms and frozen markets to inquire about prices. Thus, she went to the frozen market and the farm respectively, purchasing fresh meat and frozen meat in equal parts. Of course, the frozen meat she bought was only pork and beef. As for chicken and duck, they weren't suitable for freezing and then eating. So she still bought fresh chicken and duck that were ready to be slaughtered. Zixi loved chicken, such as spicy diced chicken, chicken soup, chicken legs, cured chicken, and chicken celebrations, all of which she enjoyed. But when it came to duck, her favorite was Beijing roast duck. Other duck dishes she liked just okay. So, when preparing these chickens and ducks, she prepared more chicken and less duck as needed. She also planned to buy a roasting oven to make her Beijing roast duck. Of course, Beijing roast duck could also be bought outside, but the price of a single duck was completely different from the price of buying Beijing roast duck outside. It would be several times more expensive, so it was better to make it herself, which would be more cost-effective. After the natural disaster, when electricity was cut off, Zixi would have to cook using gas or the most primitive firewood. In her previous life, she could only find firewood to cook, but in this life, she didn't have to worry about that. She could fully stock up on gas tanks in her space or buy diesel to generate electricity for a generator. Use an induction cooker to cook, or start making some dishes now to put in her space for later use after the disaster. Among these coping strategies, Zixi thought the best was to start preparing now. After all, electricity was abundant now, and there was no need to worry about power outages. She could prepare some porridge and dishes, so she could cook less later. Making Beijing roast duck pancakes was even simpler from what she saw in the shops. The steps to make roast duck were just to wash it and put it in that electric oven to roast evenly, which was convenient for someone like her. Later, she could buy some pancakes for the Beijing roast duck and prepare some side dishes, and her Beijing roast duck would be complete. As she thought about Beijing roast duck, she couldn't help but want to buy a portion to try. It was too late to make duck herself, as she hadn't even started buying the oven, and making it would take time. So, directly buying a portion of Beijing roast duck was just right. Food made outside always smelled better than what she made herself. Of course, homemade food could also be very fragrant, but the premise was that one must know how to make it. After Zixi bought a portion of Beijing roast duck, she couldn't help but browse various delicious snacks on the takeaway app, wanting to order everything. Previously, she had been focused on stockpiling supplies and didn't think about these things, which was fine. But now that she thought of these delicious foods, she wanted to try everything. Braised chicken rice was very fragrant, Chongqing noodles were good, barbecue skewers were fine, and fried food were also great. Zixi browsed through each shop and placed orders for delicious snacks at everyone. She didn't mind the money spent on takeaway, since such days of being able to eat these delicacies freely were few. Moreover, compared to the money she had to spend on supplies, it was just a drop in the bucket. In her view, it was no big deal. Even if she couldn't finish so much food, it didn't matter. She could put it in her space, and, after digesting it, she could continue eating without worrying about it expiring or going bad. The stillness effect of her space was excellent. So, while Zixi was ordering various snacks on the takeaway platform, her orders were quickly picked up by the delivery personnel, who rushed to the shops to collect the items and deliver them. Some quick-handed delivery people even connected several of her orders and delivered them together. Once she knew that her takeout was on the way, she stopped placing more orders on the platform. She opened and closed the door to receive the various snacks. Milk tea, fruits, and desserts delivered by the delivery guys, placing them on the dining table at home and starting to taste them. She enjoyed tasting various delicacies in rotation. Chapter 19, the first dish Zixi wanted to eat the most was the Beijing roast duck. But the delivery of that took longer than her other snacks like milk tea, which arrived more quickly. However, after seeing the address of the Beijing roast duck shop, she found it understandable. The shop selling Beijing roast duck was still some distance from her home, which she hadn't noticed when she ordered because she was focused on the brand. Thus, the shops closer to her home delivered her snacks first, and the Beijing roast duck arrived last. What made Zixi feel like crying without tears was that after she had eaten too many of the snacks she ordered, she was already feeling somewhat full. When her long-awaited fragrant Beijing roast duck finally appeared in front of her, she found she couldn't eat it all and could only take a small taste. She couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. If she had known that worrying about the takeout getting cold meant she could have just put it in her space and not rush to eat it, she would have done so. Zixi picked up a piece of pancake, spread some duck meat on it, added sauce and vegetables, rolled it up, and took a bite. She could only say that the taste of the Peking duck was indeed the same as she remembered. It was worth buying from a brand store, as the food quality was guaranteed. After tasting the Peking duck, she patted her belly and slowly put the unfinished food into her space, planning to digest it later or finish another day. Normally, without a space, she would have to throw away any leftover food. But now with the space, it didn't matter if she couldn't finish the food. She could store it and eat it slowly without worrying about spoilage. Zixi had already stocked up on her meat, vegetables, and seafood, leaving only cooking oil, salt, and seasonings to gather. She thought about renting a warehouse so she could buy supplies from wholesale websites online, which could then be shipped directly to her warehouse address for easy storage in her space. After the natural disasters, she didn't need to worry about appearances. Practicality was the priority, and as long as her clothes were comfortable, that was enough. Since her purpose in stocking up on clothes was just for this, she didn't need to buy clothes from malls. She could simply find suitable sizes online and choose some comfortable styles to buy in bulk, avoiding the hassle of hoarding clothes. However, she needed to pay attention to warm clothes for extremely cold weather. After all, temperatures could drop to -70 or 80 degrees Celsius. She had survived that in her past life, but it required layering various down jackets and staying active to endure those temperatures. Now, she wanted to find warmer clothes and pants, as well as various heating methods, so that when facing extreme cold in this new life, she wouldn't be so helpless. Zixi browsed rental information for warehouses online, hoping to find one available. This way, she could rent it the next day without spending extra time searching. After reviewing the warehouse information, she left a few contact numbers, planning to call and finalize her choice the next day. This would allow her to purchase the items in her shopping cart on the wholesale software early, without leaving them there. Additionally, aside from the items she saw on the wholesale platform, she also directly bought a roasting oven for making Peking duck from the shopping software. This could easily be purchased online and shipped directly to her home without needing logistics, as she only needed 1 or 2 ovens. Besides buying the roasting oven, she also checked out winter down jacket stores, focusing on brand stores, planning to try on various long down jackets to feel their warmth. However, the current weather wasn't suitable for testing the warmth of the jackets. No matter which one she wore, it would feel very warm. This left Zixi feeling a bit frustrated, as southern cities weren't that cold in winter. Although the cold in the south was more of a damp chill compared to the clear-cut cold in the north was still colder overall. She thought to herself that since she couldn't test which warm clothing would be more suitable in advance, it was best to just buy several of each type. Additionally, she couldn't neglect warm inner clothing like thermal wear and cashmere sweaters. She needed to buy plenty of those as well. This way, she would be prepared for the extreme cold that would accompany the first wave of natural disasters. In the aftermath of the natural disaster world, no one could guarantee that the disaster wouldn't occur again. Perhaps after the sudden cold passed and various types of disasters changed, there would be repeated disasters. Therefore, she had to prepare as much clothing as possible, not less. In her opinion, the revenge on Yi Ruanshan and Su Lia was sufficient for now. She would wait for the disaster to come and let it teach them how to behave. If the disaster couldn't make them behave, then she would take action herself. However, since this was still a society governed by law, even if she wanted to do something to her uncles and aunts, it was impossible. It would be better to wait until after the disaster, when it was extremely cold, to take action slowly. Doing these revenge acts now would only waste her time collecting supplies. Su Lia and Yi Ruanshan's family couldn't reach Yi Zixi by phone and could only sigh quietly. Meanwhile, the places Yi Zixi was heading to stock up on supplies were completely unrelated to Su Lia and Yi Ruanshan's family. The wholesale markets and agricultural trade markets Yi Zixi visited were likely places that Su Lia and Yi Ruanshan would never go. Moreover, Yi Zixi recent attire was focused on comfort, and she no longer cared about her appearance as she did before the disaster. Her current look made her less recognizable. Yi Zixi had already rented her warehouse, and the clothes she ordered from the wholesale website were being shipped to her. She put those into her space and continued to place orders for the next batch of supplies. Aside from clothing, she also needed to prepare various shoes and hygiene products, including shower gel, shampoo, and skincare products. Besides skincare products, she could purchase many items from the wholesale website, but the skincare products she was used to could only be bought at brand stores. Yi Zixi directly contacted customer service to see if buying in bulk could get her better shipping options or discounts, thinking that such a large order from a brand store should qualify her for some discounts. The skincare products she bought were actually domestic brands, not foreign ones, and were cheaper than foreign skincare products. However, they were perfectly fine for her basic skincare needs after the disaster. After all, she only sought to keep her skin moisturized and avoid dryness and peeling. Whitening was completely out of her consideration. Once she finished her online shopping, she made another trip to the wholesale market. Although the online wholesale websites were very convenient for purchasing supplies, some items were still better to buy directly from physical stores. In physical stores, she could use various payment methods, while online purchases were limited to online transactions, and frequent large expenditures of funds weren't ideal. At the same time, she rented a truck to transport the goods to her warehouse, ensuring she wouldn't have to worry about supply issues. The items she bought at the wholesale market included water resources. Drinking water would be extremely important in the future. It would be impossible to have someone deliver water to her home at that time, so she could only store it herself. Yi Zixi wanted to stock up on enough water, so she could only buy large boxes and barrels of drinking water from the wholesale market. The price of the large barrels of water is much cheaper than that of individual bottles of mineral water, making it a better deal. However, despite this, she purchased both large barrels and small bottles of water. The large barrels are suitable for use at home, while the small bottles of mineral water are for emergencies when she has to leave home after a natural disaster. Therefore, she prepared a variety of bottled water in different capacities. In addition, she bought a few soft drinks such as cola, orange juice, Sprite, Fanta, iced tea, lemonade, yogurt, and milk. These drinks would be hard to find after a natural disaster, when temperatures drop to 70 or 80 degrees Celsius and freeze these beverages into ice blocks. Once thawed, their taste would be altered, making them unpalatable. By buying a small amount of these drinks, she could still enjoy them later. instead of only having tasteless mineral water after a disaster. While Zixi spent her money, the several properties she had sold through an agent were successfully sold, and she received a sum of money. She felt that she could now start preparing to open the supermarket she wanted. As for the scattered supplies she needed, she hadn't stocked up on them yet, since some items were too scattered and inconvenient to buy in bulk. However, if she opened a supermarket, she could stock up on all types of supplies more easily. Zixi had her own thoughts about opening a supermarket. She believed that instead of renting a few storefronts to open a new supermarket, it would be better to take over a supermarket that was about to close. This way, she could inherit the previous supply channels, avoiding the hassle of sourcing goods herself. Moreover, if she closed the store for renovations before reopening, she could directly move the supplies into her space, which would be much more convenient and allow her to quickly gather the remaining supplies she needed. The most important thing was that she had already spent 2 months collecting supplies. From now on, pretending to open a supermarket while actually collecting supplies for a few months would be enough for her to gather what she needed. At that moment, she had already completed her collection of food supplies, water resources, clothing, bathing products, etc. Now, her goal in collecting supplies was mainly to gather staple foods like rice, coarse grains, sugar, and salt, which are controlled resources. Collecting these supplies under the guise of opening a supermarket would not attract attention, as supermarkets do need to purchase these items in bulk, making it a perfectly normal activity. The grains, sugar, and oil she was worried about collecting could be easily gathered this way. However, while Zixi thought it would be easy, finding supermarkets that were available for transfer would actually be quite difficult. Generally speaking, supermarkets are not easy to close down, especially if they are located in high-traffic areas. They usually have some business. Furthermore, information about supermarket for transfer is not directly posted on information websites, and one needs to ask around in person. Aside from those stores with clear transfer signs or liquidation sales, one cannot just randomly enter a supermarket and ask the staff if they're closing or transferring. If she approached the staff without any subtlety, she would likely just receive disdainful looks from them. There are many supermarkets in the city, and if she were to visit each one individually to see which ones were closing or transferring, it would be a massive workload, wasting her precious time. With just over 4 months remaining before the disaster, Zixi felt that her valuable time should not be spent searching for closing supermarkets, but rather on continuing to gather other supplies. As for finding supermarkets available for transfer, she could find someone to help her with that. After some thought, Zixi made a phone call to Wong. As soon as the call connected, she heard Wong voice, which sounded quite teasing. "Monsieur, you finally decided to turn your phone on. What can I do for you?" Although Zixi needed Wong's help, she couldn't help but roll her eyes at his sarcastic tone. She replied, Yes, I finally decided to turn it on, and you're the first person I called." Previously, she had put her old phone in airplane mode to avoid harassment calls from Su Lia's family, which made those trying to call her think her phone was off. She usually used another phone with a different SIM card, and she hadn't told anyone the number, so no one knew about her situation. Hearing Zixi say that she called him first after turning her phone on, Wong blinked and suddenly smiled. "What happened to you recently? Your phone has been off for almost 2 months. I was quite worried." During these 2 months, Wong had indeed been concerned about Zixi and was even thinking about whether something had happened to her. He wanted to check on her, and he had also learned that she had sold all her family properties and that her uncle and aunt were looking for her. However, Wong quickly connected the dots and thought that Zixi's phone being off and selling her house must be related to her uncle and aunt. After all, she had just sold all her family's company shares, which would surely make her relatives anxious. To avoid being bothered by such vampires, turning off her phone and selling her house seemed like the best way to get rid of them. He figured that doing this for a month or 2 would allow her to have some peace. Although Wong guessed this, he didn't think Zixi would actually do such a thing, and he still felt worried. At the same time, he thought that Zixi was really a carefree girl. When something like this happened, she wouldn't say a word, only making him worry. He felt dissatisfied with her behavior. But when he received her call and heard that she called him first, he was unexpectedly pleased. After hearing Wong question, Zixi brushed her bangs aside and said, "You know, my uncle and aunt are pestering me for money. How could I possibly give them any?" So I put my phone in airplane mode and bought another SIM card. She blinked and suddenly thought of something, saying, "Why don't you save my other phone number? If anything comes up, it would be good to have another way to contact me, but you can't tell anyone my number." Originally, Zixi didn't want to save anyone's number, as after her parents passed away, she had no close friends left who she could still stay in touch with after the disaster, apart from these relatives. She had no intention of sharing her phone number with anyone. But Wong was different. She wanted to ask him about the supermarket later or ask for his help. So it was necessary to leave a contact number. In Zixi's view, this was just a normal thing, but it made Wong angry. It turned out that the girl had already changed her phone number, and if she hadn't called him now, she wouldn't have planned to tell him the new number, which made him very angry. Wong couldn't help but huff into the phone and said, "Zixi, if you didn't need my help right now, would you even consider telling me your new phone number?" Zixi was clearly taken aback by Wong question. She indeed felt that way. If it weren't for the supermarket issue, she probably wouldn't have called him. But it was obviously not something she could say out loud. Otherwise, Wong would probably confront her. Chapter 22, Zixi felt a headache coming on. She thought Wong was different from others. Otherwise, she wouldn't have told him about the impending disaster that she hadn't mentioned to anyone else, only asking him to stock up. However, Wong died too soon after the disaster began. When Zixi first learned of Wong death, she was very sad. After all, it had only just started, and a friend she had grown up with died in that disaster due to the extreme cold. This made Zixi somewhat unable to believe it, feeling empty inside. However, so much happened afterward, and in the struggle for survival, there was no time to think about one person's life and death or the emptiness and sadness inside. Soon, her feelings faded. Until she was reborn, she subconsciously thought Wong was already dead. If it weren't for receiving his call at the beginning, she might not have remembered him, but it was precisely because she received Wong call that her heart stirred a little. Zixi thought this way, while on the other side, Wong under Zixi's silence, believed he understood the answer. If Zixi didn't need something from him, she wouldn't have called. This reignited Wong anger that had just been calmed by Zixi. He said to Zixi on the phone, "Zixi, you're really something? I've never seen someone as heartless as you." Zixi was momentarily speechless, but hearing Wong voice and seeing that he was still well made her happy. Especially seeing Wong so agitated made her feel even more joyful. Zixi raised the corners of her mouth, but knew that she still needed to appease him a bit more. Otherwise, she might have trouble asking Wong for help later. She said into the phone, "Wong don't be angry. I was just thinking about other things. I really forgot about the phone number. You see, you're still the first person I told my number to, so I absolutely care about you." Wong anger was indeed soothed by Zixi's words. He gradually calmed down. Once he was calm, he said to Zixi, "That's more like it. Now tell me, what do you want me to help you with?" What could Zixi ask him for help with? Of course, she wanted to inquire about finding a supermarket that was closing down or transferring ownership so she could take it over. At the same time, Zixi suddenly thought that the last time she asked this guy to stock up on supplies, he probably didn't take it seriously. So she said to Wong "Didn't I sell all my shares in the company at home before? I still have quite a bit of money on hand now. I'm planning to open a supermarket. What do you think?" When Wong heard that Zixi wanted to open a supermarket, he began to think and then said to Zixi, "Supermarkets haven't been doing well in recent years. With the rise of e-commerce, fewer and fewer people are willing to shop at supermarkets. If you look inside a supermarket, aside from the fresh produce section, there are still quite a few people. But in other areas, it's rare to see people buying things in a day. If you want to make money, you might want to try something else." Wong was still considering Zixi's interests. After all, opening a supermarket wasn't a good thing nowadays. Unlike years ago, when opening a supermarket was quite profitable, now it was just about not losing money. As for making money, that was nearly impossible. Compared to supermarkets, e-commerce had a much greater advantage. E-commerce companies didn't need to rent such large storefronts, eliminating expensive rent costs. And an online business could start with just a warehouse for shipping, making it more cost-effective. However, the current e-commerce competition was also very fierce. And for a novice like Zixi, starting an online store and making it successful wasn't that simple. Wong didn't recommend Zixi to do e-commerce, but thought about other investment projects she could consider. Zixi knew that her childhood friend and nemesis was much sharper in these matters, but she wasn't opening a supermarket to make money. She just wanted to take the opportunity to stock up on goods, not thinking about making a profit at all. So Zixi quickly said to Wong, "No need. I just want to open a supermarket for fun. Didn't I tell you before that I was worried about future disasters and wanted to gather supplies? Now that I think about it, opening a supermarket will be much more convenient. As long as the supermarket doesn't lose money, that's fine with me. It's just a way to pass the time." Hearing Zixi speak so casually on the phone, Wong understood that she wasn't trying to make money. He had heard her plan to gather supplies before and had just taken it as a joke because he thought it was a bit absurd to collect supplies in anticipation of future disasters. Now that he knew she was replacing that plan with opening a supermarket, it didn't seem so absurd anymore and was acceptable. At least previously, just gathering supplies was clearly a losing venture, while opening a supermarket could at least break even. He became indifferent and stopped mentioning various suitable investment projects for Zixi. Instead, he decided to support her idea of opening a supermarket and would help her find one. After all, investing also carries risks. But since she only wanted to break even, choosing a more relaxed approach was fine. As for what kind of disasters might occur in the future, regardless of whether they would happen, for Zixi, opening a supermarket could still be a safeguard. Wong said to Zixi, "Okay, I'll have someone check for you. If there's a suitable place, I'll call you." Chapter 23. Zixi was delighted when Wong agreed to help. After entrusting him with the supermarket matter, she felt relieved. In her eyes, although Wong liked to go against her, he would be very reliable when it came to these matters. What she needed to consider now was continuing to gather other supplies. After all, the time left for her was getting shorter with each passing day. Zixi had already gathered most of the supplies she needed for daily use. Next, what needs to be collected is the supplies needed to cope with various extreme weather conditions. At the beginning of the extreme cold, she had already prepared the necessary supplies. This includes down jackets, snow boots, thermal clothing, masks, scarves, earmuffs, and similar items, which she has gathered. She has also prepared coal for heating. This completely ensures that when the extreme cold arrives, she will have enough warmth. However, due to the sudden drop in temperature that makes her shiver, she will not have to rely on exercise to keep her body warm as she did in the past. As for the extreme heat, floods, earthquakes, eternal night, and other such extreme weather that may occur later, she has not yet started to prepare the necessary supplies and needs to collect them afterward. Additionally, there's one more thing she must pay attention to: water. Zixi has indeed already purchased boxes of drinking water, which will be sufficient for her use after a disaster. However, the water prepared is only suitable for drinking. The amount of water needed over the years has cost her quite a bit of money, and for some daily water needs, she cannot afford to be so extravagant as to use drinking water. Naturally, she still needs to stock up on a batch of tap water, which would be much better. However, unlike drinking water, which can be stored in small and large bottles, storing so much tap water means that finding containers to hold the water will be a troublesome matter. Zixi's initial idea is to buy some large barrels for this tap water, but the amount of tap water used will definitely be several times greater than the amount of drinking water. After all, there are clothes to wash every day, dishes to clean, and ingredients that need washing, all of which require tap water. So perhaps in one day, she only needs to drink 1 or 2 bottles of 500 milliliters of water. But the total amount of tap water used throughout the day will at least require 1 or 2 large barrels. Thus, if 1 large barrel can hold enough water for 5 days, then for a month, she would need 6 barrels, and for a year, she would need 72 barrels. Zixi calculates that simply based on 30 years, she would need to buy over 2,000 of such barrels. If each barrel costs 60 yuan, then just buying barrels to hold water could potentially cost her 130,000 yuan. Although Zixi still has quite a bit of savings left, she is shocked by the amount of money needed for these barrels. It's important to note that 130,000 yuan is enough for her to buy a significant amount of food supplies, potentially enough vegetables for several years or even a decade. Now, spending over 100,000 yuan just to buy some water storage barrels seems overly extravagant to her. She wants to think of a way to find a more economical method to store this water. Zixi turns on the faucet at home, stretches her hand towards the water, and tries to draw it into her space. She wants to see if she can store water this way without using any containers, and then retrieve the water by thought when needed. So Zixi begins to experiment with drawing the water into her space and looks for a spot where she hasn't placed any supplies, specifically to store this tap water. However, at the beginning of her attempts, she doesn't just pour large amounts of water into the space, but stops after storing a little and turns off the faucet. Zixi closes her eyes and examines the spot in her space where she is storing water, and she sees the tap water she has put into the space forming its own area. The water doesn't spill out to other areas because it is in the space without a container, maintaining a still state. She then tries to draw the water out from the space, and it flows out between her fingers, which delights her. This means she doesn't need any containers to retrieve the water stored in her space. This is great news for Zixi. So she continues to turn on the faucet, planning to store more water in her space while she can. She presses her hand against the faucet outlet, preventing the water from flowing into the sink, and instead, due to her intention, all the water flows directly into her space. Zixi feels the area in her space designated for storing water slowly expand. However, as she stores more water in the space, the expansion of the water seems to slow down. The faucet's flow rate limits how quickly she can store water, which makes the process slower. This leads Zixi to think about another issue while continuing to store water. If she is storing water through her space, it means she cannot leave the area near the faucet and must keep her hand there as a medium for transferring water into the space. How long will she have to stay here to store all the water she will need in the future? The most important thing is that she can only store water now. Once the extreme cold arrives and the temperature drops to -70 or 80 degrees Celsius, the water in the pipes will freeze due to the extreme cold, and she won't be able to get any water out. So if she waits until then to think about storing water, it will be too late. Chapter 24 now, there are 4 months left until the disaster. But she cannot spend these 4 months solely on storing water. She also needs to collect various supplies. She certainly cannot only focus on water storage and neglect other matters. Once this issue is resolved, new difficulties arise as expected. If she uses containers to store water, at least it takes some time for the containers to fill up. During that time, she can attend to other tasks without being constrained by the water storage. But now, she can only store water by transferring it into her space, which means she must remain next to the faucet and cannot do anything else, leading to a sudden increase in her worries. It would be best to think of a more balanced solution. Zixi thinks that if the water flow could be faster, that would be good. If she could store all the water she will need in 1 or 2 days or within a month, then spending a month simply next to the faucet to store water wouldn't be a problem in her eyes. After all, while she thinks about the water storage, she suddenly realizes that storing water doesn't mean she cannot do other things. She can still choose to gather supplies on her phone. Not everything has to be purchased at a physical store. Additionally, she can use the time spent storing water to prepare meals at home for the time after the disaster, such as the seafood she has collected. Seafood can mostly be steamed or stir-fried, so she can use half of the seafood to steam directly and then add seasonings to create a ready-to-eat dish. Thus, she can balance both water storage and meal preparation. After all, steaming seafood doesn't require her to be hands-on. She just needs to clean and arrange the seafood on a plate and then put it directly into the steamer. During that time, she can continue her water storage work without it taking up much of her time. Zixi thought to herself that staying by the faucet, collecting water to store in her space, wasn't particularly troublesome after all. This thought lightened her mood, and she realized it was indeed true. Recently, she had been busy gathering supplies and had forgotten that she could prepare meals in advance. After all, when disasters strike, especially during extreme cold, who has the mood to cook? In such cold weather, if a meal isn't eaten quickly after it's cooked, it will get cold. Especially in her previous life, it was very cold, and there was no coal or similar supplies at home. She could only keep warm by wearing more clothes and exercising to maintain her body temperature. Cooking at that time was a very difficult task. Often, the food would just be ready when it had already cooled down, which was quite frustrating. Back then, I meant eating cold rice and cold dishes, or mixing everything together just to have slightly warmer food. However, Eating cold food is not good for the body. So if conditions allow, it's better to eat some warm meals. Although in this life, Zixi had long prepared for the extreme cold by purchasing coal, various clothes, and heating tools to keep her home at a certain temperature, the reality was that when disaster struck, she wouldn't have the mood to cook properly. It was better to prepare more while she could. Her cooking skills were average. After all, she wasn't responsible for cooking at home. However, her homemade dishes, though average, are inexpensive, while eating out would certainly be much more expensive. After experiencing the apocalypse, she was no longer the naive girl who expected everything to be provided for her. She understood that these things are not easy, and even now that she had some money, she couldn't just recklessly buy all her food outside. Instead, she chose to gather supplies herself. She thought that if she had some leftover money later, she would buy some prepared food outside. Of course, she liked the prepared food available outside. If she had extra money, buying some wouldn't be a problem. This way, she could alternate between the delicious food from outside and her own average dishes, which would be nice. Eating only her own cooking in the future wouldn't be very enjoyable, and having some outside food would surely lift her spirits. With these thoughts, Zixi moved a stool over and sat beside the sink. She used one hand to collect water from the faucet, while the other hand began checking the speed of the water flow. This way, she could roughly calculate how many days it would take to collect the amount of water she would need in the future. After all, tap water needed to be prepared now. Once the extreme cold hit, with temperatures as low as -70 or 80 degrees Celsius, it would be impossible to store tap water. The pipes would freeze, making it very difficult to get water. If she didn't start preparing now, there would be no opportunity later. The house she was currently living in, prepared for future disasters, lacked cooking utensils. The kitchen was bare and clean, with nothing in it except for a gas stove she had bought but hadn't used yet. Zixi searched for large-capacity kitchenware on a shopping app. Normally, a small rice cooker would be sufficient for a family meal or 1 to 3 people. But since she wanted to stock up on a large amount of food in a short time, using large-capacity kitchenware would be more convenient. In Chapter 25, while searching for large-capacity kitchenware on the shopping app, she slowly found a large stainless steel pot for boiling noodles. This pot could not only be used for making soup, cooking crayfish, steaming fish, boiling noodles, and making marinated dishes, but it also had excellent heat retention. After browsing, she felt it was fine and directly added it to her shopping cart, then looked at other types of pots. At that moment, a large-capacity kettle popped up, reminding Zixi of something very important. She indeed had stockpiled a lot of water, but she also needed to store hot water. To store hot water, she would need to buy some containers. She certainly couldn't transfer her hot water directly into her space with her hands. That would likely result in her hands getting burned and blistered. Just getting burned would be mild. Her hands would probably be ruined if she touched the hot water and tried to store it in her space. When she needed hot water later, she would have to take it out using her hands as a medium. Zixi shook her head, deciding that she needed to buy some containers to store hot water. However, the hot water she needed to store would actually be part of the tap water she planned to use later. This meant that the amount of tap water she needed to stockpile could be reduced, allowing part of it to be used for preparing hot water. Therefore, the number of containers she needed to buy for hot water wouldn't have to be as many as those calculated for storing tap water. The basic infrastructure in this house was still complete. Since Zixi had settled in, the air source heating in the bathroom could also be used normally. She could directly collect the hot water made from this air source heating. However, she wondered if relying solely on the air source to heat water would be a bit slow. Zixi thought about it and considered several ways to store hot water. Cold water must be completely stocked up at this time, while hot water couldn't be stored all at once. Cold and hot water naturally conflict, so it was impossible to stock them both at the same time. Therefore, she could only prioritize stocking up on cold water now, and once the extreme cold arrived, she would likely need coal, which could also be used to heat a kettle for hot water. It seemed that during the extremely cold months, she could keep stocking hot water without worrying too much about it running out. With these thoughts, Zixi began purchasing containers for storing hot water. After putting these containers into her space, they would remain in a static state, and there was no need to pursue high quality. As long as they could hold water, that was fine. Once she used them, they would be idle afterward. Therefore, it was better to choose some cost-effective water containers, so she wouldn't feel too bad about spending the money. After comparing prices for water containers across several platforms, Zixi selected a few stores and purchased dozens of them. She planned to start her hot water storage project once they arrived. Also, buying more kitchen appliances and utensils was not a problem. For water storage, it was completely because the water supply pipes in her home were set up in such a way that no matter how many faucets were opened, the water output was similar. If two faucets were opened simultaneously, the water would split between the pipes, making it unnecessary to do anything extra. However, with electricity, there was no such concern. Power wouldn't become insufficient or uneven just because one plug was in use here and another there. At that time, Zixi could place a rice cooker in every electric outlet in the house to steam rice. Then, by setting the right time, after the rice was cooked in these rice cookers, she could sort and pack the rice one by one, while continuing to prepare the next round of meals. She calculated that steaming rice like this for an entire day could probably provide enough food for several months. Zixi eyes brightened. She was very satisfied with the speed of steaming rice. Based on her own portion size, she only needed 1 cup of rice per day, as her appetite wasn't particularly large, so her rice requirement wasn't that high. The large-capacity electric rice cookers could cook enough rice for 4 to 10 people. In this way, just steaming 1 pot of rice would suffice for her monthly needs, and steaming 10 or 20 pots would already be a significant amount. Zixi thought about it, and felt that preparing meals for the next 30 or 40 years in advance wasn't a very difficult task, but rather something quite easy to accomplish. However, the most pressing issue was still the containers to store the rice. This made her sigh. To store water in advance, she needed containers. To store hot water, she also needed containers. To prepare meals in advance, she still required containers for storage. This seemed like a very unnecessary expense, almost like something that would be used once and then discarded, making her reluctant to spend a large sum of money on it. But no matter how she thought about it, she couldn't find another way to save this money. Zixi could only accept it. Chapter 26. White rice is different from tap water. It cannot be directly stored in space. Zixi found it hard to imagine what it would be like to store rice that wasn't in a container into space. Anyway, she couldn't do that. Such white rice, regardless of whether it was hot or not, still needed to be uniformly packed into containers before being placed into space. So she had no choice but to buy these containers for rice and vegetables. There was simply no other way to solve this problem. Even the cafeteria at school required these containers to serve rice and dishes, and there was nothing else that could serve as a substitute. As Zixi thought about this, the kitchenware containers in her shopping cart kept increasing, and her order list grew longer. She thought that it would be better to directly purchase so many containers from a wholesale website, as she could buy more of them at once, and have them delivered to her warehouse without having to make repeated trips to the courier station to pick up packages. She considered that for the next month or two, she would be doing many trivial tasks at home, and she thought that it would be best to wholesale buy the other items she still needed online as well. After buying these items, she flipped through and looked for equipment suitable for extreme weather conditions. In fact, events like earthquakes cannot be avoided. Moreover, even if there would be earthquakes in the future, there was no way to know exactly when they would occur. However, being prepared with supplies for such extreme weather would make it easier to escape when the time came. At this point, outdoor survival tools became a priority. Preparing as many outdoor survival items as possible was essential for times when disasters struck, forcing one to leave their home and wander outside. In addition, there were various transportation tools. Normally, she could use a car or motorcycle for travel, but during floods, she might need to use inflatable boats or speedboats, and even planes and helicopters. When Zixi thought of planes and helicopters, she shook her head. Such flying tools are indeed very good and can quickly escape the scene of an incident, but she had no way to obtain them. Flying a plane requires a pilot's license, and with only 4 months left, it was impossible for her to get a pilot's license. Furthermore, buying a helicopter was extremely expensive, and the amount of money she had was probably not enough to buy one. Zixi thought about this and dismissed the idea of buying a helicopter or learning how to fly one. Flying a plane was not possible, and the situations in which planes were used were not particularly frequent. During events like earthquakes, tsunamis, or tornadoes, planes could not be used. Similarly, During clear weather without extreme conditions, there was no need for planes. So, in that sense, planes seemed somewhat unnecessary. Zixi thought about it, and felt that the only time they would really be useful was during an escape. When she was surrounded by many people, she might choose to escape using a plane, but that would only be feasible if she lived on the top floor, on the rooftop, to utilize the plane for escape. Otherwise, there would be no suitable place to fly a plane. However, thinking about escape made her realize that regardless of whether she would encounter such situations in her lifetime, it was still wise to prepare for them. She couldn't buy a plane, but there were quite a few alternatives. For example, hot air balloons were a good option. They could hover in the air and, while not as fast as planes, could still be used to escape from others if needed. Most importantly, the cost-effectiveness of hot air balloons was very high. It would only cost a fraction of the price of a helicopter. However, flying a hot air balloon also required learning and certification. Zixi thought about it and decided there was no problem with that. So she decided to see if she could buy a hot air balloon and find an instructor to learn how to fly one. After a disaster, whether or not she could obtain a hot air balloon pilot's license wasn't important. What mattered was learning how to fly it. Such expenses would only require finding someone experienced to teach her various operations, and she just needed to practice until she was as skilled as driving a car, focusing mainly on practical exercises. At the same time, she could also prepare parachutes. This way, perhaps one day in the future when she needed to use a hot air balloon or parachute, she could effectively use these skills to ensure her safety. Nowadays, shopping is very convenient, and many items can be purchased online, allowing Zixi to manage her time more efficiently and buy the items she needed. She was placing orders on her phone while continuously storing water in her space, and this time there was already a lot of water in her space. She thought about paying a large water bill for her home to avoid suddenly running out of water halfway through her storage. In China, the cost of tap water is actually not high. It might only cost a few hundred yuan a year, which is much cheaper compared to electricity bills. Even with her storage for decades of tap water, it wouldn't cost too much. After paying the water bill, Zixi continued to browse the shopping app, selecting various tools and equipment needed to prepare for extreme weather. Shopping on her phone was very convenient and quick, and many of these items were quite difficult to find in physical stores outside. Such shops are quite rare outside, and even if she explores the entire city, it will be difficult to find stores selling these items. It's much quicker and easier to buy them online. Zixi smiled slightly, feeling very much looking forward to it in her heart, as these are all things she could use in the future, and even if she had to go pick them up a few times, it wouldn't be a bother. Chapter 27. Zixi felt satisfied to have collected so many supplies. After a few days of gathering, the supplies they bought had already been delivered through logistics or courier services. Now, she just needed to wait for her to pick them up, and they could be put to use. However, before that, she went to the nearby grain store and bought several large bags of rice. After preparing the necessary tools and materials, Zixi started cooking white rice at home using various rice cookers, while also continuing her gathering work. Occasionally, she would urge Wong, asking him how the search for supermarkets was going. She was quite frank in asking Wong for help, and was able to directly urge and instruct him to work. In fact, she thought about it, since Wong was not interested in her stockpiling supplies. Could she use the name of partnership to force him to stockpile some supplies for her as well? How did Wong die in his past life? It was probably due to a drop in temperature at night. In such a cold environment, he caught a chill and couldn't withstand it, leading to his death. When Zixi learned about this in her past life, Wong mother was heartbroken, and she could only offer a few words of comfort before Wong mother didn't say much else. After that, she was too preoccupied to think about these things. So, in this life, when a natural disaster comes, if she reminds Wong properly, she should be able to prevent the same situation from occurring as in her past life. He could live well and not die so early. However, when that kind of disaster strikes in the future, it's hard to say which is more comfortable, living or dying. Zixi thought about this, and, recalling Wong mother's sorrow, she couldn't help but purse her lips. No matter what, Wong had to survive. By then, Zixi could give the supplies from the supermarket to Wong ensuring he wouldn't go hungry or suffer from the cold after the disaster, which would certainly allow him to live a bit longer. In any case, once Wong Buochuan agreed to partner with her to open a supermarket, he could also invest some funds, which would definitely be enough for stockpiling. At the same time, it would relieve her of a significant amount of money she would have to spend to open the supermarket alone. However, in the early stages of the disaster, order had not yet collapsed. Major supermarkets were still in operation, and there would even be police helping to maintain order at the supermarkets. Zixi planned to stockpile goods in her supermarket under the guise of renovating it. When it became extremely cold, she didn't intend to operate the store, so the remaining supplies inside could all be given to Wong Buochuan without issue. She thought about it and felt that this was already enough loyalty to Wong Buochuan in this life. After all, the things she mainly needed from the supermarket were rice, oil, sugar, and salt. So, after more than 10 days of discussing the supermarket with Wong Buochuan and not having received any confirmation from him about finding a suitable location, she directly called to urge him. Wong Buochuan answered Zixi call very eagerly, not making her wait long. Zixi directly asked him, Wong Buochuan, how is the task I asked you to do going? Have you found a suitable place? She was eager to find the supermarket quickly so she could stockpile those supplies. The longer she waited, the less time she would have to gather supplies, and the more anxious she became, always worrying about potential emergencies. Wong Buochuan was puzzled. He thought to himself that it was hard to believe someone could be so anxious. He said, Zixi, how could it be so fast? Aren't you just opening a supermarket? Why are you in such a hurry? Wong Buochuan was indeed somewhat confused about why Zixi kept calling him every few days, urging him to look for supermarkets that were transferring or going out of business. He thought it was just about opening a supermarket, not seeking to lose money or make a lot of profit, so there was no need to rush to open it. Zixi touch it heirlooms. He didn't know that a natural disaster was coming in the future, so he wasn't anxious. But for her, this was a very urgent matter. Zixi replied to Wong Buochuan, of course I'm anxious. This is my first time wanting to open a store of any kind, so I want to get started as soon as possible. You need to put in more effort and help me find a suitable place to secure the store. When Wong Buochuan heard her say this, he replied, if you're in a hurry, you can look for places that are available for rent. As long as the store size is suitable, you can rent it directly. However, you'll have to start buying everything from scratch. He thought that if she was in a hurry to open the supermarket, it might be better to start fresh rather than taking over the previous supermarket's goods. This way, she could arrange the store and select products according to her own preferences. Zixi shook her head. Why would she choose to take over a transferring or closed supermarket? The main reason was to utilize their supply sources. If she started from an empty supermarket, she would have to negotiate for all those sources herself, which would complicate things and waste time finding suppliers. She felt it was much easier to take over the transferring or closed supermarket. Chapter 28, Zixi said to Wong Buochuan, I just don't want it to be so complicated. If I take over those supermarkets, I can directly access their various supply channels. But if you want me to start a new supermarket, I'll have to find all those suppliers myself, which would be more troublesome. Her plan to open a supermarket was to minimize such trivial matters and make things more convenient for herself. Hearing Zixi say this, Wong Buochuan couldn't help but suggest, why don't you just franchise a chain supermarket? That way, you wouldn't have to worry about it. You just need to pay a franchise fee. He was trying to help Zixi open her supermarket as soon as possible. But what he thought it might not be what she wanted. Zixi still didn't quite agree. After all, franchising would require paying a franchise fee. And since she was only stockpiling supplies for a natural disaster, that fee would be a real loss. Moreover, franchise supermarkets would require detailed records of all incoming and outgoing goods, making it less flexible than running her own supermarket, where she could make all the decisions. Especially when the disaster strikes, she wouldn't want to be forced to operate the supermarket. In that case, the cost-effectiveness wouldn't be high. It would be better to rent a warehouse, find a way to source goods directly, which would be much more convenient. Zixi chose to open a supermarket precisely to avoid these troubles. Zixi continued to discuss with Wong Buochuan, expressing her reluctance to franchise a supermarket and urging him to expedite securing a supermarket for her. Zixi eagerness to open a supermarket was a bit complex. She wasn't sure whether to say she was anxious or not, but she was indeed a little anxious. Actually, it's fine for the supermarket to open later. After all, The longer it takes, the more reasons she has to keep renovating and stocking up, delaying the opening for a few months. Then, once a natural disaster strikes, she can naturally store supplies in her space and also find a way for Wong to manage the half of the supplies she has set aside for him. If the supermarket opens too early, she won't be able to procrastinate and will have to start operating sooner than she wants. Zixi thought about this and felt somewhat torn, but in the end, she had already collected half of the supplies she needed. And the next items to gather were some control goods, including medicines, gasoline, sugar, rice, and so on. Zixi felt that there was no way to collect control medicines. Even if she wanted to stock up, she could only gather common over-the-counter medications like cold medicine, cough syrup, first aid ointment, and pain relievers. As for other medicines, especially those that require prescriptions or must be taken under a doctor's guidance, it would be impossible to stock up on them. Minor illnesses can be treated with self-medication. But for serious illnesses, having medicine nearby without a doctor may not help, making it unnecessary to stock up on such medicines. For everything else, she would just have to leave it to fate after the disaster. As for staple goods like rice, sugar, and salt, she could stock them up directly once the supermarket opened. The remaining priority was gasoline, and she could only figure out a way to stock up on more. Gasoline at gas stations is also limited. You can only buy a certain amount, and exceeding that limit can easily draw attention or trigger monitoring. There are controls in the country, but not abroad, and in some countries, the oil prices are very low. However, Zixi didn't dare to buy gasoline in bulk like she did with vegetables and seafood at their source. Safety in the country is well insured, and she feels safe walking around. But outside, it's a different story. Zixi thought about it and realized that stocking up on gasoline abroad is indeed very cost-effective. After all, there are places abroad where gasoline is cheap, and she could buy gasoline directly with cash without the same controls as in her country. However, she had to be careful and not buy too much gasoline at once, discreetly storing it in her space. Of course, this kind of operation is only suitable for her. Others cannot do the same. Zixi had made various plans in her mind for stocking up on these supplies, and she sped up her rice washing while also taking out some seafood to wash and steaming it directly. She planned to add some seasonings later so that she could eat it immediately. Zixi had almost collected enough water resources and prepared meals at home. At least the amount of rice she had would last her for the next 10 days. She was very satisfied with this speed, especially seeing her space go from empty to now being filled with supplies. However, the size of the space is limited, not infinite, and as more supplies are stored, she would need to start organizing the placement of the supplies in the space to utilize it better. Zixi space is the size of 50 playgrounds, which seems very large, but once she started putting the supplies in, she realized it was far from enough to store everything. The water resources alone took up a significant amount of space, and within that area, she couldn't place anything else otherwise. It would make it inconvenient for her to store water later. She was still working on collecting water, and the space for water storage would only grow larger in the future. Zixi felt pleasantly surprised when Wong explained the situation with the supermarket over the phone. She found it quite suitable and quickly signed a transfer contract with the owner without any hesitation. Once she acquired the supermarket, she proposed to Wong. Earlier, she had thought about bringing him in to open the supermarket and had already considered the supplies she wanted to stock for him. But Zixi hadn't actually discussed it with Wong until now that the supermarket was in her hands, so she could talk to him directly about it. Zixi said to Wong, "Wong, do you want to partner with me to run the supermarket? I don't need anything else. You just need to invest half the funds, and I will be responsible for the management. How about we split the profits?" She said this to attract Wong, hoping he would join her. After all, he would only need to invest money without managing it, and he would still receive a share of the profits when the supermarket became profitable. This should be enough to entice him, right? As for future profits, who knows if there would even be any. This supermarket probably wouldn't open at all, and she was just painting a pretty picture for Wong. However, in Zixi's view, the money Wong invested could be exchanged for equivalent supplies after the disaster, which was very cost-effective. She felt no shame or guilt about misleading Wong. Zixi didn't intend to take advantage of him. On the contrary, she would prepare the necessary supplies for him, which could be seen as a repayment for their childhood friendship. After all, they had discussed stocking supplies together, and he didn't seem to care much about it. Even if she repeatedly urged him to stock up, he wouldn't pay much attention. Similarly, she wouldn't reveal to Wong Buchuan anything about her rebirth or her space. So this was the most suitable approach. Wong Buchuan smiled and said to Zixi, "I say, young lady, if you're opening a supermarket just for fun and not intending to lose money, why would you want to drag me in?" He understood that Zixi was only playing around with the supermarket and, having heard about the impending natural disaster, knew she wasn't in it for profit. By bringing him along, she was just trying to share the risk, right? Of course, even if it meant sharing the risk, Wong Buchuan would agree to Zixi proposal. He thought it was completely fine to spend a little money to open a supermarket. So when Zixi stared at him, Wong Buchuan raised his hand and said, All right, I'm in. How much do we need a partner for the supermarket? I'll transfer the money to you." He didn't say anything negative about Zixi's playful approach to opening a supermarket. He just accompanied her in his own way. Hearing Wong Buchuan say this made Zixi smile. She thought that if she was helping Wong Buchuan stock supplies, it would definitely be better to use his funds. Similarly, if she wanted to leave these supplies for him, she needed an excuse like partnering to run the supermarket to prepare them for him. Otherwise, when the disaster struck, it would seem awkward to just give him some supplies without any reason. She narrowed her eyes and said to Wong Buchuan, "This sounds about right. Anyway, your money definitely won't be a loss. You might even thank me in the future." After the natural disaster, Wong Buchuan indeed needed to thank her. Otherwise, when the disaster struck and the weather turned extremely cold, it would have been impossible to quickly gather such a large amount of supplies. Even with the money Wong Buchuan had now, he couldn't exchange it for that much material. Once the disaster hit, the prices of various items would skyrocket. Zixi thought for a moment and decided she should treat Wong Buchuan a bit better. In the funds he had turned over for their partnership in opening a supermarket, she would prepare some extra supplies for extreme weather, such as winter clothing or earthquake necessities. After all, the supermarket also had sections dedicated to selling clothes and outdoor supplies. By collecting some disaster supplies with a bit of personal interest, it wouldn't raise Wong Buchuan's suspicion. After they finalized their agreement regarding the supermarket, they looked around at the remaining supplies to have a clear idea. Many of these were items Zixi wouldn't need to collect after the disaster, or she wouldn't need as many different types, so she thought about whether to sell certain goods at low prices before she closed the store for renovation. Generally, supermarkets going out of business would hold clearance sales, and as long as the prices were lowered, many people would rush to buy. Now that Zixi had acquired the supermarket, she no longer had to worry about stockpiling rice, oil, salt, and sugar in the future. Compared to these supplies that would be useful later, she could temporarily store them, while those that were unnecessary could be sold off. When she later contacted suppliers, she could directly bypass those types of goods and stockpile in bulk according to her own plans. The materials Zixi urgently needed were indeed limited to a few items, but there might be some supplies she overlooked. Therefore, she had been organizing the supplies she collected in her space recently, creating an electronic spreadsheet to keep track of inventory and the quantities of collected materials. This way, she would have a clearer understanding of how much she had collected, avoiding the confusion of losing track of what she had gathered. When she needed certain supplies in the future, she could refer to the spreadsheet to find their locations. Chapter 30 Wong Buchuan was indeed straightforward. After he agreed with Zixi, he transferred the funds for their partnership in opening the supermarket. He even sent over more money than Zixi had initially mentioned, which he claimed was for Zixi to use as initial funds for stocking the supermarket. Zixi, of course, accepted all of it without hesitation or refusal. She simply told Wong Buchuan that everything was logged in the accounts, assuring him that he could rest easy and just wait for the dividends later. She then got busy in the supermarket. At that time, Wong Buchuan wouldn't receive any dividends from the supermarket. What he had was just the supplies that Zixi had helped him stockpile for after the disaster. Zixi was fully responsible for all matters related to the supermarket. After sending Wong Buchuan off, she closed the supermarket doors. Now, the vast supermarket was left with only herself inside, which made her feel very secure. The lights in the supermarket were still on, and the shelves were filled with all kinds of food and snacks. Zixi didn't rush to collect these items, but went to the supermarket office first. turning off all the surveillance cameras before lowering her guard. Although she had acquired the supermarket through the transfer, having the cameras inside always felt unsafe. Only by shutting down the cameras could she confidently store these items in her space without worrying about exposure risks. Zixi thought nothing of it and began collecting essential items like rice, grains, cooking oil, sugar, and salt, supplies she had wanted to gather for a long time, into her space. Instantly, the grains and oil section of the supermarket became empty, and the storage area for rice and cooking oil in the warehouse also turned vacant. The bulk sugar stored on the shelves was a bit more troublesome. She couldn't just put it directly into her space, but had to pack all the sugar into bags before placing them inside. The white sugar in the warehouse was easier since it was pre-packaged, so she didn't need to go through the trouble of repacking that. After collecting these important supplies into her space, she began to consider which goods needed to be cleared out and sold off. Not all items needed to be sold at a low price. After all, a clearance sale often meant a loss or at least breaking even. Some snacks that could be kept for eating after the disaster could be directly stored in her space for her future use. There was no need to sell off those items at a loss, as it would ultimately cost her money. Thus, the snacks and bread left in the supermarket would be sufficient for Zixi to consume over the next 30 years, or to leave some for Wong for future use. This way, she wouldn't need to buy snacks elsewhere. Moreover, the edible snacks could be kept in larger quantities for herself and a smaller amount for Wong. Zixi had her space, which was static, so storing these snacks and yogurts inside wouldn't risk them expiring. For Wong, she could only leave him food with a longer shelf life. Otherwise, they might expire without her noticing. Besides the edible snacks, yogurts, and drinks that Zixi collected into her space, the remaining items on the shelves were various household goods that needed to be cleared out. These items were often those that the supermarket stocked in large quantities, as they had no expiration date, so supermarkets generally kept a surplus to avoid frequent restocking. For example, hangers used for clothing were stocked in large amounts, and if it were in normal times, they could sell out in a few months. The speed of restocking didn't have to be so fast, but they were still necessary consumables. However, there wasn't much time for Zixi to sell these hangers now. Moreover, after the disaster, she wouldn't need that many hangers, so they needed to be sold off at a low price. In addition to hangers, there were also children's shoes in various sizes, clothes unsuitable for her, Wong or his mother, various cups, kitchen utensils, spatulas, toys, stainless steel products, bedding, stationery, etc. After the disaster, these items would be of no use and were best cleared out at this time. As for those items Zixi might have already stockpiled, there is no need to sell them. She could leave them for Wong family to use, such as toilet paper, shampoo, and body wash, which could be kept. After all, if these items were purchased in bulk by the supermarket, they were bought at wholesale prices, making them very cost-effective. Zixi directly stored the items she could keep for herself in her space, while those she could leave for Wong family were packed separately into her space for convenience later. Under the two waves of clearance by Zixi, the supermarket shelves were left with fewer items, and what remained were goods that she and Wong had no use for, which needed to be cleared and sold. The prices for these clearance items were very well set, simply applying a 50% discount directly on the original shelf price, making it quite a bargain. Looking at the remaining goods, Zixi thought she should hire a few part-time workers to help with the cash register and selling these items. Relying solely on herself for the clearance sale seemed a bit understaffed. If she wasn't careful, things might get stolen. Chapter 31. One shouldn't have too high expectations of contemporary people's integrity. There are still those who want to take advantage and engage in sneaky behavior. Nowadays, the various surveillance systems installed in supermarkets, along with ticketing gates and testing equipment at the exits, are all designed to guard against theft. When Zixi sought help to sell these goods, it was mainly to have someone responsible for the cash register and maintaining order on a clearance day. These tasks didn't require special skills. She could simply post in her part-time worker group, and people would come to help. Therefore, there was no need to rush about hiring part-time workers. As she contemplated various matters, she touched her now hungry stomach and glanced at the time on her phone, realizing that even though she had the space to assist her in organizing the items in the warehouse quickly, cleaning up the supermarket took time. After a short while of working, the afternoon had already passed. She wanted to complete the clearance in the supermarket as soon as possible, So she posted part-time job information on her phone early, hired a few people, and began her clearance sale. Such a clearance event didn't require much external promotion. Many people would come to buy things just by word of mouth. The prices were affordable, and especially older people crowded the supermarket, making it hard to move. On the clearance day, Zixi was of course present in the supermarket. She couldn't completely trust the part-timers she hired to manage things alone. She needed to oversee the overall situation herself. After 3 busy days of clearance sales, she finally cleared out all the items she didn't need. And Zixi sighed in relief. Next, she needed to gather supplies. With the unnecessary goods sold off, she would quickly contact the supplier channels that the boss had given her to bring in a batch of goods for temporary storage in the warehouse or other available spaces. Once the goods were delivered to the supermarket and unloaded, she could store them all in her space, only leaving behind the portion for Wong. With the cover of supermarket procurement, Zixi could stock up much faster. After just a few days, she had gathered all the necessary items. What remained in the supermarket were all prepared for Wong. The supermarket pretended to be under renovation, so closing the doors daily was not an issue. Those who were unaware would think it was closed for liquidation or renovation, and wouldn't be curious enough to investigate. After handling the supermarket's affairs, Zixi returned to her unfinished water storage work. The impending disaster was approaching, and she had only gasoline left to stock up on. As for other items, she had already accumulated a lot, so there was no rush to stock up. As for the supermarket, it could remain closed, pretending to be under renovation or other activities. This way, those outside would only think it was closed for liquidation and wouldn't know it had been taken over. However, Zixi felt at ease about this, while Wong, her partner in the supermarket, was a bit concerned and called her to discuss the current situation of the supermarket. On the phone, Wong asked, "Missy, how is your supermarket doing now?" In Wong view, Zixi had been so eager to push him to finalize things regarding the supermarket earlier. She must have wanted to open it as soon as possible, so he thought to use this as an excuse to call and chat. However, he had chosen the wrong topic. He didn't know Zixi's true intentions for opening the supermarket and was unaware that she hadn't touched anything inside, let alone renovated it. Except for the goods she had set aside for Wong, there was nothing else in the entire supermarket. She chuckled and said to Wong, "Not yet. I'll let you know when the supermarket opens. It's still under renovation, and everything is confidential." Of course, the supermarket hadn't started renovations. This was just her excuse to pacify Wong. She thought he would be pleased with the goods she planned to provide him later. Wong replied, "All right, take your time with the renovations. Just let me know when it's ready to open." He felt a bit puzzled. It was clearly Zixi who had been eager to open the supermarket, wanted to take over the shelves and everything. And now she was thinking about renovating and spending that money. But he didn't mind and just went along with Zixi's plans. Chapter 32 over the past few months. Whenever Zixi received calls from Wong asking about the supermarket, she had been jokingly brushing him off. However, as time went on, it became increasingly difficult to maintain the charade. Under normal circumstances, if Zixi had taken over such a supermarket, she wouldn't have needed Wong to urge her. She would have already completed the renovations and started operations. However, the situation was different now. Zixi couldn't help but touch her hair. The issue she faced couldn't be explained to Wong, so she could only resort to procrastination. She was just hoping the extreme cold would arrive soon, so she could give him the supplies and not have to listen to his nagging. After resolving the situation with Wong, Zixi had also gathered enough water resources, so she decided to head out to collect gasoline. This way, she could avoid receiving calls from Wong. She had developed a sort of reflexive response to his calls over these days. Gasoline was essential. After the disaster, electricity would be needed for many tasks, which would require solar power and diesel generators. Among them, solar power could only store a limited amount of electricity daily, not as quickly as diesel generators. Of course, diesel generators had the drawback of being very noisy, making it easy for others to discover their use. But when electricity was urgently needed, such concerns became secondary. Diesel was indispensable. After a natural disaster, going out, whether by car or motorcycle, requires gasoline or electricity for electric vehicles. Therefore, collecting gasoline becomes a very necessary task. Before going abroad, Zixi also did some necessary research, primarily to find out which countries made it easier to stockpile gasoline. The price was secondary for her, as she still had some money left to stock up on supplies. What mattered was that she could stockpile more supplies without being as constrained as she was domestically. The countries where Zixi could freely stock up on gasoline were mainly in the Middle East, where oil is abundant. Only in these countries could she stock up more quickly and get the amount of gasoline she needed sooner. Zixi boarded a plane to fly there, but remained vigilant. After buying some gasoline, she took some time to stroll around, not revealing her true intentions. Thus, she pretended to be a tourist while flying to different countries to stock up on gasoline, gradually increasing the amount in her space. Although it took a considerable amount of time, in the early days of the disaster, it was still possible to buy gasoline. During the month Zixi spent stockpiling gasoline, she received a call from Wong, who, upon learning she had gone abroad for travel, couldn't help but laugh in frustration. He often nagged her over the phone to pay attention to the supermarket. She felt helpless. It wasn't that she wasn't concerned about the supermarket, but it simply didn't need to open, as doing so would waste the supplies she would need later. However, Zixi couldn't voice this and had to use her trip abroad as an excuse for her actions. Chapter 33. Zixi blinked as she looked at the name of the restaurant where she was dining and the numerous dishes she had ordered, which already numbered around 10 or 20 on the table. Perhaps too much for her to finish alone, necessitating takeout. She informed Wong of the restaurant's name and asked if he wanted to join her for a meal, as it was mealtime. Zixi thought that with Wong Baichuan's sharp mind, even if he didn't realize something was off, he would still take some supplies to prepare for the extremely cold weather. Once she divided the supplies from the supermarket with Wong Baichuan, he would likely feel relieved that the supermarket hadn't opened yet and that the supplies were all prepared for enduring the tough times ahead. This sudden natural disaster and the plummeting temperatures lasted for several months. In such extreme cold, with temperatures dropping to -78 or 80 degrees Celsius, no one would be working outside. Everyone stayed indoors to keep warm. Besides staying at home, there was no possibility of any outward movement. After all, no one knew when this extreme cold would end. Collecting supplies was indeed a wise choice, but because everyone started hoarding supplies frantically, prices skyrocketed to unprecedented heights. At that time, purchasing these supplies required a significant amount of money. Zixi blinked, hearing Wong Baichuan agree to join her for a meal over the phone. While waiting for him to arrive, she did not stop eating her food, simply waiting for Wong Baichuan. She continued to enjoy the dishes she had ordered, thinking that if Wong Baichuan arrived and she was missing something, she could just order more. There was no need to compromise her appetite for him. After finishing a portion of her food, Wong Baichuan arrived just in time. He sat across from Zixi at the table, looking at the large spread of food she had ordered and already started eating. Zixi automatically filtered out certain remarks, and, hearing Wong Baichuan say he would pay the bill, her eyes brightened, and she smiled at him, saying, "If you want to treat me, that's fine. I'll thank you in advance." Wong Baichuan was momentarily taken aback by Zixi's words and replied, "You really think too highly of yourself. You're quite carefree, going around having fun." Zixi smiled. She wasn't just carefree and having fun. She had no mind for leisure while abroad. All her focus was on collecting gasoline. Moreover, the thought of the upcoming disaster filled her with anxiety, leaving no room for leisure. However, Zixi still said to Wong Baichuan, "If you sold your company's shares, you could be as carefree as I am." During their conversation, she remained straightforward and did not soften her words, even though they were now partners in running a supermarket. Wong Baichuan rolled his eyes at her suggestion to sell his company's shares and said, "Do you think everyone is like you, that they can easily make such decisions? If I dared to sell my company's shares and roam around like you, my mom would chase after me and break my legs." It wasn't just that. Wong Baichuan's mom was usually a very gentle person and treated him well. However, if he were to do something as reckless as selling his company's shares, she would indeed give him a good scolding. Of course, Wong Baichuan had no intention of selling the family company's shares. He had his own plans and wanted to run the company even better. So how could he consider selling the shares? Zixi shrugged, somewhat indifferent. Just because I sold my shares doesn't mean I made the wrong decision. She knew very well that trying to convince Wong Baichuan to sell his shares and use the money to stockpile supplies like her was out of the question. However, Seeing him still working and waiting for the disaster to come, it seemed like a futile effort compared to her wisdom as someone who had experienced life before. Chapter 34. Zixi's various thoughts couldn't be expressed, so she could only watch as everyone else in the world, besides herself, continued to work hard. Oblivious to the impending disaster, yet powerless to change anything. For Zixi, she truly couldn't control the other people in this world. After all, they were all strangers. Even if she didn't warn them in advance to prepare for the upcoming disaster, she felt it didn't matter. The supplies she prepared for Wong Baichuan were mostly bought with his funds. He only had to help classify and gather various supplies, ensuring he wouldn't be caught off guard when the disaster struck or in any future disasters. Zixi comforted herself with this thought, regardless of how things turned out. She had helped Wong Baichuan gather these supplies, which was already quite sufficient and counted as her contribution. After all, for the other people in this world, it was even less likely that anyone would prepare supplies for them to deal with extreme weather. From eating, dressing, living, and traveling to surviving in harsh weather, she had prepared all sorts of necessary supplies for him. Zixi bit her lip and looked at Wong Baichuan in front of her. At this point, Wong Baichuan had already picked up his chopsticks and started eating the dishes ordered by Zixi. The dishes she ordered were quite abundant, so there was no need to add more rice or dishes. He just started eating without further banter with Zixi. In Wong Baichuan's view, while Zixi's playful idea of opening a supermarket was worth discussing, he had just come out of the company after a busy day and was indeed hungry. He figured he could finish his meal first and then talk about those trivial matters. If Zixi remembered correctly, the supermarket was still in a chaotic state. After she had cleared out the stock and done a sale, she had received new goods but had left them unattended. So, should she clean up the supermarket? During the clearance sale, many people came to frantically buy things, making the shelves and the products displayed on them, whether sold or unsold, become very messy, completely unlike when she first took over, which was neatly organized. However, cleaning all this up would be very troublesome. Zixi didn't want to waste time cleaning it herself, nor did she want to spend money hiring someone else to do it, in her opinion. Neither option was worthwhile, so she just left those things alone. In fact, Zixi was nearing the end of her supply collection. Even the warehouse she had rented long ago and the small delivery truck were already returned, just waiting for the disaster to arrive. After thinking this through, Zixi decided to leave the supermarket as it was and not bother with cleaning up. After all, once the disaster struck, these places would no longer be useful, so there was no need to clean them. At the beginning of the disaster, there was some order, but as the extreme weather continued, that order gradually collapsed. What started as purchasing supplies with money eventually turned into a scramble for resources. By then, everything outside would be in chaos. Whether she cleaned the supermarket's shelves or not would no longer matter. As for when she gave the supplies to Wong Baichuan, if he noticed that she hadn't taken the supermarket opening to heart, so be it. When the time came, she would just laugh it off. There was no need for too much concealment. She also conveniently bought some vegetable and fruit seeds, planning to grow some food after the disaster to pass the time. Taking advantage of the last few days, Zixi wandered around, gathering everything she needed to eat, play, and drink, and then she stopped her activities, quietly waiting at home for the disaster to arrive. Now she was fully prepared, just waiting for that day to come. She looked out the window at the suddenly falling snowflakes, and her anxiety settled down. Chapter 35. This snow was the best evidence of the impending disaster. Zixi vaguely remembered that when this snow fell, most people were actually happy. After all, unlike the north where snow could be seen year-round, it was rare to see snow in the south. She was also happy because of this snow. In past years, she would have to travel to northern cities to see such snowfall. Now she could see this vast snow right at her doorstep. So her impression of this snowfall was quite profound. When such heavy snow fell, many people became excited, eagerly taking various photos with the falling snow. Zixi was no exception, joyfully taking pictures of the snowy scenery as a keepsake. However, now she couldn't feel happy at all. This snow, which signified the impending disaster, left her no mood to take pictures. She knew that with the snowfall, the weather would get colder, until the temperature suddenly dropped to over 70 degrees below 0 Celsius. Zixi had already changed into a down jacket for warmth, and while looking at the vast snow, She remembered to call Wong to confirm that he was all right. Zixi frequent contact with Wong made him feel a bit unaccustomed. On ordinary days, it was rare for her to call him. Now, not only did she call him every day to check on him, but she also occasionally asked how he was doing. This made Wong feel somewhat strange. He was to use Zixi suddenly being this way, yet he couldn't help but smile, feeling a faint joy in his heart. So when Zixi called again, Wong couldn't help but ask her, "Hey, you've been quite concerned about me lately. Did you suddenly realize that I'm quite handsome and fall for me? But if you do like me, that's quite normal. Who wouldn't like someone as charming as me?" Zixi was taken aback by Wong narcissistic words and rolled her eyes. She thought to herself, if it weren't for worrying about his safety, why would she call him? Zixi felt she wouldn't fall for Wong. After all, they had been childhood friends for many years. If she liked him, she should have realized it long ago, not wait until now. Moreover, Wong narcissism and sharp tongue only made her feel irritated. As for having feelings, that was non-existent. After confirming that Wong was still lively and well, she hung up the phone. As the disaster drew closer, Zixi found it increasingly difficult to go out and have fun. Every day, she just waited for that day to come. The day, signified by the snow that indicated the disaster was indeed falling. But the temperature remained at a normal winter level, which made her a bit worried. When would the extreme cold arrive? Zixi wasn't particularly sensitive to numbers and didn't remember the exact day when the temperature would plummet during the disaster. She only felt the sudden drop in temperature, making her feel as frozen as an ice block. Because she had gone to bed late, she hadn't fully fallen asleep and woke up in this sudden cold snap. She put on a cotton jacket and turned on the electric heater, ensuring that she wouldn't succumb to the first wave of extreme cold at the onset of the disaster. This also made Zixi reluctant to sleep early in the following days. Every day, she would watch TV on her phone, staying up late regardless of whether she liked the content or not. She thought that only by doing this could she avoid being caught off guard by the disaster. In her previous life, she had narrowly escaped because she slept late when the disaster came. But this time, with her vigilance, she could only keep calm and stay alert by not sleeping. Once her good sleeping habits were overturned, she began to feel haggard. Even with the TV in front of her, she couldn't help but yawn. Zixi was sitting halfway up in bed in her pajamas, covered with a blanket, watching TV. Listening to the female lead in the show expressing her feelings, she felt particularly bored. In fact, in the past, Zixi had thought about what it would be like to have a boyfriend, and she had also considered whether to have a romantic relationship. Unfortunately, during her school years, she was interrupted by that guy Wong, who completely spoiled her chances of a relationship before it even started, leaving nothing behind. In high school, since Zixi was in the same class as Wong, and that guy often liked to tease her, people in the class thought they were a pair of comedic adversaries in a romantic relationship, which effectively cut off her chances with other boys. Even when a boy finally mustered the courage to confess his feelings to her, he would be interrupted by Wong, who would casually put his arm around her shoulder, completely deflating the boy's courage, claiming it was for her own good. At that time, Zixi was so angry that she gritted her teeth. But it was indeed not a suitable time for dating in high school, so she didn't react strongly to Wong meddling in her love life. However, after going to university, she was finally separated from Wong and no longer in the same school, but she still hadn't found a suitable partner. This made Zixi somewhat confused. Some of her roommates frequently changed boyfriends, yet she seemed to remain single all this time. However, after the disaster, it truly wasn't a suitable time for romance. Now that a calamity had struck, it was better not to think about dating. She just needed to focus on surviving and living well in this world affected by disaster. She thought about it and decided to switch to another show to continue watching, but suddenly felt her fingers turning cold, followed by an involuntary shiver. A gust of cold wind swept in. Zixi lowered her head and looked at her fluffy pajamas. She had been wearing them while leaning against the bed and watching TV on her phone for the past few days without feeling cold. But now, the bone-chilling cold made her realize that it had indeed gotten much colder. Trusting her instincts, she quickly put on the down jacket she had prepared nearby and took the indoor thermometer from her space to check if there was a change in the indoor temperature. Zixi watched the thermometer, which slowly dropped after she took it out, eventually reaching several degrees below 0 Celsius. The rapid drop in temperature made Zixi quickly realize that extreme cold had indeed arrived. After realizing that the first wave of extreme cold had come, she worried about Wong and called him. However, this time the call went unanswered for a long time. Until the ringing stopped, there was no answer. Now she could call Wong mother to ask. Zixi phone, which she had set to airplane mode for a long time, was turned back on. Countless missed calls popped up, mainly from Su Lia and Yi Wanqing's family, the most recent call being from 2 days ago, indicating that they had not completely given up hope. At this moment, Zixi didn't have time to worry about them and searched her contacts for Wong mother, Bai Qing, and called her directly. Worried about Wong and feeling a bit anxious, she quickly said into the phone after the ringing connected, "Aunt Bai, is Wong at home right now?" Bai Qing was able to receive Zixi's call at this time because she had just woken up from a cold sleep. Feeling icy all over and intended to get up to add more blankets when she saw Zixi's call. She was initially puzzled as to why this girl, who had contacted her in a long time, was calling in the middle of the night. However, upon hearing Zixi's urgent inquiry about her son, Bai Qing became curious and uncertain about what Zixi meant by asking about Wong at this hour. Hearing Bai Qing's response, Zixi recalled the day Bai Qing had told her about Wong death and how sad and heartbroken Bai Qing had been then. Now, not receiving any news about Wong from Bai Qing made her voice her concerns. Bai Qing changed into some clothes to warm herself up and realized she usually didn't keep track of where Wong was living. But hearing Zixi's anxious tone and being unable to reach Wong made her feel some worry as well. She said to Zixi, "Is Wangchuan's phone not going through? Do you have any of his friends' numbers? He might be with his friends, right? Or I could ask his assistant." She had an inexplicable premonition that Wong might have died on this day before his rebirth. Zixi's heart grew anxious. She indeed had a few friends' numbers of Wong so she began calling them one by one, not caring whether it would disturb anyone at this time. To save time, Zixi used 2 phones to dial, one for Wong and the other for his friends, eager to see which call would connect first. If Wong S call connected first, that would be even better. However, the calls to Wong friends either went unanswered or when answered, they were just as confused and unaware of Wong whereabouts. This only made Zixi more anxious. She decided to put her phone aside, put on her clothes for going out, and planned to go to Wong company to see if she could ask someone there about his whereabouts. At this critical moment, she was very angry with Wong for being unreachable. He always answered her calls promptly, yet at such a crucial time, she couldn't reach him at all. This made her feel anxious and suffocated. She just wanted to quickly find Wong and confirm that he was okay. After dressing warmly for the extremely cold weather, Zixi drove to Wong company but was met with disappointment again. The company had already closed, and it was completely dark inside. Zixi felt lost. She couldn't find Wong anywhere, the calls weren't going through, and there was no sign of him at the company. Where else could she look for him? Despair began to creep in, making her feel as if no matter what she did to change the situation after the disaster, it was impossible. Just as Zixi was feeling discouraged, she received a call from Wong mother, Bai Qing. Remembering their agreement to contact each other if they had any news about Wong Zixi answered the call, hoping it would bring good news. She spoke into the phone, "Aunt Bai, do you have any news about Wong Zixi hoped to hear good news, rather than that there were no leads from Wong mother. Bai Qing indeed brought good news, which eased Zixi's worries. She said to Zixi, "Don't worry, Zixi. I just called Buochuan's assistant. The assistant said Buochuan went out for drinks today, and he dropped Buochuan off at his apartment. He probably fell asleep by now, so he hasn't answered the phone." Hearing Bai Qing say this, Zixi felt a moment of relief and breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good, he is fine. Aunt Bai, it's quite late now. You should get some rest. By the way, the weather has suddenly turned cold, so make sure to cover yourself with more blankets and don't catch a cold." But being drunk means he wouldn't be fully aware, right? With such a drop in temperature, would he remember to add some blankets or keep warm? After thinking about it, Zixi's worries returned. She felt that if she couldn't see Wong tonight, she wouldn't be able to fully relax. After thinking for a moment, she asked Bai Qing for the address of Wong Buchuan's apartment and quickly drove there. Wong Buchuan's apartment was near his company, and since Zixi was already close to his company, it didn't take long for her to get there. Within a few minutes of driving, she arrived. There weren't many cars on the road at midnight, and it was quite empty, so there was no traffic jam. Zixi arrived at the apartment and took the elevator to the 9th floor, reaching the door of Wong Buchuan's apartment. His door was equipped with a fingerprint password lock. Since this was Wong Buchuan's property, it was impossible for Zixi to have her fingerprint on the lock, so she couldn't open the door. However, since the door could be unlocked with a password, Zixi continued to call Wong Buchuan, but there was no answer. She thought that even if she knocked on the door, she might not be able to wake the drunken Wong Buchuan inside. She decided to try entering the password. Zixi felt somewhat confident. Although she and Wong Buchuan had been friends for many years, she could rank among the top 3 people who knew him best. So she unlocked her own door and tried several passwords until the last number opened the door. Without any hesitation, she rushed inside, remembering to close the door behind her. The apartment was not large, and the decor was very simple. Zixi ran directly to the master bedroom and pushed open the door. She saw Wong Buchuan lying on the bed, fast asleep. Zixi breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that Wong Buchuan was indeed there. She reached out to touch his forehead, which was indeed cold. He was sound asleep, unaware of the cold outside. Zixi didn't hold back and slapped his face, trying to wake him up. Wong Buchuan, wake up. What time is it? Don't sleep anymore. If you keep sleeping like this, you might sleep to death, you know? At this moment, her panic, anger, and frustration found an outlet. She looked at Wong Buchuan, who was still not awake, and pinched his face hard to urge him to wake up. Chapter 38, even with some distance between them, Zixi could smell the alcohol on Wong Buchuan. People who are drunk usually sleep deeply and are not easily awakened. As she spoke and shook Wong Buchuan's head, she finally managed to wake him from his dream. Wong Buchuan groggily opened his eyes and shivered from the biting cold. He wrapped himself tighter in the blanket and closed his eyes again, trying to regain warmth. Still somewhat dazed. Overall, Wong Buchuan's senses had returned to normal, but he was still feeling sleepy and reluctant to get up. Zixi couldn't help but scold him. Wong Buchuan, are you still sleeping? How can you still dare to sleep? Hurry up and get dressed. She was indeed a bit angry. She had been so worried about him, and yet the culprit was still sleeping soundly, completely unaware that death was looming nearby. Hearing the familiar voice, Wong Buchuan opened his eyes again and saw Zixi sitting coldly by his bed. His drowsiness and drunkenness faded a bit, and he instinctively sat up, quickly wrapping himself in the blanket, and said to Zixi, Miss Yi, what are you doing here? I don't remember giving you my apartment address or giving you the key and password. Seeing Wong Buchuan's silly look, Zixi couldn't help but roll her eyes. She found a thick piece of clothing in his room and tossed it to him, saying, if I wasn't worried you might die, I wouldn't be here. The lack of news from Wong Buchuan had made Zixi very anxious and worried, but now that she saw him, her worries subsided. Even seeing him so confused made her even more sarcastic, and she had little good to say to him. Wong Buchuan reached out from the tightly wrapped blanket to touch his nose and took the clothes Zixi tossed over, confused, and said, what's wrong with you? Did you suddenly swallow explosives? Why are you saying such ominous things? I'm fine. Zixi crossed her arms and looked down at Wong Buchuan, who was starting to put on his clothes on the bed, coldly saying, you still have the nerve to say you're fine? I called you more than 10 times, and you didn't answer. The temperature suddenly dropped so much. Do you think you'd still be alive if you keep sleeping like this? Am I cursing you? If you're more awake, you should be thanking me right now. And with the temperature dropping to minus 70 degrees Celsius, just covering with one layer of blanket wouldn't keep him warm. With the added factor of being drunk and asleep, it was possible for him to quietly sleep to death. Wong Buchuan put on the thick clothes Zixi had thrown him, shivering slightly, and wrapped the blanket around himself again. He took out his phone to check, and indeed, there were many missed calls from Zixi. Considering Zixi's words, he opened the weather app on his phone and saw the minus 70 degrees Celsius temperature. His eyes widened in disbelief. In a southern city where the lowest temperature was only about minus 5 degrees Celsius, suddenly seeing such an extreme cold of minus 70 degrees was astonishing. He couldn't help but mutter What kind of crazy weather is this? At that moment, Wong Buchuan also realized that the temperature in the room had suddenly dropped much lower than it had been in the morning. It was so cold that it felt like he was about to freeze into an ice block. He hadn't understood why Zixi said she had saved his life. But now he realized that if she hadn't come looking for him out of concern, continuing to sleep like this in such cold weather would have led to an unknown outcome. This made him break out in a cold sweat, and he felt relieved that Zixi had come to wake him up. Otherwise, he might have really met his end here. Wong Buchuan couldn't help but say to Zixi, "Thank you for today." Finally hearing Wong Buchuan's words of gratitude, Zixi's expression softened a bit. Her tone also became gentler, no longer as sharp as before. "As long as you know." Zixi looked at Wong Buchuan, who was wrapped up tightly, shook the keys in her hand, and said, "I drove here, it's fine. Just take a good rest. No need to see me off." In Zixi's view, there was no sense of safety or danger in such a dark night. No matter what happened, she could handle it. Moreover, since she had driven here, the journey would be very safe. However, when Zixi learned that Wong Buchuan's cause of death was due to drinking too much at a social gathering and then passing out, she felt somewhat helpless about the fact that he had died for such a reason. She didn't know whether to say it was good or bad to die like that. Such ignorance was indeed much happier than struggling painfully after a natural disaster. But then again, everyone wants to live, not to die for no reason. Zixi exhaled softly and wrapped her down jacket around herself. She had hurried out to find Wong Buchuan today, worrying about him in her heart. So she didn't feel the cold much, focusing all her thoughts on finding him quickly. But now that she had found Wong Buchuan and confirmed he was fine, she relaxed and felt that the down jacket she was wearing seemed a bit insufficient, as the cold wind still seeped in. In such well-prepared conditions, even feeling a slight chill made Zixi unwilling to endure it. She suddenly thought that when she went to sleep later, using coal for heating might not be very safe. Burning coal in a room without proper ventilation could easily lead to carbon monoxide poisoning, and similarly, using an electric heater or other heating methods while sleeping at night could also pose risks. However, in such weather, with temperatures dropping to -70 degrees Celsius, relying solely on a down blanket for warmth was completely inadequate. It was necessary to keep the entire room warm. The South is not like the North, where there is centralized heating during winter, while the South does not have such facilities. Moreover, due to the relatively mild temperatures in previous years, most people's homes hardly had any heating equipment. Although Zixi had prepared some coal for heating, using it in a poorly ventilated room at night was not suitable. After some time, Wong Buchuan called Zixi to confirm she had arrived home safely, which made him feel at ease. Wong Buchuan had woken up from his drunken stupor, still experiencing a headache from the hangover. He first took a shower to wash off the smell of alcohol and warm up his body, then piled more blankets on himself to sleep. The next day, when Wong Buchuan woke up from his sleep and prepared to go to work, he saw messages on his phone from various friends checking on him, as well as his mother, who was resting at home. Among them were those who had inquired about Wong Buchuan's whereabouts the previous night, and when he saw their messages teasing him about his relationship with Zixi, he couldn't help but smile, recalling how she had barged into his home to check on him. He was only wearing a down jacket, which was far from sufficient against the biting cold wind. Wong Buchuan was not a workaholic, but it was a crucial moment at the company. He had just secured a big contract that needed his execution, so he wanted to ask his assistant to bring him some clothes on the way. On the other hand, Zixi was different from Wong Buchuan. She had long enjoyed the pleasure of not having to work and simply lying at home. The concern about the potentially dangerous coal at night was unnecessary during the day. She happily opened a ventilated window, lit the coal stove, and put a sweet potato in a roast. At the same time, she boiled a pot of water to heat her milk and to cook an egg. In such -70 degrees Celsius weather, it was a disaster for those who had to work, but for Zixi, it was just an ordinary day, marking the beginning of her preparation for future disasters. Remembering the concerns she had about heating while sleeping, Zixi looked up other heating measures. She found a safer heating solution, which was to install radiators. Radiators mainly rely on burning coal to circulate heated air through pipes, warming the entire house. Zixi had plenty of coal prepared, so the daily consumption was not a problem. Unlike the coal stove she had initially set up for just one room, installing radiators could ensure that her entire house stayed warm, and the coal stove didn't need to be in her bedroom. It could be placed in another room and ventilated there, eliminating worries about carbon monoxide poisoning. Of course, another convenient option was installing radiators. The installation was straightforward. She just needed to call on a specialized technician, and it would only take a day to complete. This way, even during winter power outages, the radiators would continue to function, and she wouldn't have to worry about getting colder without heating equipment. Zixi still had some money on hand, and she could afford the installation costs for the radiators. She had both money and time, so she didn't worry about high installation fees or having workers come to her home. With this idea in mind, she decided to take action. She thought that if she didn't install the radiators now, while the weather disaster had just begun, she would have to wait in line to get them installed later. At that time, she would be the one in a hurry. Indeed, on the first day of such cold weather, perhaps some people hadn't reacted yet. But as the temperature continued to drop day by day, others would definitely take notice. With this thought in mind, Zixi immediately got moving. Since she had never installed electric radiators before, she didn't know where to find technicians in the city. She checked her phone, found a store specializing in radiators, and drove straight there. She no longer had the mood to attend to the hot milk and egg soup or the sweet potato roasting in the coal stove, deciding it was better to settle this matter first. As she entered the store that specialized in radiator installation, she felt that she had arrived early enough to seize the opportunity. She could have the technicians install the radiators in her home without having to wait in line. In such cold weather, where spring-like temperatures usually prevail in their city, the business of radiators is not doing well. Even the shop owner has been contemplating whether he made a wrong business decision, considering packing up and doing something else, as it would be better than continuously incurring losses. Little did he know that the sudden drop in temperature would stir something in his heart, making him think that perhaps his business could pick up, but it all depended on whether he could seize the opportunity. So, the owner opened the shop early, waiting for business to come to him. Inside, he warmed himself by an electric heater, constantly glancing outside with anticipation. Zixi was the first customer to arrive, and the owner, thinking that he might as well profit from the situation, raised the price of the radiators a bit, also increasing the workers' wages. He felt somewhat anxious about the increased installation costs, unsure if he could successfully close this deal today. If it didn't work out, it would mean losing a sum of money. However, when Zixi heard the total price, she readily agreed, making the owner feel a twinge of regret, wishing he had raised the price even higher to earn more. Life is often contradictory, feeling anxious before securing a deal, and then feeling dissatisfied afterward about not making enough. Zixi had never installed radiators before, so she had no idea about their prices. To her, the price of radiators would only rise as the temperature continued to drop, becoming more expensive day by day. Taking advantage of this first wave, she thought that the price wouldn't rise much further, so spending a little extra money was acceptable as long as she could get the radiators installed. She led the workers to her home. Since she paid them promptly, they quickly got to work. The house was not large, just a 3-bedroom apartment, but since she lived alone, it didn't matter. The charcoal stove could be placed in the side bedroom, and she wanted the radiators installed in every room to ensure she wouldn't be cold anymore. However, until the radiators were installed, only her master bedroom was warm from the stove, while the rest of the house remained icy cold, barely warmer than the outside. On such a cold day, the workers were willing to come out to work primarily to earn extra money. Who would want to work in such frigid conditions otherwise? Zixi increased the workers' pay to double for installing the radiators, so they didn't complain and worked hard despite the cold. Although the weather was extremely cold, the workers wore multiple layers of clothing, making them look bulky but keeping them warm. Once they got into the physical work, they warmed up and forgot about the chill. When she opened the door, she was greeted by the smell of roasted sweet potatoes coming from the kitchen, and she realized she had forgotten about the milk, eggs, and sweet potatoes she had left cooking while preparing for the radiator installation. Now, she had to wait for the sweet potatoes to be taken out, which had already burned beyond recognition. Eating something warm in such cold weather was a comfort, so she put in a fresh batch of sweet potatoes, retrieved the warmed milk, and collected the boiled eggs, letting them cool a bit before having her delayed breakfast. Zixi understood that no matter how high a price she offered the workers to install the radiators, that money wouldn't last long. She was just taking advantage of the current situation while she could. Fortunately, she could still afford to spend the money, which made her feel a bit better, knowing she wasn't just letting them work for free. After the sweet potatoes were done, Zixi placed them in a bowl and took them out to share with the workers, pouring each of them a cup of hot water. You all take a break. It's really cold out, and you've worked hard. The workers who specialized in radiator installation were puzzled, as it had never been this cold during this time of year before. They accepted the food and hot water Zixi offered and began a chat while eating. Yeah, this weather is strange. Such a sudden drop in temperature is unprecedented. Our city has never been this cold. We really need to get these radiators installed, or we won't be able to stay at home. I was woken up by the cold last night. I checked, and it was already over -7 degrees Celsius. Isn't that weird? Indeed. We quickly added more blankets to feel better. An old lady next door sadly passed away from the cold, and they only found out in the morning. Listening to the older men complain about the weather and express various sentiments, Zixi felt that this was how life would be moving forward. She sighed for the deceased elderly, reminding everyone to look after their family members, especially the elderly and children. The weather was indeed strange, and she thought it wise to prepare more food and drinks so they wouldn't have to run to the supermarket frequently. In the South, the winter weather isn't too cold, and vegetable prices don't skyrocket drastically. Southerners are used to buying enough vegetables for a day or two, and once those are finished, they go shopping again. In contrast, the North experiences severe cold in winter, causing vegetable prices to rise sharply. People in the North typically stock up on food before winter arrives, storing it in cellars or making dried or pickled vegetables to have affordable produce throughout the winter. The workers listened to Zixi suggestion and seemed to take it to heart. On such a cold day, if they weren't out to earn extra money, they would prefer to stay indoors. Buying extra food to stockpile at home was indeed a good idea, allowing their children and wives to stay warm while they worked outside. Going out every day in such bitter cold to buy fresh vegetables would be quite a hardship. Moreover, given the sudden drop in temperature, the prices of outdoor vegetables might also increase. Hearing the older men talk like this made Zixi smile. She expressed her hope that they would follow through with her advice and spend their earnings wisely. If she had suggested they stock up on food before the disaster struck, no one would have listened. But in times like these, many would recognize the importance of having a food supply. She sincerely hoped these men would use the money they earned from installing radiators to stock up on winter food at the supermarket. This way, regardless of the situation, the money they earned during such harsh days wouldn't go to waste. In the early days of the extreme cold, the number of people who died from the cold wasn't very high. Most, like Wong succumbed suddenly to the harsh temperature drop, caught off guard during those initial days. As awareness of prevention increased over time, the instances of death diminished significantly. Each household may not stockpile much food, but at least they have enough rice and cooking oil, which are typically bought in large bags and stored at home. The amount is sufficient to get through a cold winter. Additionally, families have savings that can be used to purchase ingredients, allowing more people to endure the cold. However, as time goes on, money becomes less useful and gradually loses its value. In Zixi view, it is better to exchange money for materials sooner rather than later for peace of mind. This is especially true for the hardworking uncles. After enjoying hot sweet potatoes and tea, the workers installing the radiators continued their work. They hoped to finish quickly so that the store could receive more orders, allowing them to earn more money from installing radiators. However, this does not mean there are fewer people willing to install radiators. Electric heaters come with a risk of power outages and have a limited heating range compared to radiators, which are much more cost-effective. Zixi certainly agrees. Installing radiators is indeed economical, requiring only a few dozen kilograms of coal per day to keep warm, making a very good deal. This translates to about 30 to 40 yuan a day. Chapter 42, after the workers finished installing the electric heater and left, Zixi decided to test the radiator's effectiveness to see if it was as warm as she had hoped. She placed all the coal in the containers that the workers had set up in the adjacent bedroom and started a fire. She patiently waited for the house to warm up. After testing it, Zixi found that it was indeed much warmer than when she burned coal directly in the room. When burning coal in the room, only the area near the stove was warm, while the rest remained cold. Zixi removed the coal stove from the room and gradually took off some of her heavy clothing, feeling much lighter and more comfortable. With the radiator installed, she relaxed without worrying about heating in the extreme cold. After all, the radiator primarily relied on coal, and as long as she had enough coal stocked, she wouldn't have to worry about getting cold later. Heating with a radiator is much better than using electric heaters. On the other hand, Wong Baichuan arrived at the company and began handling company matters. However, due to the extreme cold, he noticed that many employees chose to take leave that day, which made him frown. The company had already turned on the heating, so working inside wasn't too cold. It was just the journey there that was very chilly. For Wong Baichuan, who was busy with work, enduring some cold on the way was completely acceptable. But for employees, coming to work in such cold weather was particularly difficult. Additionally, without compensation for the extreme weather, some employees without family or mortgage pressures chose to take leave, wanting to wait until the sudden cold spell passed before returning to work. This mindset wasn't too unique to Wong Baichuan's company. Employees in other companies felt the same way. Many people shared this sentiment, except for those companies that offered double pay during extreme weather. Most people lacked the motivation to get out of their warm beds to go to work in such conditions. Wong Baichuan felt helpless, but he wasn't a miser. It was indeed unreasonable to expect people to come to work in such cold weather. After thinking it over, he announced to the employees who had come to work that day that they would receive double overtime pay. The company erupted in cheers, and many rushed to work because of it. However, despite this, work efficiency didn't improve much. The cold weather still had an impact on employee productivity. Wong Baichuan found himself in a difficult position, but he encouraged them to hang in there and promised they could take a break once the project was completed. Meanwhile, unlike these running companies, supermarkets and private enterprises continued to operate. Schools across the country had urgently announced closures, allowing students to study at home. This was unlike adults, who could manage to withstand the weather. For elementary and middle school students, attending school in temperatures below -70 degrees Celsius without heating was a terrible situation. Children are inherently weaker than adults. If they were forced to go to school in such conditions, many would likely fall ill on the first day. The students were very happy with the temporary break announcement and cheered at the thought of not having to go to school without any complaints. Zixi felt that her building had become lively. Normally, the elementary students would be at school, so it was quiet. Now that the children didn't have to study, she could hear their cries, excited laughter, and the sounds of basketballs bouncing, even in her poorly soundproofed building, which made her somewhat helpless. However, she didn't plan to take any measures against the noise. After all, her warm home made a hassle to go to other floors and talk to people to quiet them down. Zixi preferred to wear earplugs to block out the sounds rather than move. Moreover, while she still had electricity and internet, she used her phone to browse videos and check various complaints and comments online regarding the extreme weather. She also wanted to see if anyone had already thought this was a sign of a natural disaster, or if there were others like her who had been reborn, posting prophecies about disasters online. Zixi felt a mix of loneliness and other emotions. To this day, she still didn't understand why she was reborn, which she could only consider her own luck. There were no prophecies about disasters online, only the wild speculations of people with open minds, similar to the Mayan prophecies or other such predictions. This was nothing like what Zixi experienced in her previous life. Some jokingly suggested stockpiling supplies at home to prepare for a disaster or the apocalypse, or for zombies to come. This made Zixi think about when she should give Wong Baichuan the supplies she had prepared for him. It had only been a few days since the disaster struck. Calling Wong Baichuan to tell him they weren't opening the supermarket and to distribute the supplies felt too early. She hesitated, knowing that if she handed over the supplies now, it would be hard for Wong Baichuan not to suspect her intentions, which made her hesitate further. Chapter 43. Zixi was torn about whether to give Wong Baichuan the supplies now. Meanwhile, Wong Baichuan, during a brief moment of respite from his intense work, thought about the extreme cold weather and realized he needed to make some preparations. For instance, he should check on his mother, Bai Qing, to see how she was managing in these conditions. He ordered a batch of coal for his home, especially for the old house where his mother Bai Qing lived, and urgently had radiators installed. In his view, installing radiators was very feasible. Most people were using electric heaters now, but he worried that if the electric load became too high, there would be a risk of power outages. Therefore, Using coal for heating would be much better. This way, Bai Qing could stay at home without getting cold. At the same time, he didn't forget to do the same for his own apartment. However, just as he was planning to send someone to his apartment to install radiators, Zixi received a call from Wong Buchuan. When she heard Wong Buchuan asking for her current address, she was a bit puzzled. "What's up? Are you coming over now?" Zixi knew that Wong Buchuan was aware she had moved. During the months when he couldn't contact her, he had visited her old home and saw the agent selling her house. However, he didn't know where she lived now. The delivery of coal required her current address, so he had to come and ask. Wong Buchuan explained over the phone, "The weather has turned cold recently, right? I bought some coal for my mom and got you some too. Just give me your address, and I'll have someone deliver it to you. Then I can also have someone install radiators at your place." Zixi was a bit surprised. She hadn't expected someone to be thinking of her at such a time, worrying that she might catch a cold in the extreme cold. This kind of concern was usually only shown by those closest to her, and her own parents had long passed away, leaving her all alone. She also remembered to inform Wong Buchuan that her home already had radiators installed, so there was no need to send someone over for nothing. Sure enough, not long after, someone knocked on her door, delivering bags of heavy coal. Zixi watched as the workers used a cart to bring the coal into her home, filling her living room to the brim. Zixi guessed that this was probably enough coal for the entire winter, unlike the coal she had stored, which could last her many years. The coal Wong Buchuan sent was meant to get her through this brief, harsh period, but it held a different significance for her. After the coal delivery workers left, she closed the door and stored the coal in her space. Then she cleaned up the coal dust left where the coal had been placed. Zixi opened her phone and sent another thank you message to Wong Buchuan. She was thanking him and also asking about his current situation. Upon learning that Wong Buchuan was still busy like a workaholic with company matters, she couldn't help but pout. "How much longer will this project take? You should take a break in this cold weather. Work can be done slowly." Wong Buchuan smiled. "I just landed this project. How could I stop now?" He didn't agree with Zixi's suggestion to take a break. He simply told her, "Don't worry, it will be done in about 10 days. After hearing that it would still take about 10 days to finish, Zixi really wanted to tell him to stop working and just rest at home. But she thought that Wong Buchuan would definitely not listen to her. After all, no one would abandon such an important business in the company just because of the weather, especially not knowing when a natural disaster might strike. She could only toss her phone aside and let out a sigh. Then Zixi decided to bring some supplies to Bai Qing's house. Bai Qing's home had already installed radiators, which Wong Buchuan had arranged, making the house very warm. Bai Qing was home alone and didn't go outside in such cold weather, so she didn't miss Zixi's visit. "Aunt Bai, I'm here to see you." "Okay, Zixi, Gumin." In front of these elders, Zixi always presented herself as obedient and wouldn't be as confrontational as she was with Wong Buchuan. Bai Qing had a good impression of Zixi. They had been neighbors before, and since she only had a son and no daughter, she quite liked Zixi. Furthermore, after the incident with Wong Buchuan, Bai Qing felt grateful to Zixi for helping her son. She thought that without Zixi, her son Wong Buchuan might never have been seen again. Therefore, when Zixi came to visit, Bai Qing warmly welcomed her. Zixi sat on the sofa in Bai Qing's living room, and Bai Qing brought over a lot of snacks and fruits, saying, "Zixi, you don't need to be so polite when you come to Annie's house. You don't have to bring anything. Just kind of play next time and see if there's anything you like to eat." Originally, Annie wanted to call to thank her, saying that thanks to her, when she went to find Bai Qing, otherwise she wouldn't know what to do. Zixi lowered her gaze, feeling a bit guilty. After all, before her rebirth, she hadn't been able to save Wong Buchuan and had been busy dealing with her own trivial matters while facing the difficult natural disaster and struggling to survive. She had no idea what happened to Bai Qing afterward. Now, this gentle aunt was still thanking her, making her feel somewhat embarrassed. Zixi said to Bai Qing, "Aunt Bai, it's nothing. Wong Buchuan and I are friends. I was just worried when he didn't answer his phone that day. Thankfully, he is okay." She thought for a moment about her main intention for coming today and said to Bai Qing, "By the way, Aunt Bai, the weather has changed so quickly and suddenly become so cold. Have you bought some food like rice, cooking oil, vegetables, and meat?" Hearing this, Zixi frowned and felt it wasn't very agreeable. In such cold weather, it was troublesome to have to go out to buy food. It was too much suffering and freezing. Moreover, it might not be easy to buy vegetables smoothly in the future. She said to Bai Qing, "Aunt Bai, I think you should stock up on more ingredients at home. It's too cold to go out to buy vegetables, and you might catch a cold in this weather. It's better to buy some food that can be stored for a while. In such cold weather, who knows when it would pass? At least having some food at home wouldn't spoil. It was better to stock up." When Zixi came over this time, she also wanted to see if Wong had plans to stock up on supplies. Although she had indeed prepared some for him, she hadn't prepared many vegetables. After all, her funds weren't enough to buy such a large quantity. Bai Qing listened and felt that there was some truth to it. The weather was indeed much colder than usual, and it wouldn't hurt to stock up on more food at home to get through these days. Zixi nodded. Yes, that's a good idea. The two sat together, chatting not only about the supplies prepared for the natural disaster, but also about Zixi family matters, making the conversation quite harmonious. "Zixi, what are you doing here?" Wong was a bit surprised to see Zixi suddenly appear at his house. After all, since both families moved, she hadn't come to their house, making this visit quite rare. Because Bai Qing was there, Zixi didn't act too recklessly around Wong and maintained an obedient demeanor. She said to Wong, "Yes, I came to see Aunt Bai. Did you finish work today?" Zixi is familiar with herself, and she finds her current obedient appearance amusing. She recalls the coal that was sent to her and asks, "By the way, did you receive the coal I sent over?" This wave of cold air is likely to last a while, so it's always good to stock up on some coal at home. Zixi searches her memory and realizes that this is indeed something he hadn't considered. He was only thinking about heating up in the cold weather and thought using radiators would be more reliable, as it wouldn't be affected by power outages and could still provide warmth. However, he hadn't thought about the issues of buying food and groceries in such cold weather. He nods at Zixi and says, "All right, I'll go buy some when I have time." He thinks for a moment and asks her, "What about you? Have you bought everything you need? Do you want to buy some together?" Of course, Zixi's family is well prepared. She shakes her head at Wong and says, "I bought quite a bit. I came here today because I heard from Annie that you didn't stock up much, so I wanted to remind you. Don't forget to prepare some more, especially things like cured meat, sausages, and potatoes. These can be stored for a long time, so it's good to stock up on them." Hearing their conversation, Bai Qing stands up and says, "You two just sit here. I'll go make dinner. Zixi, you stay and have dinner with us. Don't be polite with Annie." Zixi quickly agrees. "Okay, Annie, bye." After Bai Qing leaves, the interaction between Zixi and Wong becomes less pleasant than before. They start to bicker with each other, but when Bai Qing brings out the prepared dishes, the atmosphere becomes harmonious again. Overall, it is still quite mild. Having this meal at Bai Qing and Wong home makes Zixi feel very satisfied. The food cooked by Wong mother, Bai Qing, is delicious. Much better than her own mediocre cooking. What Zixi cherishes the most is the family atmosphere at Wong home. Even though Wong father is no longer around, the warmth between him and his mother, Bai Qing, is very comforting. It's much happier than staying in her own home alone. Chapter 45, thinking about having Wong and Bai Qing by daily necessities, Zixi feels somewhat relieved. As long as they follow her advice to buy supplies, she doesn't have to worry about that for now. The supplies she plans to give to Wong can wait until the disaster worsens before she hands them over. The disaster has only just begun for a few days, and she feels it's still too early to discuss the supermarket's reopening. However, the supplies she intends to leave for Wong have a long shelf life, so she doesn't need to worry about them expiring. Zixi suddenly thinks that while she still has electricity and internet, she can watch TV and browse videos. But once the power goes out, she won't be able to do that anymore. In the future, if she manages to survive this disaster with her prepared supplies, she anticipates that it will be quite boring. Besides that, she hasn't thought of other ways to pass the time. She reflects that living alone isn't particularly safe. Instead of worrying about ways to kill time, it would be better to invest her time and energy in strengthening herself. It's necessary to train herself and become stronger. After all, as the disaster progresses, the dangers will increase, and people may not adhere to order or morality. It may become a matter of who has the strongest fists. In such times, if one is bullied, there will be no place to seek justice. The only way to protect oneself is through one's own strength. Zixi realizes that becoming strong is the only way to ensure safety. The weapons Zixi has stockpiled are just some ordinary ones. She can't stock up on firearms. If she plans to use the weapons stored in her space to deal with criminals, she has to train herself to improve her strength and speed to face them directly. After collecting resources for several days, and while waiting for movies and shows to download, she takes out a sandbag and waits from her space, intending to practice punching or lifting weights to enhance her arm strength. It's crucial to improve her strength because, despite having a space, she can't enter it. She can only use it to store supplies. If she is too weak, it will be difficult to escape from an attack, so she must raise her own physical capabilities. Thus, apart from watching shows, she schedules other activities for herself, such as running on a treadmill, practicing punches in front of the sandbag, or using the knives she bought to practice her skills. Swinging a kitchen knife. She thinks that human bones are similar in hardness to pork bones. The damage caused to a pig's bone by a single strike should be similar to that inflicted on a human. However, she can only practice chopping during lunch or dinner times. Otherwise, the sound of her chopping bones would carry through the poorly soundproofed house, potentially alarming her neighbors upstairs and downstairs. At this time, no one is coveting her supplies. They are more likely to be curious about the constant chopping sounds in her house, leading them to think in negative directions. Some suspicious individuals might even consider calling the police, suspecting her of committing illegal activities. Therefore, Zixi can only practice during lunchtime or dinner and then boil the chopped pork ribs into a soup to store in her space for later consumption. Thanks to the radiator, she feels very warm while working in the kitchen. She doesn't feel cold, making it acceptable for her to do this kind of work. Meanwhile, her activities do not disturb her neighbors, as food is still being sold outside and prices haven't skyrocketed yet. She doesn't have to worry about cooking and the aroma attracting attention. While Zixi busies herself at home, Wong is also working overtime at the company to complete his project, which leads to a long holiday for the employees. This is actually the vacation that employees most desire, but since it is a forced break, they won't receive wages during this period. With prices rising, the employees inevitably become anxious. When will these cold days end? When can they return to work and earn a living again? Chapter 46 from Wong's perspective. Reopening the supermarket quickly could indeed generate profits. The current price inflation means that items that used to be cheap can now be sold at high prices. Even if they don't want to be unscrupulous businessmen by excessively raising prices, they can still make a profit by selling food now. Wong has been working in such extreme cold for 10 to 20 days and feels that working under these conditions is manageable, believing that Zixi can also endure it. On the other hand, when Zixi hears Wong's call after about 10 days, urging her to expedite the supermarket's opening during this severe cold, she thinks he must be out of his mind. The disaster has already arrived. How can she consider opening for business? If it were before the disaster, Wong urging her like this, she might still procrastinate and reopen the supermarket. But after the disaster, it was just a superficial procrastination, and she didn't want to do it anymore. Zixi felt very puzzled. Who would urge someone else to go out and work to make money on such a cold day? Does Wong have no conscience? Doesn't it hurt him at all? She thought to herself and protested to Wong, saying, Wong, do you even understand what the temperature is now? Do you think it's possible for me to open the supermarket right now? She thought that her previous urging of Wong to finish his project quickly and take a break might have been a big mistake, completely unnecessary. She felt that someone like Wong shouldn't rest. He should continue working until the order collapsed after the disaster. She didn't treat him politely just because he had invested in the supermarket. Now was the time to make money from a supermarket, and if they missed this opportunity, there would be none left. He was used to working and thought that working like this was fine. On the contrary, if the supermarket didn't open, it would need to close for half a year. Continuously paying the rent for the store would mean they were losing money all the time. If Zixi didn't know that the disaster wouldn't stop and that after the extreme cold, there would still be other disasters, and there would never be a peaceful time again, she might have agreed to Wong's decision to tidy up the supermarket and start operating to make money. After thinking about it, Zixi said to Wong on the phone, but it's really cold right now. Even if you're willing to go to work, I don't want to step out of the door. Moreover, even if the supermarket opens, we still need to hire cashiers to work at the supermarket. And the wages would have to be particularly high for anyone to be willing to come to work, right? If you think about it, there's really no need to start operating right now. The more we earn now, the more wages we have to pay out, and in the end, the money we can make won't be much. Zixi actually wanted to dispel Wong Buochuan's thoughts. She suddenly thought that it might be better to distribute the supplies to Wong Buochuan now, so they could finish this matter earlier and put her mind at ease. So, Zixi said to Wong Buochuan, by the way, why don't we just not open the supermarket? Anyway, the rent only has a 6-month term and needs to be renewed soon. Let's divide the supplies from the supermarket and wait until the extreme cold passes before discussing reopening the supermarket. Wong Buochuan wasn't fond of giving up halfway. Hearing Zixi suggest breaking up and dividing things before they even started making money, he couldn't help but frown. But thinking about what Zixi said about the rent being close to expiration, if they renewed the rent without starting to operate, they would continue to incur losses, which was also a big problem. Seeing Wong Buochuan silent, Zixi continued, really, I think you should consider whether we should just divide the supplies. Didn't I clear out the supermarket once before? Later I bought some goods, including winter clothes and food. We could just keep them at home and use them ourselves. That way, we won't incur losses. She truly believed that aside from the rent for the supermarket, which was a tangible loss, stocking up on supplies wouldn't incur losses at all. After all, these items could be used for many years in the future, so there was no loss to speak of. Zixi prepared vegetables and meats for Wong Buochuan, although there weren't many. It was just that fresh meat and vegetables were a bit scarce, worrying that Wong Buochuan wouldn't be able to store them. However, there were also long shelf-life foods, compressed biscuits, military rations, etc., ensuring he wouldn't lack supplies after the disaster. Wong Buochuan saw Zixi getting more and more enthusiastic and couldn't help but shake his head. How could they divide supplies now? Moving all those things home to sell wouldn't fit. Zixi, listening to Wong Buochuan, said matter-of-factly, then you just find a larger place specifically to store these supplies. The weather is so strange now. Who knows what will happen in the future? It's always good to stock up on more things. Chapter 47. The supplies Zixi prepared for herself to use after the disaster had already been stored in her space. However, the supplies prepared for Wong Buochuan were stored in the supermarket's warehouse to distinguish them from hers. In fact, putting Wong Buochuan's supplies in the supermarket's warehouse was also to prevent him from going to the supermarket and finding it empty at that time. His supplies were kept there as a way to meet expectations. But as they discussed, it didn't stop Wong Buochuan from having that thought, and there was still some stalemate. Neither could persuade the other, and there was no further action. Renewing the store lease was certainly no longer a matter to consider. Zixi would not choose to renew the lease. Renewing it now would just be a waste of money. She thought it would be better to take Wong Buochuan's supplies from the warehouse and store them in her space. Later, she would think of other ways to transport these supplies to Wong Buochuan. However, transporting supplies would require a truck. She hadn't bought a truck before. When collecting supplies, she had rented one locally. Now that she thought about it, it was indeed possible to buy a truck. She went out and bought a truck specifically for transporting supplies to Wong Buochuan later, which she could also use after the disaster. After buying various supplies, Zixi still had some money left, so she planned to use it this way without any issues. After buying the truck, she drove directly to the supermarket to move all the supplies she had locked in the warehouse into her space. The extreme cold days wouldn't pass easily and quickly, but leaving the truck outside wasn't very safe, especially since the weather was too cold. Even with so much gasoline stored, the gas tank could take time to heat up when starting the vehicle in the cold. So, putting the truck in her space would avoid such problems. Zixi wasn't in a hurry to send supplies to Wong Buochuan right now. She was genuinely concerned that if she sent the supplies to Wong Buochuan's house first, then Wong Buochuan would want to go with her to see the goods in the supermarket afterward. If the supermarket was left completely empty, what would she show to Wong Buochuan? Therefore, Zixi planned to wait until the lease ended, using the excuse of storing those things in the temporary warehouse she rented, which would make it much easier for her to transport them to him. After more than 10 days passed, the sudden cold weather arrived a month later. By this time, the streets had long been devoid of pedestrians. Everyone was huddled at home, using various methods to keep warm. At the same time, because many people were using electricity for heating, whether through air conditioning or electric heaters, the electrical pressure became very high, leading to insufficient power. Thus, occasional power outages didn't matter much to Zixi, but for the other residents in the building, it began to raise concerns. Everyone started to find ways to buy coal, spending a high price to have it delivered. This was to avoid a situation where there would truly be power outages everywhere, leaving them unable to stay warm. Zixi had already installed the radiator ahead of time, so she didn't have to worry about heating. Although she didn't feel much in her room, she could understand the current situation through the complaints of netizens online. However, the internet signal wasn't very good nowadays, and it often took a long time to refresh after viewing a message. Watching her home flicker with intermittent power, she thought that it wouldn't be long before the electricity would be completely cut off. Currently, she had downloaded some resources like movies and TV shows to pass the time when bored. At the same time, she had also prepared for the days without electricity in her space. She had flashlights, lanterns, batteries, and other supplies, ensuring that she would still have light in her room after a power outage. However, even though Zixi could ensure there was light in her room, she didn't plan to keep the lights on brightly at night. After all, when all the buildings were dark, her house would be particularly conspicuous with its light. She thought it would be better to rest early and wait for daylight to rise again before going out to play, rather than drawing attention to herself during a blackout. Chapter 48, the power outage, was actually the beginning of the collapse of order, as communication became troublesome. Even if something happened, like theft or fighting, it was difficult to call the police for help. Originally, the most important thing in such situations was to arrive on site quickly to handle the issue. But without the most critical means of contact, timeliness was lost. Even if the police were called, it would be hard for them to arrive promptly. After all, no one understood better than her what would happen when order began to collapse. There were plenty of people who would come to steal or cause trouble, and this was something she had to face. Often, those who were bullies would pick on the weak. They wouldn't dare rob a supermarket, but would specifically target solitary individuals, hoping to steal from their homes. After the power outage, Zixi kept her guard up and paid attention to the movements outside her house. She was planning to tidy up and deliver some supplies she had prepared for Wong when she heard a knocking sound at her door. The loud knocking made Zixi, who had just left her bedroom, tense up, worried about what was happening outside. Would the person knocking so insistently be looking for trouble? She instinctively thought of the knocking as a sign of danger and hurriedly took out a knife she had been using recently. The knife was sharp and often used by Zixi to chop bones, making it very suitable for self-defense. Zixi tiptoed over, intending to check the situation outside through the peephole. Since it was daytime, even though the power was out, she could still see the person outside clearly. Zixi said to Wong, "Why are you here at this time?" "I thought." Wong had brought some supplies with him. He had just knocked on the door and didn't carry anything in his hands, instead placing the items beside him. Now that Zixi had opened the door, he picked up the items and entered her room without hesitation. Hearing her words, he asked, "What are you worried about? Are you afraid there are bad people coming?" From Zixi unfinished sentence, Wong understood her concern and felt a bit worried for her. Living alone in her home seemed relatively safe during normal times, but in the current cold and power outage, it didn't feel as secure. Wong had come to check on her because of the power outage, which had cut off their communication. He was worried about her being alone and wanted to bring her some food in case she ran out of supplies and couldn't go out to buy groceries. It had been over a month since the extreme cold had passed, making it quite inconvenient to buy groceries outside, especially fresh vegetables, which were even scarcer. Due to the sudden drop in temperature, many vegetables couldn't be grown anymore. Getting fresh vegetables was becoming increasingly difficult, except for storable items like potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes, which might still be available. However, vegetables like leafy greens were hard to find. The prices of vegetables were rising daily, and with the power outage, it was even more challenging to maintain supplies. Supermarkets typically needed to keep the lights on during the day, and now that the power was out, buying supplies became even harder. Wong was worried about Zixi being unable to buy anything and possibly getting into trouble at home, which is why he came to check on her. Zixi looked at the large bag of food Wong had brought and heard him ask what she was afraid of. Of course, she was worried about the safety of living there, but she didn't want to express this to Wong, feeling that even if she did, There wouldn't be a particularly good solution. She couldn't ask Wong to stay with her, nor could she move into his home, so she could only slowly adapt on her own. Zixi shook her head at Wong, saying, "Maybe I'm just a bit paranoid and scared, but it's okay. Living here is fine. It's quite peaceful. You brought so much food over. Do you have enough to eat at home?" Originally, Zixi had planned to deliver supplies to Wong, but now she had received a large amount of supplies from him. She was even more worried about his situation at home and whether he had enough food. After all, Zixi didn't need much in terms of supplies. Her food would not run out. But Wong didn't have a space like hers, and, unlike her, wasn't prepared for the impending disaster. Naturally, she was more concerned about his food shortages. Wong put down the items casually and said to Zixi, "Don't worry, after you left last time. I bought quite a lot of food and stocked it at home. I have bags of rice, boxes of cooking oil, various seasonings, and plenty of meat and vegetables. The food I have stocked should last for another 2 months." Chapter 49. Zixi was taken aback by Wong words and then replied, "No need. My place is fine. I still have enough food." She had always been independent, and in this life, she never thought about forming a team with others to resist the disaster. Moreover, while she was genuinely touched by Wong invitation to stay at his home, living there could easily lead to conflicts and reveal the secret of her space. Living long-term at someone else's home was never as comfortable as being in her own. In someone else's house, she would always be a guest and have to abide by their family's rules, which felt constraining compared to the comfort of her own home. Zixi certainly didn't want to live in someone else's home. It was bothersome and made her feel constrained. Even if she wanted to take something out from her space, it wouldn't be as convenient as in her own home, so she felt that living alone was better. At the same time, she listened to Wong say that their family supplies could last for 2 months, so there was no need to worry. She felt a bit relieved. After all, ever since she left, Wong had really stocked up on supplies, which was good. This ensured that they would have food for 2 months, which was quite a lot of preparation. Nowadays, food prices were high, and it was difficult to stock up on long-lasting food. It was good that Wong could prepare so much. However, 2 months' worth of ingredients didn't seem like a lot to her. After all, in those 2 months, it was just after the extreme cold had ended. Natural disasters wouldn't stop. But it didn't matter. She had also prepared some supplies for Wong and she could just give them to him when the time came. Zixi originally planned to go to Wong house to deliver supplies. But now that Wong had come over, it was inconvenient for her to deliver supplies. After all, she thought, those supplies were stored in her space, and if she drove over to deliver them, it would be easy to expose her secret. So she put that thought aside. He paused and said, "But I think it would be better for us to live together. You can consider it. My home is always welcome to you. Both my mom and I are really worried about you." Wong knew that even though he was persistent about wanting Zixi to live in his house, she probably wouldn't agree for now. This girl had her own opinions and didn't just listen to others. Even about the supermarket, she didn't really listen to him. So he decided not to waste his breath. If Zixi didn't come to live together, he could just visit her more often. Currently, the gas station was still selling fuel, although the prices had gone up a bit. To him, this small price increase wasn't a big deal. After delivering these items, Wong sat in Zixi's house for a while before planning to leave. It was rare for the two of them to be together without arguing and to chat calmly for a while. This was very unusual compared to the past. But seeing that Wong was still concerned about her during this natural disaster, Zixi had no intention of bickering with him. After Wong figure disappeared, Zixi opened the large bag he had brought and looked at the supplies inside. These should have been purchased by Wong later, right? Zixi gently poured the large bag of supplies onto the floor to avoid damaging the vegetables inside. Then she saw cabbage, tomatoes, radishes, potatoes, sweet potatoes, purple sweet potatoes, asparagus, winter bamboo shoots, cured meat, cured chicken, and cured beef rolling out of the bag. Wong sent her these vegetables and meats, which were fresher than those she had brought from home, even after being stored for so long. But given the circumstances during the natural disaster, the quality was already quite good. Zixi felt a bit moved, even thinking that these vegetables were much better than those she had bought earlier. The thoughtfulness behind these items was priceless. The smoked cured meat, beef, chicken, etc. were all cleaned and packaged. She thought these were probably prepared by Wong Buchuan's mother. Bai Qing, looking at the meat, she couldn't help but swallow. Compared to the bland dishes she had been cooking at home, she missed Bai Qing's cooking even more. Now, she only needed to stay in the house to avoid the natural disaster. She felt that since she was idle, it would be better to get up and cook more dishes. As for the supplies she had prepared in her space, she could save them for when they needed to escape. But even so, as long as she made it herself, she was willing to eat it. Chapter 50. In the past few months, Zixi had been eating the dishes she had made from the wholesale ingredients she bought earlier. Now that she received these vegetables sent by Wong Buchuan, she immediately stored them in her space to prevent them, especially the vegetables, from going bad. Zixi continued to stay at home for a few days and then decided to do something she had planned to do that day, but hadn't had the chance to because of Wong Buchuan's sudden visit. After getting dressed, she left the community. She found a deserted spot and took out the truck she had used to transport goods a few days ago. Then she climbed into the back of the truck and closed the door. She loaded some relatively important supplies into the truck, planning to deliver them to Wong Buchuan. The truck Zixi bought was quite large, so it could still fit some supplies. However, when she drove it out and arrived at Wong Buchuan's house, he looked at the truck full of supplies and felt that Zixi was determined to break up and no longer run the supermarket with him. With a blank expression, he said to Zixi, "Are you really not going to open the supermarket? Is this really the end?" Wong Buchuan truly did not understand Zixi's logic. She was the one who wanted to open the supermarket initially, and now she didn't want to, but she was the one who wanted to divide the goods in the supermarket. Now, in this cold weather, she was determined to deliver these goods, showing her resolve. Wong Buchuan was confused, but Zixi didn't mind. She nodded and said, "Well, it's actually good for both of us to split these supplies. There are many things we can use inside. I brought you some, and when the time comes, we can move them to your house together." If Zixi had directly used her space to transfer these supplies, she could have quickly moved them from the truck's trunk into the empty room in Wong Buchuan's house. But she didn't want to expose her space, so they had to carry them themselves. Working in such cold weather was quite torturous, and Zixi had already fully armed herself for coming over. She put on a pair of gloves and started moving the items inside. When Bai Qing saw Zixi and Wong Buchuan moving supplies at the door, she joined in to help. However, Bai Qing didn't know that these were supplies from the supermarket that Zixi and Wong Buchuan were partnering to open. She thought Zixi had collected these supplies over the past few days and had come to deliver them to them. She couldn't help but say to Zixi, "Zixi, where are these supplies? Annie has everything at home. You only need to buy what you need. Don't spend unnecessarily. How much did this cost? I'll have Buchuan transfer the money to you." Bai Qing knew about Zixi selling her company's shares, but she was still worried about her. Thinking that since the weather was cold, she couldn't go out to work or start business. She felt that if Zixi spent the money recklessly, she would eventually run out. Bai Qing was a bit concerned about taking so many supplies from Zixi, feeling that she shouldn't take advantage of her. Zixi quickly said to Bai Qing, "It's fine, Aunt Bai. Wong Buchuan already gave me the money for these supplies. They were originally bought together by us. I'm just delivering them now." Upon hearing Zixi's explanation, Wong Buchuan couldn't help but chuckle. This is not where they partnered to buy. But saying that can't be entirely accurate. Considering Bai Qing was present, he didn't correct Zixi's mistakes. Regarding food, Zixi certainly knew about the food from Wong Buchuan's family and could sustain herself for 2 months. However, 2 months' worth of supplies would be far too little for the upcoming natural disasters. It would be even better if all these items were kept here for them to use. She started picking items with better expiration dates to bring over for them. Bai Qing looked at the various supplies in the boxes and felt it was somewhat exaggerated. They had prepared too much. She couldn't help but say to Wong Buchuan and Zixi, "Buchuan and Zixi, you bought too much, didn't you? We still have some at home, so why buy so much? Buchuan, you should also look at Zixi. She's buying so many things without stopping her." Zixi touched her nose and said to Bai Qing, "Aunt Bai, hasn't the weather been really cold lately? I thought it would be better to stock up on some supplies." After all, it suddenly dropped to minus 70 degrees Celsius that day, and the temperature hasn't risen since. "I think the coming days will be quite tough, so it's good to prepare more supplies, which is why I bought so much." Bai Qing didn't want to say anything against Zixi, so she just nodded and said, "I see, but this is enough. Don't buy any more next time." In her heart, She didn't fully agree with Zixi's reasoning. She was an optimist, believing that once winter passed and spring arrived, the temperatures would rise. And it wouldn't be this cold anymore. Things would eventually return to normal. She thought there was no need to prepare too much. As long as they had enough for now, that was fine. On the side, Wong, who was puzzled by Zixi's sudden partnership, suddenly had a moment of clarity after she said this to Bai Qing. He recalled that Zixi had mentioned to him long ago about the so-called natural disasters and urged him to prepare supplies. At that time, he thought, how could such a disaster happen in good weather? So he didn't take her seriously. Since he didn't believe what Zixi said, he naturally didn't prepare any supplies. Later, Zixi stopped discussing this with him and only mentioned that she wanted to open a supermarket to stock up on supplies for emergencies, asking if he wanted to join her. At that time, he thought Zixi was just joking about opening a supermarket. It wasn't impossible, and since she approached him, he partnered with her to open the supermarket. However, the supermarket never really got off the ground, always interrupted by various excuses from Zixi. Now, thinking about it, Wong suddenly realized that Zixi's actions had long been purposeful. He couldn't help but glance at Zixi. Did she already know that such extreme cold would happen? Or did someone tell her this, making her so convinced to start preparing these supplies? For those who had never experienced natural disasters, including Wong and Bai Qing, they didn't really believe that the extreme cold would last. They thought once winter passed, everything would be fine and it wouldn't be this cold anymore. As for what other natural disasters might occur later, they hadn't considered that at all. But now, Wong had a suspicion in his heart. Would there really be constant natural disasters in the future, or would the extreme cold continue? While Wong pondered these matters, Bai Qing and Zixi were unaware of his thoughts. In fact, the two of them weren't idle. They started chatting. Bai Qing said to Zixi, you've worked hard moving things today, so why don't you stay here and have dinner? You haven't been here for a long time. Just sit here and chat with Annie over a meal. Zixi didn't refuse. She missed Bai Qing's cooking, but had no reason to come over for a meal usually. She smiled and agreed, well, then I'll shamelessly stay. The load of goods she brought took quite a bit of time to move for the three of them. She had come over in the morning, and now it was around lunchtime, so staying for a meal wasn't a problem. Seeing that Zixi agreed, Bai Qing went to prepare lunch. Zixi felt she couldn't just sit idly by, so she planned to help in the kitchen, but Wong pulled her hand, signaling her to stay and talk. Zixi looked at Wong, who had a serious expression, not understanding what he meant. She raised an eyebrow and asked, what's wrong? Is there something? Wong didn't speak, but directly took Zixi hand and led her to his room. Some things were indeed inconvenient to discuss openly. She didn't intend to voice her mere speculations in front of others to avoid causing Bai Qing panic. Besides, it was just his guess. Talking to Zixi would help him verify his thoughts. Wong brought Zixi into the room and locked the door. Zixi felt puzzled, crossed her arms, and asked him, what is it? Why so secretive? Can we talk outside? Wong locked the door and turned back to Zixi, looking serious as he asked, a few months ago, you told me about the future natural disasters. Is that true? Zixi was taken aback. She didn't expect Wong to bring this up. Initially, he didn't believe her about the natural disasters, and now he was questioning her. She nodded and replied, yes. Don't you see it now? I said the weather has been strange in recent years, and we should prepare more supplies. Look at what's happening now. Isn't it proving me right? Regarding the idea of rebirth and natural disasters, Zixi still didn't plan to reveal her secret to Wong. She just used this to make him take it seriously. Wong frowned and asked Zixi, so you're opening a supermarket because you're worried about these natural disasters? Did someone tell you about this extreme cold? He thought that Zixi wouldn't be so certain about future disasters just based on her own words. Someone must have told her about it, making her believe it so firmly. Zixi shook her head, saying no. I just saw some content online about extreme weather, which is why I made these preparations early. She sighed, adding, but now these preparations are indeed useful. If possible, I would prefer that these preparations were unnecessary than to have such natural disasters occur. Zixi nodded and shook her head, saying, this extreme cold will surely pass. But the future might not be peaceful. She paused, feeling that her words might raise suspicion, as if she were trying to hide something. Since she didn't want others to know her secret, it was better to act confused rather than speak openly. Zixi shrugged and said to Wong Buchuan, "Who knows? I just think it's fine to be more prepared, even if we don't need these supplies in the future. Wouldn't that be better?" Wong Buchuan indeed felt a bit skeptical about what Zixi said, but he didn't know how to question her further, so he just felt a heaviness in his heart. Chapter 52. After Bai Qing finished cooking in the kitchen, she didn't see Zixi and Wong Buchuan, but she knew that in such extremely cold weather, they wouldn't leave without saying goodbye. She thought they should be inside the house, so she shouted loudly, "Dinner is ready." Her words broke the stalemate between Wong Buchuan and Zixi in the room. The two of them put aside their issues and walked outside to sit together for lunch. Unexpectedly, while they were having lunch, a loud banging sound came from outside. Looking out the window, they saw that it was hailing heavily. The hailstones were almost the size of fists. And when they hit the window and Wong Buchuan's truck outside, the sound was deafening like stones falling. Bai Qing looked at the large hailstones outside and couldn't help but worry about their windows. Although the materials used for the windows in this house were quite good, such a sound made her anxious. She turned to Wong Buchuan and said, "Why did it suddenly start hailing? Our windows won't get smashed by the hail, will they?" Wong Buchuan looked at the large hail hitting the glass outside and felt uncertain too. He worried whether the windows would be shattered. Finding someone to replace the glass at this time would be extremely difficult. The cold outside had already kept some craftsmen at home, and with the hail, no one would come out to work. Even if they offered high wages to replace the glass, they would still worry about whether the hail might injure the workers. Since such an unprecedented situation hadn't occurred yet, it was better not to worry too much. Wong Buchuan shook his head and said, "Mom, let's just wait and see. If it gets bad, I'll find something to cover them tomorrow." As the mother and son chatted about the hail hitting the windows, they momentarily forgot about eating. Zixi, looking at the hail falling on the window, felt a shiver. She had never experienced hail in her past life. At that time, it was always extremely cold, and when the cold passed, there would be a heavy rain without any hail in between. Otherwise, if there had been hail, she would have known and wouldn't have come to Wong Buchuan's house at this time. In the north, heavy snow occurs year-round, and the city organizes snow removal operations. But now, in a southern city with no snow and temperatures below -7 or 8 degrees Celsius, it seemed unlikely that snow removal would be initiated. Compared to snow removal, keeping everyone at home might be more cost-effective. A snowfall had trapped Zixi in Bai Qing's house, but thankfully, there were radiators and enough coal in the house, so the indoor temperature wouldn't drop because of the hail outside. After the three of them finished their meal, there was nothing else to do. Bai Qing went to clean up and wash the dishes, and Zixi followed to help. Once they had cleaned all the dishes, they sat together on the living room sofa, snacking and chatting for a while. Unexpectedly, the heavy hail outside continued to fall, just as they had thought, without stopping for the entire afternoon. Even as it grew darker outside, the hail showed no signs of letting up. Zixi couldn't help but sigh inwardly, feeling that the future seemed to be developing in an unpredictable direction. The sequence of events she had in mind regarding natural disasters began to lose its significance at this moment. Aside from the initial snowfall and the arrival of extreme cold, everything else was completely different from her past life. Bai Qing noticed Zixi looking out at the hail and pulled her hand, saying, "Zixi, it's okay. The hail outside doesn't matter. You can stay here today. I'll tidy up the guest room for you. The blankets and sheets are all washed. And there are toothbrushes here too. It's just like staying at home. It's no trouble at all." After saying this, she got up to tidy the guest room so Zixi could stay. Zixi also stood up and said to Bai Qing, "Aunt Bai, since the hail keeps falling, I really can't leave. I'll stay here for a few days, and I'll help you clean up too." Since she needed to stay for a few days, she felt it was only right to help out rather than let the host do all the work. If the room was prepared with blankets for her, she should take the initiative to contribute. Zixi went with Bai Qing to the room and helped change the sheets, pillowcases, and duvet covers. Chapter 53. Living in Wong Buchuan's house was somewhat uncomfortable for Zixi. Although the house had radiators and was very warm, it wasn't her own home. She felt more at ease when she was in her own room, where she could freely take things out of her space. In Wong Buchuan's house, she could only take things from her space when she locked the door in her room. Moreover, She had to remember to put things back and not expose them in front of Bai Qing and Wong Baichuan. This made things a bit troublesome, requiring her to be instinctively cautious. Aside from the discomfort of taking things from her space, everything else was fine. Bai Qing was very easy to get along with and treated Zixi like a beloved younger generation, which made her feel warm living here. Especially because Bai Qing cooked 3 meals a day on time. Zixi looked forward to mealtime the most. At that time, she could enjoy delicious food made by Bai Qing. However, aside from that, her time was spent bickering with Wong Baichuan. If it were at a different time or place, Zixi might have sparred with Wong Baichuan fiercely, but this was Wong Baichuan's home, and with Bai Qing present, she could only restrain herself. Under someone else's roof, one had to lower their head. She couldn't confront Wong Baichuan with the same righteous tone. Meanwhile, the hail outside kept falling, seemingly without any sign of stopping, which made Zixi feel a bit anxious. Indeed, this sudden hail had been falling continuously since that afternoon and had not stopped for 3 days. During these 3 days, the hail showed no signs of ceasing, falling from morning till night, and they had grown accustomed to the sound of the hail hitting. Everything had gone awry. Originally, after gathering supplies, Zixi was full of confidence, believing she could survive in this apocalyptic world. But looking at the relentless hail outside that had fallen for 3 whole days without stopping, she began to hesitate. In such a disaster-ridden apocalypse, could she really survive, even with her space? Wong Baichuan noticed the worried look on Zixi face as she stared out at the hail and couldn't help but ask, "What is wrong?" Zixi shook her head at Wong Baichuan and said, "It's nothing, just wondering when this hail will stop." Zixi's words made Wong Baichuan, who had been guessing for a long time, suddenly wonder if his assumptions were wrong. Originally, Wong Baichuan thought that Zixi must be aware of the potential disasters that could occur after this natural disaster. But now, seeing her looking out at the hail with worry about when it would end, he couldn't help but feel that perhaps he was overthinking it. He thought that Zixi, under the guise of running a supermarket, had bought so many supplies because she sensed that the recent weather was becoming increasingly strange and wanted to prepare early. Now that it had coincidentally happened, he felt that his suspicions were indeed valid. Wong Baichuan looked out at the large hailstones, which had been falling for 3 days and nights without stopping. They had already accumulated to the height of the windows. If it continued like this, something was bound to happen. However, perhaps due to the heating radiators installed in their home, the entire house was warm, and the hailstones falling outside did not accumulate but melted away due to the warmth radiating from the walls. But on the streets outside, the ice formed from the hail had piled up to over 1 meter high. Zixi was hoping for the hail to pass soon, and Wong Baichuan was thinking the same. The power system had long since gone down, but the daylight was bright enough that the house was not too dim. As long as they kept the windows open, the living room remained relatively bright. However, due to the power outage, they had lost all forms of entertainment and leisure activities. They could only wait quietly for the days to start and end. On the 5th day, the hail finally stopped, but the thick layer of hail outside made it impossible to leave the house. Wong Baichuan's home was slightly better off. The ice near the front door had melted away, leaving some distance between their home and the thick ice. However, other homes without heating radiators were not so fortunate. The heavy hail may have blocked their front doors with thick ice, and people could no longer sit idly by waiting for the snow and ice to melt. They began to think of ways to get outside and gradually clear the ice. Wong Baichuan's family also did not sit idly by waiting for the ice to melt. They wanted to clear a path first. Although the thick ice layers did not hinder their daily activities inside the house, they could not go outside. If they waited until the ice and snow melted, the water would seep into the house, causing more trouble. So, Wong Baichuan went to the storage room to find some tools, intending to take a shovel outside to clear the snow. Bai Qing, seeing Wong Baichuan, pulled out an iron shovel from somewhere and asked him, "Baichuan, where are you going? Are you going outside to shovel the ice?" Wong Baichuan nodded and said, "Yes. I plan to go out and see. It's good to clear a path." He considered himself the only man in the house and felt it was his responsibility to take on these tasks, allowing his mother Bai Qing and Zixi to rest. These types of work would be left to him. Zixi, listening to the conversation between Wong Baichuan and Bai Qing, did not want to sit idly by and do nothing. She stood up and said, "Wong Baichuan, is there another shovel?" I want to go outside and shovel the snow with you. Chapter 54. Zixi believed there was no difference between her and Wong Baichuan. They were not far apart in age, and since Wong Baichuan could do it, she could too, rather than just watching him do it while she stayed home. So, despite Wong Baichuan's disapproving look, she insisted that he find another shovel. She took the iron shovel and planned to go outside to clear the ice and create a path leading out. However, when the two of them went to open the door, they found it wouldn't budge. It seemed that something was blocking it from the outside. They stood by the window and looked out, only able to see a thick expanse of white ice, which must be the layer of ice piled up high that was blocking the door. It appeared that the hail that had fallen was quite large, enough to block their door. Although they could open the door slightly, it was not enough for them to get outside. Although some of the ice near the window was beginning to melt due to the higher temperature inside, the weather was still very cold, with temperatures around -8 degrees Celsius, showing no signs of warming. Zixi and Wong Baichuan were preparing to go outside to work. But the temperature outside was very different from the inside. Just standing at the door, they could feel the cold wind blowing in, making them shiver. To remove the ice, they were well prepared with snow boots, waterproof long boots, thermal clothing, down vests, and down jackets. They were fully equipped. This ensured that even if they went outside, they wouldn't be too cold. Moreover, when they started shoveling the ice, their bodies would warm up from the movement, so they didn't have to worry about the cold outside. But the most pressing concern was how to get from inside to outside. Zixi glanced between the door and the window, starting to think. Wong Baichuan's home was a small 3-story villa. They lived on the first floor, which had heating radiators, while the upper floors did not. After all, if every room had heating, there would be issues with heating supply, and the daily coal consumption would increase unnecessarily. For this reason, they only lived on the first floor and rarely went upstairs to avoid the cold in the unheated upper floors. However, now they could try to jump down from the second-floor balcony to see if that would work. Zixi thought this and suggested to Wong Baichuan, let's go check the second-floor balcony. The ice layer below is so high, we should be able to get down from there. Wong Baichuan agreed to her suggestion, saying, okay, let's go to the second floor and take a look. Stay on the first floor, they really couldn't get out. It would be better to see if they could get down from the second-floor balcony, which would allow them to shovel the ice outside sooner. When Wong Baichuan and Zixi reached the second-floor balcony, they immediately felt the cold outside and instinctively hugged themselves to warm up. They looked down from the second-floor balcony at the piled-up ice below, which was still quite a distance away. Jumping down could potentially lead to injury. Zixi then asked Wong Baichuan, does your family have a ladder? Wong Baichuan thought for a moment and replied, I'm not sure. Let me go check. You should come inside so you don't get cold outside. Wong Baichuan went to find a ladder, and then the two of them carefully brought it down until the bottom of the ladder was steadily resting on the ice. Once the ladder was stable, they positioned the top of the ladder on the balcony. A triangle shape is the most stable. Wong Baichuan shook his hand on the horizontal bar of the escalator, confirming that it was very stable, and then said to Zixi, wait for me to go down first. You hold on here. If everything is fine, I will support you from below, and then you can come down. Since the ladder was built, they naturally had to go down. Who would go down first became a choice. For Wong Baichuan, who had not tried walking down this escalator yet, he certainly felt a bit of danger. So it was definitely him who would try it first, not Zixi. Zixi did not argue with Wong Baichuan, just said to him, okay, just be careful when you go down. I will hold steady. After reaching an agreement, Wong Baichuan walked down the escalator from the balcony, climbing down to the ground. Only after he landed steadily did he look up at Zixi on the second-floor balcony and say, all right, I'm here to support you. Are you coming down now? If you're worried, you could just stay at home and rest. He didn't particularly want Zixi to join him in doing such work. After all, it was something he had to do at home, so it was his responsibility. It was impossible to let his mother do such hard work. Hearing Wong Baichuan's words, Zixi shook her head and said, it's fine, I'll come down. Just hold steady for me. After saying that, Zixi turned around and climbed the escalator, slowly walking down step by step until she successfully landed as well. When they lowered the ladder, they had already thrown down their shovels, so they just needed to pick them up from the snow and start their snow shoveling operation. Chapter 55. The two successfully reached the first floor, standing on the thick layer of ice. Stepping down, the hail indeed sank a little. Overall, standing on it was still relatively high. Below, Bai Qing saw their figures through the window and breathed a sigh of relief. Bai Qing did not go out to shovel the ice, partly because of her age, and with her son by her side, she naturally wouldn't join in such hard work. The weather made it difficult for her body to handle such tasks. She was not overly rigid and felt that her health was most important, so she could relax. Zixi and Wong Baichuan began shoveling with their shovels. The cold wind outside was biting, but it felt better to move around. They first started shoveling the ice closest to the door. This surface ice had fallen from the hail before it stopped today. Now that they were shoveling with their shovels, it was not particularly difficult. The surface ice was very loose and could be removed quickly. The most important thing now was to clear a path from the front door. Zixi's truck was partially buried under the hail. What could still be seen was just the top of the driver's seat, leaving a mark in the vast expanse of snow. Zixi was not in the mood to think about the truck and decided to work with Wong Baichuan to clear a path first. So they shoveled the ice away from the door until they cleared enough to open it with a key. When the door opened, a gust of cold air rushed out, and warm air flowed out. Bai Qing, sitting in the room, was hit by the cold wind and shivered. She called out to Wong Baichuan, who was at the door, unsure whether to enter or not. Baichuan, what are you doing standing there? Come in if you're coming in, otherwise close the door. The cold wind is blowing in. The cold wind still dominated, and the warmth in the room was not enough to counteract the cold air coming in. Hearing Bai Qing's words, Wong Baichuan closed the door again and said, "All right, Mom, let us continue shoveling snow." Now that they could open the door, they could start moving around properly. First, they needed to clear all the hail around their house. As for the rest, they could take their time. So Wong Baichuan worked around the perimeter, shoveling the ice and snow and piling it up, then compacting it down. Zixi was also continuously shoveling the ice, bending down and exerting herself to clear the snow and open the path, which made her feel warm all over, losing the previous coldness, and even her face turned red. This was actually more comfortable than staying in the room, relying on the heater. Staying indoors without much movement wouldn't be good for her health. The two were busy for an entire afternoon and had only cleared a path of about 10 meters long, equivalent to just cleaning in front of their house. However, the piles of ice and snow beside them were getting quite high. Inside the house, Bai Qing called out to them, "All right, you two stop shoveling, come in for dinner." When Zixi and Wong Baichuan heard Bai Qing calling, they tidied up and walked back into the room. Doing physical work for an entire afternoon had indeed exhausted them, and they were feeling a bit hungry. During dinner with the three of them, while the sun outside had not yet set, the ingredients on the table were still visible, and the dishes were not completely dark, so they could still see what they were eating. In such weather, it was not surprising for the water pipes to freeze. In fact, the fact that they froze only now indicated that the pipes held up long enough. However, the trouble that came with frozen pipes was much more. The frozen pipes were not just in Wong Baichuan's house, but likely the entire city's pipes had also frozen. Therefore, handling it was very troublesome. Even if the pipes in their house were heated and became warm, once the water flowed out, it would stop. Other places' pipes were clogged, so no new water would flow through. There was no need to do such useless work, so they had to think of other ways to solve the water issue. Daily life requires water for washing clothes, cooking, bathing, and using the toilet, all of which cannot do without water. So the only available water now was the hail that had fallen outside, which had crystallized into ice. Zixi had stored a lot of water in her space, but it was not possible to take that water out to use in Wong Baichuan's house. She could only remain silent and listen to Bai Qing express her concerns about the water stoppage. It could be said that these days were filled with one wave after another. They originally thought the hail had finally stopped and they could live peacefully. But now, without the hail falling, the pipes were clogged, bringing new difficulties. Wong Baichuan frowned upon hearing Bai Qing mention the clogged pipes. He thought that at this moment, they could only use the ice outside. Besides that, there really was no other way. Water boiled at high temperatures was naturally not a problem. Wong Baichuan's house had a reserve of drinking water, which was temporarily enough for them to drink. As for the water for daily use, even if they used water boiled from those ice blocks outside, it would be fine. Chapter 56, these fallen hailstones looked clean, pure, and flawless. But they actually harbored a lot of bacteria. At this time, There were no other devices available to eliminate the bacteria. The most commonly used method was direct high-temperature disinfection. The ice slush, stored in an iron bucket, quickly melted into water over the coal stove, gradually producing some steam. The bucket of ice water began to boil and bubble. There was no rush to use this water at that moment, so they could pour out the boiled water into other prepared containers, letting it settle to leave behind the clean water. This filtered water would be even cleaner. Taking a bath once a day in winter became impossible after the power outage. However, they still had to bathe every 2 or 3 days, and with 3 people in the household, the water consumption would still be considerable. Wong fetched a few buckets of ice slush and felt it wasn't enough, so he went out again with the bucket. He reminded Zixi to watch over the boiling water and help replace it. Since Wong had given her a task, Zixi stayed by the coal stove. She thought for a moment and decided to secretly transport some clean tap water from her space, reasoning that since Wong and Bai Qing were not present, it wouldn't matter if she took out a little more water. The next day, Zixi realized that her hands, which had been busy shoveling ice all afternoon yesterday, were already sore. She couldn't help but press her arm, feeling the ache, and wave her hand, deciding to continue shoveling ice today. This was similar to how one feels sore after hiking. Since she often stayed at home, without much exercise, sudden exertion would lead to sore arms and legs. Zixi indeed didn't move around much at home, so it was normal for her arms to ache after suddenly becoming active. However, Zixi was someone who grew more determined in the face of setbacks. The more her hands hurt, the more she wanted to work. She thought that since she was already in pain, if she worked a bit longer today, her arms would get used to it and the pain would lessen. With the combined efforts of Wong and Zixi, they cleared a large area in front of their house. Zixi's delivery truck finally revealed its full appearance. Fortunately, Zixi had come to Wong home this time and felt comfortable staying here without much anxiety. With Wong around, she didn't worry as much about thieves. When she went to sleep, she could relax without fear. This was a stark contrast to her previous living situation, making her scoff several times, realizing that some people are just relatives, not family. While she was lost in thought, Bai Qing called out that dinner was ready, and the 3 of them sat down at the dining table together to enjoy delicious food. Honestly, eating meat without any vegetables could become quite bothersome. Bai Qing brought out some apples, which keep well, but some had started to go bad after sitting for a while. She picked out a few good ones and cut them into a fruit platter to share. Don't rush, take your time. You can stay as long as you want at Annie's place. It's no problem, Bai Qing said. Wong echoed Zixi, saying, yeah, my mom is right. There's no need to rush to leave in this weather. Staying here is quite nice. He had wanted Zixi to stay at their home from the very beginning when he went to deliver supplies, but she had refused at that time. The unexpected hailstorm had allowed Zixi to stay here, which was a pleasant surprise. Wong thought that if it weren't for the recent events, Zixi wouldn't have come to his home to deliver supplies. She would have stayed at her own house. Without the hailstorm, he probably wouldn't have known about her situation since there was no way to contact her or drive to her house during the hail. He hoped that Zixi would stay longer, but he also knew that his and his mother's words might not be enough to change her mind. Zixi listened to Wong and Bai Qing's pleas, but knew in her heart that they were not really close. Staying at someone else's house for too long wasn't ideal. She was only staying here because of the unexpected circumstances. If it hadn't been for the hailstorm, she probably wouldn't have stayed. She hadn't prepared any of the essentials for staying at someone else's home. Typically, one would need to bring clothes, shoes, toiletries. But she had only come to deliver supplies. In their eyes, it was impossible for her to carry those things, relying entirely on Bai Qing for clothing. Of course, although Zixi's arrival was sudden, she had enough supplies in her space to live comfortably wherever she was, without worrying about a lack of resources. She could easily take out clothes from her space, which was very convenient. However, she usually needed to disguise this fact. She mentioned this to them as an excuse, as despite living comfortably in Wong home these days, she would still prefer to live in her own home if possible. The weather suddenly changed from extreme cold to a sunny day, melting the icy water. The originally empty roads were now covered with melted ice water, making it difficult to walk. The ice layer, which had built up over several days of hail, was now melting into water and could no longer be piled up like snow, but was instead merging into one. This blocked the outside roads once again, making Zixi sigh as she looked out the window. Now the radiators could be removed, no longer needing to burn coal for warmth, and she could slowly take off the down jacket she had been wearing. However, a storm suddenly hit. She could no longer rely on her memories from before her rebirth, because the moment the hail fell, the world changed. And even the rain was different from what she remembered. She thought it might be the butterfly effect. Even though the weather improved, the power was still out, but they could still cook using coal. This made life feel a bit easier, as it was much better than the extreme cold and hail before. After all, it was just some rain. What could possibly go wrong? Little did she know, this storm would last for several days, just like the sudden cold hail, without stopping. The water level, which had already risen due to melting ice, continued to rise. Wong Buchuan's house was no exception. The rising water level seeped in through the closed doors, flooding the first floor. However, since their home was a 3-story villa, they could move to the second floor while salvaging items from the first floor. When the water started to seep in, they first moved the coal and food supplies upstairs. However, moving all that coal and food from the first floor to the second was time-consuming and labor-intensive. Zixi by Qing and Wong Buchuan spent most of the day transporting all the supplies to the second floor. Afterward, they sat down to rest for a while. They were exhausted, but due to the urgent situation, they had to grit their teeth and persevere. It was better to move the supplies before the water completely seeped in. The weather had become increasingly strange. Just after the hail had stopped, a heavy rain suddenly began to pour. Fortunately, their house had several floors. Otherwise, if the first floor flooded, they would have nowhere to live, which would be quite inconvenient. It's just a pity that the electrical appliances and furniture downstairs would be damaged after being soaked, and they would have to buy new ones later. When the water began to seep into the house, the first things they moved upstairs were food and coal. Food was something they would need to eat in the future, and they couldn't leave it downstairs to be soaked in water. Otherwise, they would lose a lot of the food they needed daily due to the flooding. Coal was also important. Although the weather had turned cooler and they didn't need it for heating, it was still necessary for cooking, so they couldn't let it be soaked in water either. As for the furniture inside the house, it was fixed and could not be moved, so they could only watch helplessly as it got soaked. Similarly, the appliances, such as the television, were also fixed and completely immovable. The refrigerator, which was not fixed, was not a priority for moving at this time either. Bai Qing's family had enough money, but seeing these appliances being ruined was still disheartening. Wong Buchuan thought that as long as they moved the important supplies upstairs, that would be enough. Everything else could be bought again later. He comforted Bai Qing, saying, "Mom, it's okay. If those things are ruined, they're ruined. As long as we're safe, that's what matters. We can always buy new ones later." Though he said this, he suddenly felt uncertain inside. Would they really be able to buy new things later? He felt that the recent series of natural disasters were relentless, making it hard for anyone to catch their breath, which left him feeling anxious. Zixi also felt worried. She thought back to the days during the apocalypse before her rebirth and deeply felt that this heavy rain might not stop anytime soon. The rising floodwaters might make living on the second floor completely useless. If the water level kept rising, it might flood this place as well. Outside, as the heavy rain continued, Zixi had these worries, but voicing them would not help. It was just her speculation, and she couldn't guarantee what would happen next. So she couldn't ask Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing to do anything. Moreover, the rainy weather was indeed not suitable for going out, so they could only wait and see on the second floor. Fortunately, the weather had warmed up. It was no longer as cold as before. Even though they had hurriedly moved to the second floor, they wouldn't be without clothes and blankets to keep warm, which would prevent them from catching a cold. Zixi had been somewhat silent these days, and Wong Buchuan would occasionally look down the staircase to see the water level on the first floor rising continuously, which made him anxious. However, he didn't want Bai Qing to worry about these matters, so he could only discuss it with Zixi. When Bai Qing went to cook, Wong Buchuan started talking to Zixi. The water level downstairs has risen again. Do you think it will eventually flood the entire first floor? Hearing Wong Buchuan's words, Zixi couldn't help but feel that her speculation was correct. The water level here was rising day by day, and the heavy rain outside showed no signs of stopping. She felt she couldn't continue to pretend to be clueless. If the first floor got completely flooded, it would eventually lead to the second floor being flooded as well. Their villa only had 3 floors, and if they waited any longer, they would just be waiting for their doom. They needed to think of a way to escape. Otherwise, when the water level reached the second or third floor, it would be difficult to leave. Zixi recalled the supplies she had brought for Wong Buchuan, and it seemed she had prepared an inflatable boat. If Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing agreed, they could take the inflatable boat and go to her house to live together. The floor in her house was higher, so it wouldn't be as easy to be flooded as it was here. Overall, it would be safer, and they wouldn't have to worry as much. Thinking this, Zixi spoke to Wong Buchuan. If the heavy rain doesn't stop, the water level will keep rising, and we might have to move to the 3rd floor. She felt it was important to see what Wong Buchuan thought. If he only wanted to stay here, it would be useless to say anything. But if Wong Buchuan also wanted to move out, then she could persuade him further. Wong Buchuan might have believed Zixi's words due to his previous guesses about the supply she prepared, and the rising water level throughout the day indeed made him feel that it would soon rise to the 2nd floor, so they should prepare to leave early. He nodded and said to Zixi, "I think so too. It's probably not safe for us to stay here anymore. We should move to another place." Wong Buchuan had a plan in mind. In fact, his family owned more than just this property. They had houses in other locations as well. The closest one was a 3-bedroom apartment in a nearby community, about a 10-minute walk away. However, even though there was a house there, given the current situation, the water level had not risen too high, but it was still not suitable for going out. If it were just him, it wouldn't be a problem. He could wade through the water. But now, with Bai Qing and Zixi present, especially since Bai Qing was older, it would be difficult for her to walk over. If she caught a cold because of this, it would not be good. Wong Buchuan thought about this and felt worried. Chapter 59, Zixi noticed that Wong Buchuan was considering moving to another place and felt a stir in her heart. She said to him, "Moving to another place now is indeed possible, but we should wait until the rain eases a bit before we go out." It was indeed inconvenient to travel in heavy rain. Even with an inflatable boat, it wouldn't be easy to go outside. Wong Buchuan smiled wryly. If they could go out, that would be great. He thought they should have moved earlier on the first day. Now that the water level had risen quite high, it was inconvenient to go out. What he meant by inconvenient was the lack of transportation tools for going out. After all, it wasn't just him going out. He couldn't wade through the water directly. And without any means of transport at home, it made leaving inconvenient. This might be a difficulty for Wong Buchuan, but for Zixi, it was not a problem at all. She had already packed an inflatable boat to bring for Wong Buchuan. If they wanted to leave, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Moreover, even if she hadn't brought the inflatable boat, she could easily take one out from her space as if it were part of the supplies she had delivered earlier. She figured that since Bai Qing hadn't rummaged through those supplies, she wouldn't know what was inside, making it entirely convenient for her to operate. Zixi said to Wong Buchuan, "If we want to leave, it's not difficult at all. I remember that among the supplies I brought for you, there's an inflatable boat, and we could just sit in it and leave." After she finished speaking, she thought for a moment and said to Wong Buchuan, "If you're going to move, where do you plan to go? Do you want to come directly to my house? My house is well equipped, and it wouldn't be a problem for you to stay over. It would be nice to take care of each other." Zixi's home happens to have 3 bedrooms and 1 living room, which would be just right if Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing moved in. As for the side room where the carbon stove is kept, that's not an issue. The weather has warmed up, so the carbon stove won't be needed and there won't be any concerns about carbon monoxide poisoning. Of course, the most important thing is that Zixi's thoughts have changed somewhat. Having lived in Wong Buchuan's house for so long, she naturally wants them to stay at her place now that something has happened to their family, as a way to help each other out. She knows that Wong Buchuan has properties elsewhere, but the one they live in most often is this villa. The other houses are seldom occupied, and the supplies for living there aren't abundant. It would be much more convenient to live together with her. Moreover, now that the order of natural disasters has been established, it's different from what Zixi had initially experienced. She feels that it might be difficult for her to cope with the unpredictable natural disasters alone in the future. If she wants to help each other and face disasters together, she thinks it would be better to do so with Wong Buchuan. She knows Wong Buchuan well, and living together wouldn't require any worries or defenses. Even now, Zixi doesn't plan to reveal the secret of her space, and she can tell them later when she feels it's appropriate. In fact, when the heavy rain and flooding struck, Wong also considered moving to another place, and he included Zixi in his thoughts. He was thinking about moving to another property together, but now that he hears Zixi suggest moving to her place, especially since they have a speedboat, he feels delighted. He has his own considerations. If they have a speedboat, it would indeed make moving easier in such weather. If they live in Zixi's house, they can help each other out. He said to Zixi, "Let me talk to my mom first. If she's willing, then it's no problem. By the way, where's the speedboat? Let's go check it out first." Whether or not to move in with Zixi is not something Wong can decide alone. It also depends on Baiqing's opinion. Therefore, he didn't agree immediately, and since Baiqing was still busy cooking, it wouldn't be good to disturb her now. However, checking where the speedboat is can be done right away. If they want to move out, the speedboat is an essential tool, and they need to check if it has any issues and if it can be used normally. After all, the speedboat is brand new and hasn't been checked before. If there are problems in certain areas, they won't be able to go out. She nodded and said to Wong, "I remember when the water rose, we moved all these supplies up, so we need to find where they are stored. We shouldn't delay. Let's go look for it." The two of them got up and headed to the room where those supplies were kept, intending to find the speedboat there. When they moved those supplies upstairs that day, they were in a hurry, which made the room where they stored them a bit messy. Finding the speedboat would take some time. Zixi and Wong rummaged through the supplies. When Zixi brought them over, they were all packed in boxes. With the boxes stacked together, they could only search through them one by one. Although Zixi had some memory of what was inside, searching through so many things was still a bit troublesome. After searching for a while, they finally found the speedboat in a large box. They also found some fuel for the speedboat in other boxes. Then they just needed to find a place to test it and see if the speedboat could be used. If it works fine, they could discuss moving to another place with Baiqing. Chapter 60. Zixi and Wong carried the speedboat, which had already been fueled, to the first floor to test if it could be used normally. Wong house is quite large, and the living room on the first floor is very spacious, making it a suitable place to test the speedboat, even though there were some floating objects on the water surface. However, they only planned to do a simple test to see if the speedboat could glide out, so they decided to try it on the first floor. Although there were quite a few obstacles, testing its navigation on the water surface shouldn't be a problem. Wong pushed the speedboat into the water and then stepped onto it. Zixi, who was watching him operate the speedboat, didn't intend to join him in testing it for issues. A smile appeared on Wong face after several days of worry. Seeing that the speedboat could be used normally was finally good news. He said to Zixi, "The speedboat is fine. I'll go tell my mom, and we can plan to move." Zixi nodded in response. After dinner that day, Wong talked to Baiqing about moving and shared his concerns about the rising water levels possibly reaching a certain height. Baiqing is not a foolish person. Hearing Wong say this, she understood the seriousness of the situation. When Wong mentioned moving to Zixi's house, Baiqing was momentarily stunned but quickly agreed. After all, Zixi is different from them. Her parents have passed away, and she doesn't have other reliable relatives to help. Once Baiqing agreed, the three of them started packing the belongings they would take to Zixi's house. The things that could be placed in the speedboat were limited. If they were to take all their belongings, it would require multiple trips, so they could only prioritize and first take the most important supplies, then gradually transport the rest. It can be said that there are causal relationships between these events. If any link goes wrong, it would be impossible to proceed. Zixi didn't have much to pack, but it wouldn't be appropriate to just stand there, so she helped Baiqing pack some of her clothes, and while Baiqing wasn't paying attention, she secretly stored some in her space to reduce the amount they had to carry over. The heavy rain continued to fall outside, making it impossible to leave for a while. However, using the time to pack and organize their belongings wasn't a waste. After they finished packing, they only needed to wait for the rain to lessen. The first batch of supplies was ready to be placed in the speedboat, and since the main door of Wong house was large enough, even if the speedboat rushed out of the door, it would be completely sufficient and not blocked. In the evening, due to a power outage, the streetlights had long stopped working, making it difficult to go out even with the rain lightening up. They could only wait until daytime to travel when the rain was lighter. Originally, while at home, they felt isolated because of the heavy rain and rising water levels. But after sitting in the speedboat and rushing out, they discovered that there were actually many people outside. They moved across the water using various means of transportation, completely lacking the tranquility they had at home. It can be said that not everyone is like Zixi and her companions, who have enough resources at home and can just stay indoors without needing to go anywhere. Only now, seeing the rising water levels, do they feel a sense of crisis and want to move to a higher floor. Many people in the city, during this sudden cold and hail period, faced shortages of stored supplies, and when the heavy rain came, they could no longer replenish their resources and had to go out to seek supplies. Because of this heavy rain, many goods and stores were swept out by the flood, floating on the water surface. While this could be seen as looting, in such a special situation, even if the store owners wanted to intervene, they were powerless to do so. These store owners were trapped at home due to the flood and could do nothing about it, silently accepting these losses. Even those who had means of transportation on the water to try to stop such occurrences would find it impossible. Those who were tempted by the floating fruits, vegetables, and meats acted even more recklessly. They comforted themselves, saying these were washed out by the flood and were ownerless, so it was okay to take them. Chapter 61 now. Following the flood, they could indeed find a lot of things floating on the water. For instance, there were apples, pumpkins, and winter melons, which are durable foods. There were also various clothing items, stainless steel products, plastic products, and so on. Zixi and her group didn't have much time to look at the floating fruits and supplies by the roadside. They were on a speedboat, quickly heading to her home. Wong was in charge of driving the speedboat, and despite the flood obscuring the original roads, he could still recognize the way to Zixi's house. They soon arrived at the base of the building where Zixi lived. When the three of them were preparing to go to Zixi's house, they discussed a plan for transporting supplies back and forth. They were traveling with supplies, so even though they had arrived at the base of Zixi's building, it was impossible for the three of them to carry the supplies upstairs while leaving the remaining supplies emptied downstairs. If it were a normal situation, it wouldn't matter. But on the way, they witnessed many people in the city going out to collect supplies. Therefore, the supplies they left on the speedboat downstairs could easily be taken away by someone else. The supplies inside were very important to Bai Qing and Wong Baichuan. At the same time, Zixi, who did not intend to reveal her space, could not help in this regard. Originally, it shouldn't have been Bai Qing moving these supplies, but Wong Baichuan was supposed to keep watch. However, there was no other way. Guarding these supplies to prevent them from being stolen also required some force. If Bai Qing were watch here, she might get hurt. From this perspective, it would be more reassuring to leave Wong Baichuan a guard. Zixi lived on a higher floor, which was somewhat reassuring after the flood came. However, moving supplies from the first floor to a higher floor would also be exhausting. Aunt Bai is here. This is it. Do you want to rest for a while? Zixi opened the door and placed the 2 large bags of supplies she brought inside. She thought about how many more supplies were left downstairs and wanted to continue bringing them up. But she was younger and could probably handle it better. Bai Qing was different. This was not like when they were moving supplies from the first floor to the second floor at Bai Qing's house when the flood first came. That was simple. This building had at least 10 floors, and perhaps it would have been easier to climb the stairs while the power was still on. After the power went out, they could only rely on their feet to climb up, which naturally made it much more tiring. Bai Qing shook her head at Zixi, saying, "It's okay, I can still carry it. Let's move everything up first before resting." Seeing Bai Qing say this, Zixi nodded. The two of them continued to transport supplies up until Bai Qing was truly exhausted and had to rest for a while in Zixi home. Meanwhile, Zixi ran down several more times to bring all the supplies up. In Wong Baichuan's home, especially later on, they often ate meat and vegetables, having not seen any vegetarian dishes for a long time. Chapter 62, the vegetables Zixi took out from her space were mostly durable, like leafy greens, lettuce, and oilseed vegetables, which definitely couldn't be present. If they were, it would easily raise suspicion. Moreover, she indeed wanted to try some vegetables after eating meat for so long. She missed the taste of vegetables. However, Zixi thought that living together with Bai Qing and Wong Baichuan for a long time, she had to consider the food supplies. She couldn't keep hiding these items, otherwise, Even if she had stocked up on so many ingredients, she might not be able to eat them later, which would be very regrettable. Zixi thought that perhaps they could try growing vegetables in foam boxes at home. In the past, some residents in the community had used foam boxes to plant vegetables on rooftops or spacious platforms. This way, they could enjoy the fun of gardening and be self-sufficient. However, due to the consecutive extreme cold and hail, such extreme weather had disrupted their gardening. On such days, even if they planted vegetables, they could easily freeze and wouldn't grow. But now that the extreme cold and hail had passed, there was no problem with planting some vegetables. As for the seeds, fertilizers, and soil needed for gardening, they would need to think of some ways to prepare them. So, the only remaining option was to shout at the building. Of course, Wong Baichuan's idea hadn't been put into action before Baiqing discovered it. Just as Wong Baichuan looked up at the window of Zixi house, Baiqing waved her hand at Wong Baichuan, indicating that she saw her. She asked politely and didn't rashly enter Zixi's room. Zixi, hearing this, quickly responded, "Okay, Aunt Bai, I'll come out now. Let's go down together." Although no one would think of coming to knock on the door to seize these supplies at this time, it was possible that someone with ulterior motives might remember this and come to extort in the future. However, before Zixi had a chance to start moving things onto the speedboat, Wong Baichuan handed her an iron rod and an alarm device. Zixi took the iron rod and the alarm device, blinking in confusion, and asked Wong Baichuan, "What are you going to do? Why are you giving me this rod and alarm?" Wong Baichuan, of course, didn't want Zixi to tire herself out. He saw her struggling to move the supplies onto the speedboat, panting heavily. He felt guilty just sitting below on guard. If anything happened down there, Zixi could use the alarm to notify him. The iron rod could also temporarily serve as a weapon for self-defense, making those who intended to approach think twice about coming closer. Zixi held the two items in her hands and glanced at Baiqing, who was already carrying 2 bags and preparing to go upstairs. Although she felt a bit touched by Wong Baichuan's suggestion, she still said to him, "How about you give this to your mom and let Aunt Bai stay downstairs? That way, Aunt Bai won't have to tire herself out." She genuinely thought so. After all, she was younger, and it didn't make sense for her to rest downstairs while Baiqing was busy running around. If they had the alarm and the iron rod, they wouldn't have to worry too much about any accidents while Baiqing was on guard downstairs. Wong Baichuan shook his head at Zixi, saying, "It's fine. I'll let my mom rest upstairs later. I'll handle moving these things myself." He didn't want Zixi to tire herself out, nor did he want Baiqing to be overworked. As for doing this, it was most appropriate for him to take care of it. Seeing Wong Baichuan say this, Zixi didn't push back any further and gladly accepted his suggestion. She would guard downstairs with the iron rod and alarm while Wong Baichuan was responsible for moving things up to the 10th floor. To be honest, she also found moving these items up to the 10th floor very tiring and strenuous. If it weren't for the residents in every building nearby, constantly going in and out and opening and closing doors, making it easy to be noticed, she would have wanted to store these items in her space and take them up to her room later. But clearly, that was not an option. So she had to honestly carry the items up to 10 floors. At this point, Baiqing had already been persuaded by Wong Baichuan to take a break, leaving only Wong Baichuan busying himself. Zixi looked at him, panting and sweating, and said, "Why don't you take a break? It's okay to move things later. We can move the rest another day." Wong Baichuan replied, "It's fine. I can make a few more trips. We should move these things early to avoid any complications later. The stuff we have at home is the same. I'm afraid it might get stolen." Zixi puffed her cheeks, feeling that he was being unreasonable. When he had advised her, he had been quite stern. Now that it was his turn, he was so determined to move things. She said to him, "You weren't saying this to me just now." After thinking for a moment, she added, "How about this? Let's switch. I'll take some things up first, and after I make a trip, you can go up and move things. We could take turns." This round of moving was much heavier than the last. The previous trip mostly consisted of their clothes and a small amount of food supplies, while this trip mainly involved the food that Wong Baichuan had brought over, which was clearly heavier. Hearing Zixi say this, Wong Baichuan didn't insist any longer and nodded, "Okay, then I'll rest downstairs. If the items are too heavy for you, just take fewer up." Zixi calmly replied, "Don't worry, I'll tire myself out." She had no intention of challenging her limits, so she carried a large box of somewhat heavy cured meat up the stairs. Thus, the two of them took turns moving the items, speeding up the process of transporting supplies upstairs. Indeed, if it were just one person moving back and forth, their stamina would eventually run out. However, switching between the two allowed them to rest a bit, making the process much more efficient than if one person were doing it alone. At the same time, they weren't as exhausted. After transporting this batch of supplies upstairs, the sky was already somewhat bright. Noon arrived, and Bai Qing had prepared a meal upstairs. The three of them enjoyed a good meal, especially since more vegetables from Yi Zixi's home were cooked, which made her feel satisfied. After resting for a while in the afternoon, Yi Zixi and Wong continued moving supplies. They spent the entire day and finally managed to transport all the supplies from the house. Once everything was moved upstairs, they carefully stored the inflatable boat and brought it up as well. As for the seeds and planting soil that Yi Zixi originally wanted to discuss with Wong, she decided to wait a day or two before addressing it. Moving things all day was just too exhausting, and she needed a good rest. It wasn't a suitable time to go out searching for supplies. The next day, as expected, Yi Zixi's arms began to ache. This time, it was not just her arms like when she was shoveling ice at Wong Buochuan's house. Her whole body started to feel sore. Climbing stairs was hard on her legs, and moving heavy items was taxing on her arms, so she could only lie in bed to rest, which made Bai Qing feel a bit concerned. She and T really moved much yesterday. Most of the work had been done by Yi Zixi and Wong Buochuan. Now, she helped Yi Zixi with a massage to make her feel more comfortable. After all, from Bai Qing's perspective, Yi Zixi didn't need to do these things because the items they moved were more for Bai Qing and Wong Buochuan. The things they needed had little to do with Yi Zixi, yet she had been so diligent in helping with the moving that it made Bai Qing feel a bit embarrassed. Yi Zixi didn't think much of it, but when Bai Qing offered to massage her, she couldn't help but feel moved. This was originally something she should have discussed with Wong Buochuan, but now she found herself talking to Bai Qing first. She suddenly thought of it. Even though she planned to grow vegetables, she wasn't really good at planting. She had never even raised a flower, let alone grow vegetables. But then, considering Bai Qing was much older than them, perhaps she knew some methods for planting vegetables and fruits. As Yi Zixi spoke about planting, Bai Qing nodded, "I can plant some. But why did you suddenly think about planting a home? You don't have seeds at home, do you?" Yi Zixi winked at Bai Qing, thinking it was great that Bai Qing understood planting. She said to Bai Qing, "Well, winter has passed. The vegetables outside are so expensive. It's better to buy some seeds and plant them ourselves so we could be self-sufficient." Bai Qing smiled happily, "Sure, I'll teach you how to grow vegetables when the time comes. Now that we have power outages, planting some vegetables to eat is indeed a good idea." After a few days of rest, Yi Zixi began to move again. Of course, going outside to collect seeds, soil, and such wasn't something she could do alone. At least Wong Buochuan wasn't at ease letting Yi Zixi go out alone in the situation. This made him feel even more that the world had changed. So when Yi Zixi wanted to go outside to collect seeds, soil, and nutrients, Wong Buochuan became worried. He was concerned that Yi Zixi might encounter some terrible situation outside and suggested going with her. Yi Zixi was more than happy to have Wong Buochuan accompany her, as it made her feel much more at ease. After all, she knew that they had already entered a disaster-ridden world, and the safety of the outside world had greatly diminished. It would be better to have someone with her. The two of them reminded Bai Qing at home to lock the door and not open it if she heard any noise. They kept nagging for a while before leaving the house to collect supplies. Typically, Yi Zixi and Wong Buochuan didn't go to the farmer's market or flower and bird market, places where seeds could be bought. But after the natural disaster, time became the least valuable thing, and there was enough time for them to search. After no longer needing to work, their daily time seemed to stretch, and sometimes they didn't even know what to do. Now, being able to go out to collect the necessary supplies was considered quite good. Wong Buochuan was still in charge of driving the speedboat, while Yi Zixi held a telescope, watching the movements in the distance and directing Wong Buochuan. If it were before the apocalypse, Yi Zixi would indeed be unfamiliar with these places, but after experiencing the natural disaster, she became familiar with them. During the period of stocking up, Yi Zixi had also wandered around the city a few times and had some idea of which places sold what, so they smoothly arrived at the agricultural market. However, the agricultural market at this moment was like a disaster scene. The rising floodwaters had already submerged the first floor and the goods inside the first floor stores, as long as the shop doors were not closed, had been washed out by someone. Even those that were closed had been pried open by people using various methods to obtain the supplies inside. When Wong Bai-chuan and Zixi arrived at the agricultural market, they saw a bustling scene with many people collecting supplies, each using their own means of transportation to pick up goods from the water surface. This made Wong Bai-chuan and Zixi feel a bit embarrassed. They had originally thought there wouldn't be so many people here, but it turned out that this place had the most people. The collectors were busy gathering items and hardly noticed the newcomers. Thinking about it, this made sense. The agricultural market sold not only seeds and farming tools, but also other agricultural products. These included vegetables, meats, various free-range eggs, and dry goods. Perhaps the shop owners had already tried their best to move some of the vegetables before the flood, leaving only what was left behind, which they could only helplessly abandon. At this moment, apart from the people raiding for supplies, there were no shop owners present, indicating that they had tacitly accepted the losses. She could see people carrying wet rice, returning with their small boats full. They didn't need to collect such supplies and planned to look for shops selling seeds instead. At this time, people's thoughts were focused on collecting various food supplies, and no one was thinking about buying seeds for planting. Their minds were still limited by the extreme cold, hail, and now the heavy rain and floods, which made farming impossible, so no one thought about collecting seeds for planting. The seed shop was still quiet, contrasting sharply with the hustle and bustle elsewhere. She only recognized it as the seed shop by the sign at the top. The shop was open, and some packaged seeds floated on the water, available for anyone to take. These seeds were wrapped in packaging, sealed to prevent water from seeping in during the flood. She felt relieved and collected the floating seeds into her speedboat. She was grateful that the seeds were packaged. Otherwise, after being submerged for so many days, it would be impossible for the seeds to sprout and produce results. Their trip would have been in vain, due to the high water level. It was also inconvenient to enter the shop to collect supplies. If they had to go inside, they would have to get into the water, which she thought was unnecessary. She decided to just pick up the floating seeds and directed Wong Bai-chuan ahead to other places. There should be fertilizer at the seed shop, but it had likely lost its effectiveness after being soaked in water, making it useless. Thus, the only option left for them to collect was soil, so they set off in the speedboat towards the nearby mountains. Chapter 65. They had been out for a long time, and without any means of communication, they imagined that Bai-ching would be very worried about them at home. Similarly, they were also thinking of Bai-ching at home. Meanwhile, the preparations needed for planting the seeds began to follow Bai-ching's instructions. The growth of the small greens was very rapid, and they could be planted in all 4 seasons, taking about 3 to 7 weeks to harvest. It was a good choice for beginner gardeners. It was also a vegetable that could quickly bring the joy of harvest. In fact, farming was about enjoying the process and the happiness of the harvest. Zixi and Wong Bai-chuan were both new to planting and were naturally looking forward to the harvest. They began to open a bag of small green seeds, rolled up their sleeves, and got to work. The 3 foam boxes in front of them belonged to Zixi, Bai-ching, and Wong Bai-chuan, respectively. They were each responsible for their own crops and could water and monitor the changes in their plants daily. Of course, regardless of what they were planting, the water needed for the crops was the same. After a few days, they would need to water them again to ensure they received enough moisture and did not wither from lack of water. Once the seeds were planted, they only had to wait for them to take root and sprout, gradually growing. The rain continued to fall, and the water level kept rising, getting higher and higher. Bai-ching often looked out the window, and every time he saw the rising water level, he couldn't help but feel relieved that they had moved out of the 3-story villa long ago. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Indeed, in just a few days, the flood that had only reached the 1st floor had already submerged the 3rd floor. Those who originally lived on the 1st to 3rd floors used various means of transportation to seek help from relatives and friends or to find temporary shelter elsewhere to avoid being stranded. However, while Zixi and Bai-ching thought this way, Wong Bai-chuan was unwilling to stay inside the house all the time. He was somewhat worried about the current situation and would drive the speedboat outside every day to check the latest developments, lest he miss any news by staying at home. Gradually, He also replaced the eye-catching speedboat with a simpler means of transportation made from various materials from Zixi home. He also made sure to dress more casually, making it easier to blend in with the people outside collecting supplies, which would help lower others' guard. Zixi was happy as long as Wong was happy. Although she didn't know what kind of natural disasters they would encounter in the future, she thought that they would face whatever came their way. As long as they had enough supplies, their future days wouldn't be too difficult. Natural disasters were uncontrollable, and overthinking wouldn't help. For example, what was happening in one place and what was happening in theirs. Hearing Wong talk like this, Zixi nodded, feeling a bit more assured. She actually felt that inviting Wong and Qing to come and live with her was indeed a wise decision, which made her much more at ease now. During this period of heavy rain and flooding, with the reliable Wong around, Zixi could simply relax and focus on her little vegetables. She watched as the tender sprouts of the vegetables slowly struggled out of the soil, gradually changing day by day. By that time, the heavy rain and flooding should have subsided, right? Chapter 66. The heavy rain and flooding indeed started to ease, losing their ferocity and chaos. And the water level gradually dropped until it completely calmed down. Everyone here breathed a sigh of relief. However, the streets were filled with piles of scattered garbage and numerous dead animals. Among them were sparrows that had perished from the extreme cold, snakes hibernating to survive the winter, and plenty of dead mice. Of course, there were also the livestock from the farmers' homes, or those raised in pens, cows, sheep, and pigs. It could be said that most of the animals that seemed frightening to humans had perished in this extreme cold, hail, heavy rain, and flooding. But this was not something to be happy about. Rather, it brought a somber silence. The number of animals that died in these natural disasters might be countless, but the number of humans who perished in such extreme weather was equally numerous. This half-year period was undoubtedly a nightmare for everyone. What kept them going was merely hope. They hoped that these days would pass quickly. During this time, perhaps due to favorable weather, no further extreme weather conditions appeared, allowing people to settle down a bit. The little vegetables Zixi had planted in those foam boxes had already grown. She couldn't wait to harvest them, quickly washed the green leaves, and stir-fried them into a dish. The little vegetables, perhaps grown at home, tasted delicious with just a bit of oil and salt after being stir-fried. Zixi tasted the vegetable she had grown herself and contentedly patted her swollen belly. However, at that moment, Qing and Wong who had been living in her home for quite some time, began to bid her farewell. In their view, the flood seemed to have passed, and thus, there was no longer a reason to stay at Zixi's place. It was indeed time to tidy up their house that had been soaked by the flood. They might not necessarily live in that 3-story villa in the future, but it was still their home, and it needed to be organized. Wong who had initially speculated that the natural disasters would continue to come, had returned to normal after observing these days. He felt that perhaps he had overthought it and gradually let go of the concerns about the disasters. This was originally what Zixi had said to Qing and Wong but now it was reversed, becoming what they were saying to her. Zixi bit her lip, finally understanding how Wong and Qing felt when they wanted to keep her. She knew that the disasters had certainly not ended. It was impossible for them to conclude so hastily. She suspected that this was just a transitional period of the disasters, a brief time to catch one's breath. And the following would still be the continuous challenges of natural disasters. At that moment, how could Wong and Qing just leave? If they left now, Zixi initial plan to partner with them to survive in the world of disasters would become a mere illusion. However, she also found herself unable to express any words to keep them. She couldn't use the future potential of disasters as an excuse, nor could she ask them to stay just because the weather had improved. This left Zixi in a difficult position. She continued, "By the way, my little truck seems to still be at your place. Why don't we go check it out together? I can help you tidy up a bit and see if the truck can still run." Hearing Zixi say this, Qing felt that her suggestion was indeed reasonable. The villa had been completely submerged by the flood, and it couldn't be moved into directly. Their other living space, being on a lower floor, might also have been affected by the water. Qing nodded. "Okay, then let's go take a look this afternoon and see what needs to be cleaned up." Looking at the situation in her home, Qing couldn't help but sigh. Fortunately, They had some money, and since they had previously renovated everything, it wasn't too much of an issue. She thought about whether she could call workers to help renovate the house again. However, at this time, it wasn't just Bai Qing's home that suffered. The shops doing full house renovations were also affected. Although the floods hadn't been too severe earlier, they had given them time to move their materials. But these home renovation materials were originally stored in warehouses. They had initially sought to find vacant buildings to rent short-term for storing these materials. When the floods surged, the prices of those vacant buildings skyrocketed, along with various labor costs. This wasn't all. The most important thing was that as the floodwaters rose, the places they had chosen as warehouses were also slowly submerged. Chapter 67, this left people feeling helpless. At that time, they were too busy taking care of themselves to worry about those materials. Many thought, if the materials are soaked, then so be it. They were only thinking about survival and not running out of food in the midst of the heavy rain and flooding. But after the water receded, they regretted it deeply. They thought about how many people would need to renovate their homes after being soaked by the flood. Indeed, it could be a significant business. However, because the materials had been washed by the flood, they couldn't sell them either. Their materials had also been soaked by the flood and were completely unusable. This chain of events made Bai Qing realize that getting someone to come and renovate became a major problem. Without materials to supply for renovations, it was impossible to proceed. Similarly, after the flood had just passed, perhaps due to food scarcity, people began to become more conservative. Although many were starting to engage in post-disaster reconstruction, the compensation they needed silently shifted from money to food supplies. People weren't foolish. They knew that even with money, they couldn't buy food at that moment. If they put in labor, they naturally wanted to exchange it for food that could fill their stomachs. As for the cash that had already depreciated multiple times, it would only regain its value once the economy began to recover after the disaster. Bai Qing wanted to call workers to help clean up the house, but she was also constrained by this situation. If she could pay enough money, there would be no problem, but when it came to exchanging for materials, she couldn't produce that much food during this time of scarcity. This caused her to delay the progress of cleaning the house. The little truck that Zixi had parked in front of Wong Baichuan's house had also not been driven away. After going through the flood again, the little truck was similarly not so fortunate. It had only been driven a few times before it was ultimately rendered useless after being submerged by both hail and floodwaters. Zixi felt somewhat helpless, but at the same time, it was indeed difficult to find someone to help with the repairs. It was impossible to find anyone at all. So she wrote down her thoughts, relieved that the loss was just a small truck and that the other vehicles stored in her space were still fine. Since Bai Qing and Wong Baichuan couldn't clean up the villa for the time being, they decided to go to one of their other properties. That property was one of the few in their collection that had not been flooded. However, that house was not in great condition either, and the things inside were lacking, requiring them to either buy new items or move their belongings from Zixi home. Thus, they paused to clean the house first before moving their things over and settling in properly. The vehicles that had been submerged in the flood were not limited to Zixi truck. In fact, almost all the cars in the city had succumbed to the disaster, soaked in the rising waters. Except for a few people who could still call repairmen to fix their vehicles, the rest were rendered useless. Wong Baichuan and Bai Qing could only go to their property to clean up, and of course, Zixi went to help as well. Those small cars, perhaps due to the flood, couldn't be moved to higher ground to avoid the water, but bicycles did not share that concern. Bicycles were lightweight and easy to move. Therefore, at that moment, besides people walking, there were also quite a few riding bicycles. Zixi thought it was fine to take out her bicycle, as it was a means of transportation she had prepared for herself in case of disasters. However, she did not expect to use it in such a situation. Logically, since the disaster had not completely passed, Zixi should have been trying to keep Wong Baichuan and Bai Qing's family here longer, rather than providing them with transportation. She thought to herself that whatever happens, happens. If she couldn't keep them, she could still survive alone in this disaster-stricken world. After all, she had lived like that before her rebirth. So there was no need to worry about not being able to live well in this lifetime or relying on others. She had come to this understanding, but clearly, the world enjoyed playing tricks on people. Just as Wong Baichuan and Bai Qing finished cleaning the house and even moved some clothes over, they were riding their bicycles, planning to go back for more items when another rain began to fall. This rain was different from the earlier violent storm. It was a light drizzle. However, this drizzle brought an unsettling feeling, making her uneasy quickly. She hurriedly asked Wong Baichuan, do you feel any pain from the water droplets on your hands? At that moment, the rain was merely a light drizzle, and the stinging on her phone was not very obvious. Zixi couldn't confirm it, and even wondered if it was her imagination. Wong Baichuan, who was riding in front, heard her and glanced at his hands, which were slightly red. He replied, I do feel a bit of pain. Chapter 68. The light drizzle that caused pain on the skin was indeed acid rain. Zixi had naturally experienced acid rain in her previous life. Otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted so quickly to the pain from the rainwater falling on her palms. However, in her previous life, the acid rain had been more intense and merciless. Back then, the acid rain fell in drops, hitting everyone's exposed skin and causing cries of pain one after another. Those who were slightly more severely affected and unable to find shelter from the acid rain fell to the ground, bloodied and bruised. At that time, Zixi was fortunate. She happened to be at home and did not go out, thus avoiding the acid rain and sustaining no harm. However, she learned about the suffering of others during the rain and understood the power of acid rain. It rained for an entire month, leaving a deep impression on her that she could not forget even if she wanted to. In fact, the location they were in was not far from her home. So, once they entered the community, they could hide in the security room or the guard post. As long as they were under a roof, they would not suffer from the pain of acid rain on their skin. Wong Baichuan asked Zixi, is there something wrong with this rain? He suddenly felt uneasy. The pain from the rainwater on his hands was something that had never happened before. Yet it was happening now, leaving him no choice but to believe it rather than pretend to be confused. Seeing him speed up, Zixi began to speak. Earlier, I asked if the rain causes pain when it hits your hands, and you said you felt it too. I think the rain we're experiencing is acid rain. If it keeps getting heavier, it will be terrible for us to be outside. Wong Baichuan's heart sank. He looked around to see if there was a place to take shelter, and said to Zixi, since this is acid rain that can burn the skin, we should find a place to hide now. It wouldn't matter if they had to stay for a day or two, but if it turned into 10, 20, or 30 days, that would be a big problem. As they brought their bicycles into the building, before the three of them could catch their breath, the light drizzle outside began to intensify. Damn, why does it suddenly hurt so much? My hand. Zixi couldn't help but say, you should hurry upstairs and see if there's any ointment at home to apply. If not, squeeze some toothpaste and put on your swollen and painful spots. Toothpaste is quite cooling and should help relieve the discomfort. They silently walked upstairs, opened the door to put down their bicycles, and drank some water to calm their nerves. Zixi went to close all the windows and doors in the house to prevent the acid rain from coming in. She thought for a moment and placed a bucket outside the window, planning to collect some of the acid rainwater. The power of this acid rain was indeed significant. Perhaps in the future, she could use it as a weapon for self-defense, throwing the prepared acid rainwater at anyone who attacked her. What she initially thought was a disaster that was about to subside continued at that moment, forcing Wong Baichuan and Baiqing, who had planned to move out, to stay here. On the bright side, they had only taken away some clothing, and there were still many items left here for them to use, allowing them to continue living here without being without supplies. Baiqing let out a sigh and said to Zixi, it seems that Annie and Baichuan have been living here for some time. Zixi shook her head and replied, it's okay. I still want to stay with Annie for a while longer and enjoy her cooking. Thanks to this acid rain, Wong Baichuan and Baiqing stayed, which Zixi thought was quite good. Chapter 69. The arrival of this acid rain forced people who had begun to venture outside back into their homes. Unlike during heavy rain and floods, when many would still go out to gather supplies, acid rain truly trapped everyone indoors. The corrosive power of acid rain is extremely strong. No matter if one wears clothing or uses wooden boards for protection, over time, it will inevitably penetrate through. This made everyone lose any desire to go outside. Moreover, the crisis of acid rain is not only confined to certain areas but also manifests in other aspects, such as in the water supply. The tap water that had been restored became contaminated due to the falling acid rain, polluting the water. Initially, no one noticed. and they continued to wash vegetables and rice with that water, but after eating food prepared with it, they soon experienced severe stomach pains, and in more serious cases, there were instances of gastric bleeding. In Zixi home, she had already anticipated the chain reaction that acid rain would bring and had informed Wong and Bai Qing at the very beginning. She said, "Let's use the water we stored before home for now. This water that has been rained on by acid rain, even if it's tap water, just feels unsuitable for washing." In her home, there was a large container specifically for storing water. At least on the surface, the water they had was enough for them to use for some time. Additionally, Zixi could occasionally sneak some water from her space when they weren't paying attention. Relying on the water in these containers, they would have no problem getting through this period of acid rain. Once the acid rain gradually passed, that water would no longer have the same properties it did during the acid rain, and it could slowly become usable again. Wong and Bai Qing had witnessed the power of the acid rain and naturally agreed without objection. After all, even though they didn't know whether the tap water would be contaminated by the acid rain, it was best not to take chances. Meanwhile, the iron bucket Zixi placed outside the window to collect acid rain was already full. She stored the acid rain in her space, intending to see if it could be useful in the future. She also poured some of the acid rain into the foam box she used for planting vegetables, which only contained a thin layer of soil and a few seeds. After pouring the acid rain, the thin layer of soil became moist. In her previous life, the plants in the soil that had been soaked by acid rain mutated. The mutations referred to how the plants that grew this time looked nothing like those seen in the past. The plants that later emerged were bizarre and appeared particularly eerie. This was a significant blow to humanity. Originally, during this time, they could resume production and replant in hopes of obtaining food. However, due to the acid rain altering the properties of the soil, the crops that grew underwent changes. Such a sudden and violent transformation could not be resolved in a short time, and the usual planting knowledge became useless. The seeds Zixi had planted were supposed to be small vegetable seeds, but after she poured in the acid rain and waited a day, the seeds that should have sprouted tender green shoots instead turned into long thorns. The thorns filled the entire foam box, indicating the rapid growth of the plants after being soaked in acid rain. It was impossible for seeds to grow roots and sprout in just one day. Yet this time it had happened completely. However, even if this was achieved, the small vegetables were no longer small vegetables. The thorns that emerged were inedible. Or some people might grind them into powder to consume, but the taste would be bitter. This acid rain, under the natural disaster, added insult to injury for the people. Because of this acid rain, humanity faced setbacks in planting, making survival after the natural disaster increasingly difficult. Zixi explained to Bai Qing and Bai, "I poured some acid rainwater into that foam box yesterday, intending to see if using this water for the vegetables would cause any issues. I didn't expect that today it would grow such long thorns." She did this to show Bai Qing and Wong. She knew that the acid rain would cause mutations in the plants, and that even if the water quality improved later, it wouldn't matter because the acid rain had thoroughly integrated with the soil and changed its properties. Zixi just wanted them to realize that this natural disaster was insurmountable. Upon hearing Zixi's words and looking at the thorns, Bai Qing fell silent. After a moment of silence, she cleared her throat and said, "What should we do in the future?" Zixi pursed her lips. What could they do in the future? They could only adapt. In the world before her rebirth, survivor bases gradually formed, and agricultural personnel began researching these mutated crops to solve the food issues for survivors. However, Zixi did not live to see that time. When she died and was reborn, the food problem had not yet been resolved. Nonetheless, she was not pessimistic. She believed she would have enough time in this life to witness those researchers solve the food problem. Moreover, even if she did not see it, she had enough supplies to cope. Chapter 70. After Bai Qing and Wong saw the foam box that had been watered with acid rain and grown so many long thorns, they became increasingly worried about the water they currently had, feeling apprehensive and hesitant to use the tap water. They occasionally looked at the water stored in the containers, worrying, is the water in these containers really enough? What if one day we run out of this water and the acid rain hasn't stopped? The water stored at home was indeed limited and would eventually run out. With a continuous acid rain, future water would always be unusable. But humans need water. It is the source of life, and once there is a lack of water, humans will not survive. In daily life, water is needed everywhere. Upon waking up each morning, they need water to brush their teeth and wash their faces, then to prepare various breakfasts and lunches, and for using the toilet, washing hands, and bathing, all requiring water. If this water is contaminated by acid rain, even flushing the toilet would be impossible, as this water could cause burns and corrode the toilet. Wong and Bai were worried that there wouldn't be enough water at home. However, Zixi was not concerned about this. She had long prepared for drinking water and tap water issues, and the water she stored was sufficient for their use. She just found it difficult to tell them. From her perspective, she did not plan to reveal the secret of her space to Wong and Bai just yet. Perhaps she would tell them in the future, but she felt it was not the right time now. In Zixi's home, they remained cautious, avoiding the use of the tap water contaminated by acid rain and relying on other clean water reserves. However, in other households, some less meticulous and more carefree people directly used the tap water. Because they were not so careful, they did not connect the tap water with the acid rain. The acid rain falling on the skin can cause burns, and it would have the same effect as tap water, which can be equated. As a result, painful cries began to echo throughout the community. There were many careless individuals who directly used the tap water, thinking that they could just boil it since they had no stored water at home. However, boiling the water wouldn't help with the acid rain. By this time, there were no hospitals left, and even calling for an ambulance was impossible. Therefore, those people could only endure the pain and hope to recover slowly, or they could just wait to die. Bai shook her head upon hearing the painful sounds. If this had happened before the natural disaster, they could have shared the information through the community WeChat group. But now, with all communication methods cut off, they couldn't notify each household, and there was no way to prevent the situation regarding water. Moreover, it had already been turbulent in the days leading up to this. During the flood period, people had started fighting over supplies, and now, as the home supplies dwindled and the acid rain continued outside, it became even harder to go out and find resources, which further strained people's relationships. Although Bai felt some pity for those in pain, she couldn't go door to door to inform them of the information she had learned, so she could only keep quiet and live her own life. Zixi was somewhat satisfied with this. At least Bai and Wong were rational people, sparing her from additional trouble. What she feared most was encountering overly kind-hearted people. Teaming up with such individuals would be a disaster. After more than 10 days of acid rain, it finally stopped. However, unlike the month-long rain before her rebirth, this time it lasted only a little over 10 days, yet its power was still undiminished. Since the acid rain stopped at night, they couldn't see the tall thorns and various unnamed mutated plants that had emerged from the soil, which had climbed up the building. This made the community feel eerie. However, because it was nighttime, not many people noticed these changes outside. But when they woke up, they found everything outside was pitch black, leading them to wonder if they had slept for an unusually long time. In contrast, Zixi could still check the time on her electronic devices, which were fully charged. The darkness couldn't deceive her. She knew it was morning, just that the sky hadn't brightened yet. In her previous life, she experienced that after the acid rain, it wasn't like this eternal night. But this didn't prevent her from understanding that another round of natural disaster was upon them. The arrival of eternal night didn't differ much from ordinary days. It wouldn't trap people indoors like a heavy rain would, nor would it cause pain like acid rain or cold during hunger. During eternal night, one could say it was very safe. However, it would also trigger the dark sides of humanity, causing people to commit illegal acts during this time, almost as if the darkness provided them with a layer of concealment, an outer layer that encouraged them to challenge the law. At this time, the reinforcements began to act recklessly, taking advantage of the cover of night to harm others. This made life truly difficult for the people. Now, they had to contend not only with natural disasters, but also with the harm caused by their fellow humans. Chapter 71, Zixi saw that the time had brightened, but the sky remained dark. Hearing no movement in the room, she knew that Wong and Bai had not yet woken up. She stayed in the room for a while until sounds from outside stirred, prompting her to step out. Outside was pitch black, with no moonlight or sunlight, making it impossible to see anything. The first to wake up in the household was Bai Qing. At her age, she slept lightly, and after dozing off a few times without seeing daylight, she grew anxious and got out of bed to dress. Confused, she decided to find her son, Wong Buchuan. Wong Buchuan also sensed something was wrong and joined Bai Qing in the living room. Zixi quickly followed them outside. She carried a small flashlight that emitted a faint light, allowing her to see the situation in the living room without alarming Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing. When the three gathered together, they began discussing the sudden appearance of the night. Bai Qing asked, "Zixi, you're out too. Let us sit down and talk. It should be morning, right? Why isn't tea brightened? There is no moonlight, stars, or sun. This eternal night is rare. Perhaps in our lifetimes we've never seen such a situation, with outside being completely dark and no light in sight. Perhaps because, in the face of these natural disasters, Zixi had always been the anchor for the family. When it came to discussing these issues, Bai Qing would turn to her for reassurance. However, Zixi felt there was no need to continue pretending to be oblivious. She didn't want to give Bai Qing and Wong Buchuan the illusion that the disaster would eventually pass and peace would return. It was time to dispel this final illusion and tell them that the disaster had indeed arrived, so they should no longer harbor any false hopes. Hearing Zixi's words, Bai Qing couldn't help but grasp her palms. She had also been pretending to be ignorant, unwilling to face the situation. But now Zixi didn't give her the opportunity to maintain that pretense. In a dry voice, she asked, "Will the world continue like this in the future?" Zixi nodded and shook her head. "I don't know, but if we continue to live like this, we will surely see the moment when light comes." She thought for a moment and added, "Aunt Bai, don't worry too much. We still have food at home, and we've planted quite a few vegetables and fruits in the phone boxes. We don't need to worry about supplies. But we do need to be cautious of people outside." This was the current situation, and Zixi felt there was no need to be overly pessimistic. They could always cope with the natural disasters that occurred, but the most challenging aspect now was dealing with people, as the most unpredictable factor was the human heart. At this time, people would start to become restless. They would knock on other residents' doors, stealing and robbing the supplies from those homes. Some would even go as far as to seize everything from a family, making them obey orders like slaves. In times of famine, they might even treat those people as reserved food. However, such incidents had not yet occurred in the early days of this disaster. But as the calamities grew more severe, such situations would inevitably arise. In that world, there would be no place for the weak to survive. Just as Zixi and the others were talking, a sudden loud knocking came from the door. She immediately turned off the flashlight, plunging the living room back into darkness. The three of them stopped talking and listened to the voice of the person knocking outside. "Is anyone there? Is anyone there? I'm from the 9th floor, your downstairs neighbor. I need some help. Can you open the door?" Upon hearing this, Wong Buchuan instinctively stood up to open the door, thinking it was a neighbor coming to discuss something. Zixi turned to look at Wong Buchuan and grabbed his hand, shaking her head to signal him not to go. "Are you kidding? Hearing that kind of voice at a time like this, how can we go out? This isn't the pre-apocalypse anymore. This is post-apocalypse. There is no such thing as a neighbor asking for help." Zixi's action made Wong Buchuan halt his steps, and the voice outside rang out again. After repeating the request a few times without anyone opening the door, it finally stopped. Then a faint voice was heard, "Boss, there's no one home in this apartment. Should we keep knocking?" Another voice replied, "How could there be no one? Just a few days ago, you saw them using a speedboat. This family must have supplies. Knock again." Inside the door, Zixi, Wong Buchuan, and Bai Qing thought that it was hard to say whether the soundproofing of the room was bad or if the outside people were just too foolish to speak so loudly, allowing them to overhear the real plan of the outsiders. Since they all heard it, there was no way they would open the door again. Zixi felt a sense of relief with the explanation from the three people outside. She didn't need to say anything to Wong Buchuan to make him understand the current situation, which saved her a lot of trouble. Wong Buchuan indeed reacted and gently sat back down. They listened as the people outside continued to knock on the door and discuss among themselves, slowly losing hope before finally leaving. It seemed quite relaxed that those who coveted their home had left. But this was just the beginning. Such things would likely happen frequently in the future and might even escalate. After those people left, the building returned to silence. Wong Buchuan frowned at this moment, clearly recognizing the situation they would face in the future. Chapter 72, the quiet murmurs of the people outside could be heard clearly by Zixi, Wong Buchuan, and the others inside. After those people left, Wong Buchuan found it difficult to discuss these matters with Zixi. He was concerned that the soundproofing here was also poor, and although the outsiders seemed to have left, he worried they had not truly gone away. If he spoke, he might be overheard. Zixi, relatively calm, thought that although what had just happened was merely an appetizer, they wouldn't encounter real trouble for a while. Of course, even if real trouble did come, so what? Wouldn't they fight back? Although there were no cold weapons or hot weapons in Zixi's space, she still prepared some potentially lethal tools to deal with others. Even if someone came to cause trouble, she wouldn't be in danger and would have some self-defense capability. She cleared her throat softly and lowered her voice to Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing, saying, "We need to be more cautious from now on. Those people outside are probably not residents from the lower floors. They seem more like outsiders." The community where Zixi lived was considered a high-end neighborhood. How could there be such a gang leader, constantly referring to himself as boss? They didn't seem like residents of the community, but rather like social miscreants. She speculated that they must have infiltrated during the previous natural disaster or had targeted other residents at different times. It was just that now it was their turn to face such individuals. However, such situations would undoubtedly occur from time to time. It might not be them next time, but others would also need to be cautious and vigilant. Zixi thought about how, during this perpetual night, one needed to overcome the inner turmoil caused by the long absence of light, while also facing people coming to cause trouble and various conspiracies, which could truly wear one out. Living alone in a dark environment for several months would be a terrible situation, potentially leading to depression, irritability, or even mental fragility and fear. Zixi's space certainly had ample reserves, including batteries and flashlights. Surviving in such darkness was not particularly concerning for her. However, since Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing also lived here, she felt she needed to provide them with some illuminating tools. As long as there was light, it could reassure them and prevent them from feeling panicked and distressed continuously. After thinking for a moment, Zixi said to them, "We don't know when it will be bright again. I remember there are a few flashlights in my room. I'll go get them for you. That way, you can have flashlights in the house, and you won't feel so scared." After saying this, she stood up and went to her room. Of course, these flashlights were not in the room, but stored in her space. She walked into the room and directly retrieved a few flashlights from her space before stepping out again. She walked over to Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing, holding the flashlights up to them. "Here are the flashlights I found in my room. Luckily, I bought a few for fun before. Now we can use them, and you won't have to worry about being in the dark." She continued, "However, we should still be cautious when using the flashlights at home. Everything is dark outside, so we shouldn't shine the flashlight too brightly. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if people around see it." This caution stemmed from Zixi's careful nature. Although she knew that the sudden darkness was not just affecting their home, she thought about how other residents would also have such lighting tools. Even if residents didn't have flashlights, they could use candles or torches for illumination. In such a pitch-black environment, the most eye-catching were the illuminated floors, which were also the easiest for others to notice. Especially for those whose minds were already somewhat twisted and wanted to vent their emotions, they would be more likely to target these illuminated floors. Therefore, Zixi felt that it was sensible for them to remain cautious. This was not out of cowardice, but rather a way to keep a low profile and reduce trouble, which was indeed wise. After all, in this eternal night, no one wanted to have trouble knocking on their door every day, deepening the fear and panic in their hearts. Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing took the flashlights Zixi brought. Since the people who knocked on the door had left, it was Zixi who kept talking to them, while the two of them remained relatively silent. In fact, Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing thought that Zixi's adaptability seemed quite strong. Suddenly facing such a situation at home, with the entire sky turned dark and no light in sight, they all felt a sense of panic, as if the apocalypse was upon them. On the other side, there were outsiders targeting their home, wanting to take action against them. Yet, even with this dual disturbance, Zixi remained calm, even planning their future arrangements. Instead, they felt a constant panic in their hearts racing, unsure of what to do. Wong Buchuan held the flashlight in his palm. He didn't turn it on, but simply responded softly, I understand. It seemed that he gradually calmed down in the presence of Zixi voice, feeling less panic. Looking at the dark night outside, it appeared that aside from the faint light from Zixi's flashlight, there was no other brightness around. At that moment, Wong Buchuan thought that as long as his mother Bai Qing and Zixi were there, then what did it matter if it was the end of the world? Even if it were the apocalypse, they would face it together. He thought about it, and felt that the end of the world was really nothing more than darkness falling. What was there to be afraid of? There was no acid rain causing pain, nor was there the extreme cold that made one feel bone-chilling cold. Thus, it didn't seem like much at all. Chapter 73, of course, they couldn't just wait at home during this eternal night, because they weren't the only ones feeling panic. Other residents in the neighborhood felt the same way, and someone started shouting loudly downstairs. It's the end of the world. The whole world has gone dark. Everyone who is still alive in the neighborhood, come out and discuss what to do next. Staying at home, like this isn't a solution. If you have candles, bring them. If you have flashlights, bring them. If we all sit together, we might feel a bit safer. If you plan to come down, let us meet at the basketball court in the neighborhood and chat about it. The community where Zixi lived had good landscaping, with various play areas for children, places for exercising, and basketball courts built. However, relative to other locations during such darkness, there might be obstacles due to other equipment. But the basketball court was relatively spacious, more suitable for gathering many people. Perhaps it was this sudden darkness that caused many people to panic, and once people panicked, they became confused. Some shouted loudly in the stairwell, calling for a gathering to discuss a plan. In their view, as long as they were together, they could feel much more at ease. Similarly, many residents hearing this voice below quieted down, wanted to see if they could go downstairs to discuss what to do next. In this panic of a completely dark world, those who usually lack strong opinions became even more fearful, losing their thoughts and easily starting to rely on others for action. Thus, as someone shouted below, some people would listen to this voice and gather at the basketball court. Zixi was also moved by this voice, but it wasn't that she particularly wanted to go downstairs to hear these people discuss solutions. After all, regarding the eternal night, not only ordinary people like them, but even scientists might not have a way to make the sky bright again. It was just a group of people sitting together, chatting randomly, hoping to come up with a solution. The gathering of so many people would merely provide a sense of reassurance. However, if someone were to go to that basketball court, it would be better for them to be present. If so many people gathered and discussed something without them, Zixi would feel a sense of loss of control, which would be very uncomfortable. After all, with so many people gathered, no matter what they discussed or did, it posed a risk for them. Thus, Zixi said to Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing, if we hear any noise downstairs later, shall we go take a look? To be honest, she felt a bit scared to go down alone in such a dark night. Having Zixi accompany her would give her a bit more sense of security. As for Bai Qing, after experiencing someone knocking on their door just now, Zixi was not at ease letting her stay alone at home, fearing something might happen. She was somewhat afraid, worried that this was a diversion tactic. She was concerned that after everyone left, someone would start knocking on doors and searching these rooms for supplies. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was home, they could act quickly without any harm. If it were the latter, Zixi wasn't worried. After all, they could put all their supplies into her space before leaving. Even if those things were taken away, she still had supplies in her space. So she would have to worry about food being stolen and causing a shortage. Zixi thought this could be a diversion tactic, and Wong Buchuan naturally thought of it too. So he speculated and said to Zixi, could it be that someone is deliberately saying this to lure us away, and then someone will come to our houses? Zixi nodded at Wong Buchuan and said, that possibility cannot be ruled out, but it's better for us to go out. Otherwise, if those people come up with something while we're not there, we want to know. Since we can't contact anyone through our phones, if we don't go to the scene, we want to know what will happen there. As for worrying about someone coming to our home, we can hide the old things first. This shouldn't be so easily found. She felt that rather than waiting at home for potential thieves to come, it was better to go see what was happening. She could discern which of the two places was more important. After Zixi said this, Bai Qing couldn't help but say, "Why don't I stay at home? And you two go?" This way there would be someone at home and someone outside, and it wouldn't matter what they did. Bai Qing didn't want to move much on such a night. She just wanted to stay at home and have some peace and quiet. She thought that since there were many people at home, they could disperse directly, and that way, they could also hear information from outside. If someone came to the room, she could handle it. Without waiting for Zixi to speak, Wong Buochuan shook his head in disagreement and said to Bai Qing, "Mom, you can't stay home alone. We don't know what might happen. I'm afraid you'll be in danger at home." Wong Buochuan only had Bai Qing left as a relative, especially in his heart, knowing that the world was already at its end. He was even more uneasy about leaving Bai Qing alone in a dangerous situation. His mentioning of danger was also to make Bai Qing understand the current situation. This was also what Wong Buochuan thought. In fact, he cared about Zixi's safety just as much. However, at such a time, whether leaving Bai Qing or Zixi behind, he would not feel at ease. Thus, in his view, it was better to act together. Chapter 74, after the three of them reached a consensus. They began to listen to the commotion outside and indeed found that many people were heading that way. They took the tools for lighting and prepared to go outside. The three of them took one flashlight and went downstairs first. On the way to the basketball court, there were quite a few people holding lighting tools, so as long as they followed the crowd, they wouldn't go the wrong way. It was only when they reached downstairs, illuminated by the flashlight's beam, that they realized how much the outside had changed after so many days of acid rain. The trees, which had been frozen and nearly withered in the extreme cold, were now completely bare. However, at this moment, those once sickly trees were now enveloped by other green plants. Inside the greenery, various plants had already grown in abundance, sprouting in different shapes. A somewhat eerie feeling washed over them, but the new plants, though mutated and no longer resembling their original forms before the disaster, at least didn't pose a threat to humans. Even if they grew oddly, it didn't matter much. The basketball court was now surrounded by a number of people, some of whom were likely familiar faces from the neighborhood. They would chat casually on regular days, but now they sat together more intimately, engaging in conversation. They discussed how to navigate the days ahead, hoping to alleviate some of the heaviness in their hearts. Zixi had only moved into this neighborhood close to the time of the disaster. In this community, she didn't have anyone she was particularly familiar with to sit with and gather information. Of course, facing such an endless night, she didn't need to inquire about the situation from others. She figured everyone else was just as clueless about why things had turned out this way. She mostly listened to their conversations, mentally noting down any useful information she could gather. As more and more people filled the basketball court, it seemed no one came forward to lead the discussion. In reality, everyone was distrustful of one another, which caused the conversations to fizzle out without any real progress. Zixi heard them mention that someone would come knocking at night, with sporadic sounds echoing. She compared this to events that might have happened in their building but needed to be cautious. For instance, a serial killer had already emerged in one of the buildings. The thought made her heart race. There was a killer in the neighborhood, obtaining supplies by killing residents, and such a person was undoubtedly dangerous. The uncertainty of where the killer might be lurking, perhaps even hiding among them, was frightening. Wong Buochuan held on to Bai Qing and Zixi's hands to ensure they wouldn't get separated in the crowd. When Zixi suddenly felt Wong Buochuan take her hand, she was momentarily stunned, especially when she felt his fingers intertwine with hers. A thought flashed through her mind. Was he doing this on purpose? Her first instinct was to shake off Wong Buochuan's hand, but her heart began to race unexpectedly. She glanced at Wong Buochuan, only to see him looking earnestly ahead, as if holding hands was completely normal. Seeing this made Zixi relax her grip, wanting to change their clasped fingers into a more casual hand-holding position. But Wong Buochuan was unwilling to let go. This made Zixi shoot him a glare. She bit her lip, feeling a bit annoyed. However, considering they were outside and Bai Qing was beside them, it didn't seem appropriate to confront Wong Buochuan, so she held back. "Wong Buochuan, what are you doing? Do you like me?" Interlocking fingers carried different meanings. It was an intimate gesture not typically shared between mere friends. During a quiet moment, Zixi questioned Wong Buochuan out of curiosity. Part of her even hoped he would deny it, allowing her to mock him as they had done for years, finding joy in teasing each other. However, Wong Baichuan surprised her by being straightforward and saying, "Yes, Yi Zixi, I like you." Chapter 75. Yi Zixi was taken aback by this answer, doubting whether she had misheard him. Shouldn't he have said he didn't like her? She stared blankly at Wong Baichuan and asked, "What did you say? I didn't quite catch that." Wong Baichuan looked at the dazed girl and repeated, "Yi Zixi, I think I like you. Now that the world is ending, should we give being together a try? I'll protect you from now on, okay?" Wong Baichuan's confession of liking her was well thought out. Without the disaster, he might not have realized his feelings for Yi Zixi as quickly. But because of the catastrophe, he understood his feelings through their interactions. Initially, he merely felt uncomfortable seeing Yi Zixi looking at others, not realizing that such discomfort was actually affection. As they endured these tough days together, he found himself relieved whenever he looked at Yi Zixi beside him. He believed that as long as the most important people were by his side, he wouldn't need to worry about what the future held. It was at this moment he realized that his feelings for Yi Zixi were indeed different. Yes, the two most important people in his life were right there with him. Thus, whatever happened in the future wouldn't matter. He could keep moving forward. Yi Zixi had never been in a relationship before. But when Wong Baichuan spoke to her like this, her heart raced uncontrollably. She thought perhaps this was what it meant to like someone. However, apart from her feelings of affection, she felt a bit lost. After all, in her view, with the world facing disaster and continuous calamities ahead, was there really a need to be together, even if they liked each other? Yet, hearing Wong Baichuan suggest dating in the face of the apocalypse made her heart flutter. Yes, if the world was ending, then not being bold enough to pursue love might lead to regrets. After all, post-apocalypse, no one knew who might be next to die. They lived in a reality without tomorrow or a future. Thus, confessing feelings might be better than waiting, allowing them to share some time together. After some contemplation, Yi Zixi said to Wong Baichuan, "Okay, I think we can." He had never found those words so beautiful. Wong Baichuan smiled slightly, took a step forward, and embraced Yi Zixi, expressing his feelings at that moment. The two remained silent for a while, until Yi Zixi asked Wong Baichuan, "Should we tell your mom about us?" Their relationship wasn't just about the two of them. Bai Qing, Wong Baichuan's mother, was also present. Should they inform her that they were together? Wong Baichuan saw no issue with it. Whether they told her or not was irrelevant. He asked Yi Zixi, "What about you? Do you want to tell mom now?" In his heart, he thought he would follow Yi Zixi's lead. If she wanted to tell Bai Qing, they would. If she preferred to keep it a secret for now, then so be it. Yi Zixi shook her head in Wong Baichuan's embrace, feeling a bit shy. She and Wong Baichuan were indeed too familiar with each other. For over 20 years, they had interacted as pure friends, but now, suddenly being together and facing Bai Qing as Wong Baichuan's girlfriend left her somewhat at a loss. So, she wanted to take a moment to think. Wong Baichuan said to Yi Zixi, "Then I'll listen to you." Yi Zixi had never been in a relationship, but she didn't consider herself overly romantic, especially after the apocalypse, where survival took precedence over love. Now that Yi Zixi had confirmed their romantic relationship, the useful information she recalled from the basketball court made her want to discuss it with Wong Baichuan. "Wong Baichuan, I heard someone say there's a murderer in our neighborhood. What should we do?" Wong Baichuan rested his head against Yi Zixi's dark hair. Although they had just confirmed their relationship and had yet to express their feelings for each other, he felt a bit helpless at her calm desire to discuss other matters. However, it was indeed the apocalypse, and safety was crucial. Wong Baichuan began to think about what they would do if the murderer visited them. Chapter 76. This required vigilance and preparation. Naturally, they needed to be alert and ready. Otherwise, if that person appeared in their building, they wouldn't know what to do. Nights were always more dangerous than days, especially since both day and night were pitch black now, making it an excellent opportunity for such individuals to strike. Wong Baichuan said to Yi Zixi, "Don't worry, I'll keep watch in the living room tonight. If that person comes, they won't dare to do anything. You can sleep peacefully. I'm here." He thought, no matter how powerful the murderer was, they were just one person, and he had some martial arts training. He shouldn't be unable to handle a thief. The so-called murderer was just a label given by other residents. How powerful that person really was could only be determined by seeing them. Listening to Wong Buochuan's words, Zixi felt a bit happy. At least Wong Buochuan was determined to protect them. However, she couldn't help but remind him, have you forgotten? There's no daytime now. The world is completely dark. What's the difference between night and day? Are you going to stay awake all day and night? She felt a bit reluctant to let Wong Buochuan face it alone. In the past, she had wanted Wong Buochuan and by Qing to move in together to form a team to face various situations arising after the apocalypse. But now that she had clarified her feelings for Wong Buochuan and they were together, she naturally didn't want him to face it alone while she remained within his protective circle. At least in the future, when encountering any dangers, Zixi thought she wanted to fight alongside Wong Buochuan. No matter how difficult it was after the apocalypse, they could rely on each other. Wong Buochuan listened to Zixi words, rubbed his nose, and indeed felt a bit of a headache. He had not reacted quickly enough. Now it was just pitch black all day and night. Without a device to check the time, how could they confirm whether it was day or night? Staying vigilant all day and night was indeed unrealistic. In this continuous darkness, who knew when the murderer would visit? If the murderer came while they were asleep, they wouldn't even know when the person pried open their door. He thought he needed to come up with other solutions, at least to be able to prevent something. Wong Buochuan then said to Zixi, let's find something to block the door. That way, if someone comes, there will be noise, and we can know earlier. Zixi nodded in satisfaction, feeling this idea was much more reliable. They began to block the door with some objects. If someone knocked, they would need to push those items away with force, and if the items blocking the door were heavy enough, perhaps it would prevent someone from pushing them open, as the noise from pushing them open would be enough to wake them from their sleep. She said, okay, that's no problem. Seeing Zixi agree, Wong Buochuan began searching for suitable items to block the door. Most of the furniture was integrated, and there weren't many heavy objects that could be moved. Wong Buochuan then said to Zixi, how about I push the refrigerator to our door? Generally, doors open outward, but the door Zixi installed opened inward. This meant that if someone knocked and tried to open the door, they would need to push it inward. Zixi quickly stopped Wong Buochuan, saying, wait, I think I have some things that can be used for self-defense. Let me find them for you. After all, if they encountered someone trying to break in or steal, having some sharp weapons would help them defend themselves. Otherwise, if they had nothing in hand, they could potentially get hurt. Having weapons was entirely different from not having them. Wong Buochuan nodded in agreement, saying, all right, you look for them. He thought Zixi weapons would be something common, like kitchen knives or iron rods. So he didn't pay much attention, believing they could be used for self-defense. Zixi began to search. She hadn't stored all her weapons in her space, especially since after Wong Buochuan and Bai Qing moved in, she had thought about giving them some weapons for self-defense. After all, there were others in the house. And it wasn't just her who would be targeted if someone came in. Everyone was at risk. However, she hadn't found the right time to give those weapons to them until now, which was a perfect opportunity. Zixi crouched down and pulled out a cardboard box from under the bed. Using a flashlight to illuminate it, she opened the box, revealing various axes, chainsaws, stun guns, and machetes inside. While Zixi was looking for these supplies, Wong Buochuan also crouched down to take a look. When he saw the box full of weapons, he couldn't help but twitch his mouth and said to Zixi, where did you collect so many dangerous items? He thought to himself, did an ordinary person really collect such a complete set of knives, axes, chainsaws, and stun guns? Zixi replied confidently, of course, I'm scared. If I don't collect some weapons for self-defense, what will I do if someone breaks in? She was a single woman living alone on the ground floor, so it was entirely normal to prepare such tools. Of course, her words were just an excuse for Wong Buochuan, essentially a way to justify her collection of so many weapons. Chapter 77. Wong Buochuan quickly accepted Zixi's excuse and felt a bit sorry for her. He thought that this girl had always been very strong-willed. She had refused many times when he suggested that she move in with him. At that time, Wong Buochuan had actually thought that Zixi really wanted to live alone and was quite bold. Since she wanted to live alone, it was indeed no problem. But now seeing so many self-defense weapons she prepared, it is clear that she must also be scared inside. She is not as strong as she appears. Yet she has always been very measured, not wanting to disturb them. If Zixi's parents had not passed away and were still alive, this girl wouldn't have to be so afraid. She would have her mom and dad to rely on. But now, she is all alone. Wong Buchuan gently patted Yi Zixi's head and said to her, "Zixi, don't worry. I will protect you in the future." Yi Zixi looked at Wong Buchuan, who had a pained expression as he said this, and blinked. Although she didn't know what misunderstanding he had, she felt it was fine to let him continue with it. They patiently waited for Bai Qing to wake up, and after discussing the matter with her, they moved the refrigerator to block their door. Since the power was already cut off, the refrigerator was not very useful. It only stored some of their food supplies. Moving the refrigerator to the door, they could still use it without any trouble. When Yi Zixi and Wong Buchuan used the refrigerator to block the door, the food inside shook and rattled with the movement. They didn't worry about the food being smashed, and instead, they planned to tidy it up after securing the refrigerator in place. The supplies they brought from Wong Buchuan's home, along with what was left in Yi Zixi's home, were actually quite abundant. This included supplies that Yi Zixi occasionally took out from her space, which Bai Qing had never discovered. When they went to the basketball court that morning, they found no signs of anyone having broken in. The arrangement of their belongings remained the same, indicating that no one had entered their home. The anticipated scenario of someone making a diversion to break in and steal did not occur. Now, apart from various meats and staple foods like rice and noodles, Yi Zixi, Wong Buchuan, and Bai Qing also had plenty of self-heating meals, hot pot kits, and instant noodles. While the earlier items seemed normal, the later boxes of self-heating meals and hot pot kits raised questions. How could Yi Zixi's family have bought so many of these? It seemed like enough to last a month or even a year. When Wong Buchuan wondered why Yi Zixi's family had so many supplies, she simply used the excuse of having a supermarket, saying these were items she hadn't cleared out and had kept. This reassured them that they wouldn't need to worry about supplies for a while. Besides the meat and seemingly low-nutrition self-heating meals, they also needed vegetables. The balcony of Yi Zixi's home was taken over by foam boxes, which contained the vegetables they had slowly started to grow. After harvesting the first batch of small greens, they planted other vegetables to ensure they could eat greens along with their meat dishes. As for the mutated plants watered with durable three-language irrigation, they temporarily left them to grow. This actually made their lives not differ much from before, except that the weather was now completely dark. Another factor was that their range of activities was restricted to their home. Compared to others at the same time, they were definitely living much better. For others, even under such dark conditions, those without supplies at home still had to go out to gather resources. If these rapidly growing mutated plants could be eaten as food, that would be great. Of course, whether going out to gather supplies or keeping an eye on these mutated plants, at least those two groups of people still followed some order. Besides these, there was another group that aimed to take advantage of others, wanting to occupy their supplies and injure others to gain resources. By blocking the refrigerator at the door, Yi Zixi and her group could temporarily feel at ease. However, as they slowly began to hear constant arguments and various noises from the building, it became impossible to stay relaxed. Bai Qing, listening to the noises outside, felt anxious. Sometimes she even wanted to ask Wong Buchuan to go out and check the situation, but then she suddenly thought it was too dangerous to let her son go outside. If something happened, it would be too late for her to regret it. So she just quietly listened to the noises until they completely stopped. During these days, Wong Buchuan became vigilant. Even at night, he didn't sleep in his room, but instead took his weapon and slept on the couch, always alert to the sounds outside the door. Chapter 78. Yi Zixi didn't know that Wong Buchuan had fallen asleep outside. When she went to bed at night, she stayed in her room and didn't go outside, so she was unaware of what was happening outside. It wasn't until she went to the bathroom, using a flashlight, that she accidentally saw Wong Buchuan sleeping soundly on the couch and discovered him. When Yi Zixi came out of the bathroom, she went to the living room to take a look at Wong Buchuan. Knowing he was sleeping outside, she made less noise in the bathroom so as not to wake him. Seeing Wong Buchuan asleep on the couch with an electric baton in his hand, she couldn't help but smile. This guy seemed to be planning to keep watch here. Yi Zixi covered Wong Buchuan with a blanket and was about to leave when she suddenly heard a scream, which made her stop in her tracks. Wong Buchuan also woke up from a scream. He sat up on the couch and quickly saw Yi Zixi beside him, softly asking, "What are you doing here?" Yi Zixi blinked at him, pointed towards the bathroom, and then quieted down to listen to the noises outside. It seemed to be coming from downstairs in their building. Besides the initial scream, various sounds hadn't stopped. Help! Wake up! There's a thief. A thief is trying to break in. They want to kill someone. Wake up, everyone! The voices downstairs seemed flustered but slowly began to react, waking up others in the house. Various noises began to come from the house, and the banging sounds didn't stop. It was hard to tell whether more thieves were trying to break in or if there were more people in that household. And at this moment, it was unclear who would win. Zixi and Wong Bochuan calmed down to listen to the commotion downstairs. Wong Bochuan tightened his grip on the electric baton, thinking that if thieves did break into their home, he had to deal with them properly. He couldn't let such people disturb their peace. Don't run. Stand still. He asked, trying to escape. Quick, catch him. The shouting from downstairs seemed to indicate that the family had the upper hand, and the thief was trying to flee. However, the house was completely dark, and it was hard to tell if they could successfully stop him. Actually, the eyes also have an adaptation process. When people get used to a dark environment, they can vaguely see some things, even on a pitch-black night. It's just that one doesn't know if their eyes adapt quickly or if the thief runs fast. Zixi pulled Wong Bochuan's hand and said to him, "How about we go take a look?" She wasn't acting out of kindness to help that family catch the fleeing thief. Instead, she thought that since the thief had come right to their doorstep, if they didn't catch him, he would likely come back again after some time. Since that was the case, it would be better to catch the thief and teach him a lesson, which could also serve as a warning to others who might be tempted to try their luck and come to them. Zixi shook her head and said, "Don't go. The thief should have escaped by now, and we don't know where he went. If we go out, it could be dangerous. I'm afraid if we encounter the thief, he might become desperate and fight back, which would cause trouble." Listening to the sounds coming from downstairs, she figured that the thief probably couldn't withstand the family's defenses. However, she didn't know if the thief had escaped upstairs or downstairs, and if they went out recklessly, it might just provoke the thief to act out violently. As the saying goes, barefoot people are not afraid of those wearing shoes. If it came to that point, the person would be willing to fight to the death. For them, that wouldn't be worth it. Moreover, they had just blocked the door with the refrigerator. If they opened it now, the noise might wake up Bai Qing, who was still sleeping inside. Wong Bochuan was thinking about this when Bai Qing, hearing the noise from inside, woke up from her sleep, put on her clothes, and walked outside with a flashlight, only to see Zixi and Wong Bochuan closely huddled together by the sofa. Bai Qing walked over to them and asked, "What's going on down there?" Zixi quickly let go of Wong Bochuan's hand, looked at Bai Qing, and said, "Aunt Bai, you're awake too. We just heard some noise and got up. It seems that the family downstairs has been robbed." She continued, "I wanted to go down and take a look, but Bochuan wouldn't let me." Bai Qing nodded and said, "Zixi, with something like that happening downstairs, it's best we don't go down. Let's wait until it quiets down and then go back to sleep." Zixi nodded, feeling a bit regretful, but knowing the appropriate limits, she replied, "Okay." The sounds from downstairs gradually quieted down and then fell silent. They had already placed the refrigerator at the door as a precaution, so they didn't want Wong Bochuan to sleep on the sofa. After all, sleeping in the living room was never as comfortable as sleeping in a bedroom. Wong Bochuan shook his head and said, "It's fine. I'll stay here. If something happens at home, I can react faster." He wanted to protect Zixi and Bai Qing. Although staying in the bedroom would allow him to hear the noises outside, being in the living room would enable him to respond more quickly. Seeing that Wong Bochuan wouldn't be persuaded, Zixi said, "Then I'll sleep here too, to keep you company." How about that? She had long thought that they should face things together. It wouldn't be right to let Wong Bochuan deal with it alone. Wong Bochuan still didn't agree. He hugged Zixi's waist and kissed her lips, saying, "Be good. Go sleep in the room. I'll be fine here." In this apocalyptic world, dating seemed to have a bittersweet feeling, especially under the watchful eyes of Wong Bochuan's mother, Bai Qing. They had to do things secretly, often taking advantage of Bai Qing's absence to spend some time together. As two inexperienced lovers, they tentatively engaged in some intimate actions, which turned out to be quite nice. Zixi covered herself with the blanket, snuggled into the warm quilt, and the corners of her mouth turned upwards. She felt that she might be a bit love-struck. After getting together with Wong Bochuan, she wanted to share the secret of her space with him. However, she still maintained some rational restraint, believing that she shouldn't reveal all her cards so soon after just getting together. This was not right, and she needed to observe more. Although Yi Zixi and Wong Buochuan had a childhood friendship, and she was quite close to Bai Qing, understanding each other's character, she believed that even if she told them about her space, they wouldn't leak it. Wong Buochuan and Bai Qing were not like her uncle and aunt. If it were them, she wouldn't even think about sharing such secrets. Regardless, her space was her trump card for survival in this apocalyptic world, and she couldn't easily expose it to others. Yi Zixi thought that she would wait a bit longer, and after fully confirming that they could share both fortune and misfortune, she would tell Wong Buochuan and Bai Qing about her space. With that thought, she closed her eyes and fell asleep. That night, aside from the incident with the thief downstairs, nothing else happened. Perhaps it was because the thief attempted to steal but failed, which caused others who were also thinking of doing something to pause their actions, not daring to carry out such deeds. As a result, the night passed peacefully. When Yi Zixi woke up in the morning, she was still faced with the darkness outside the window and the pitch-black room. This dark sight made her feel somewhat dazed, as if she couldn't tell whether she was in a dream or awake. In recent days, she hadn't been lazy about getting up. She had already slept enough and no longer had any thoughts of catching up on sleep. So, she simply got up, pulled the curtains shut, and planned to find something to block out the light, then turned on the lights inside. In the apocalypse that Yi Zixi experienced, she had never faced eternal night. However, after stockpiling supplies, she began to buy some peculiar things that might be useful in the future, or perhaps not. Yi Zixi bought several desk lamps and floor lamps. Considering that after the disasters, there would be power outages, so she chose rechargeable or battery-operated lights. This meant that as long as these lamps were charged, they could be used directly. Yi Zixi felt that just having a flashlight with dim light was no longer enough. If she couldn't see any light, she would become increasingly irritable. To prevent her emotions from getting the better of her due to this darkness, she wanted to find a way to make herself feel more comfortable. She thought to herself, and directly took those lamps out from her space and placed them in the corner of her room. That way, when she showed these items to Wong Buochuan and Bai Qing later, they would just assume she had bought them earlier and wouldn't think about where they came from. Yi Zixi believed that since she had the ability to ensure she could see light, there was no need to remain in such darkness, which could lead to psychological issues. With this thought, she felt more energized. To be honest, in such a dark atmosphere, she felt listless and unmotivated. It was only now that she thought about illuminating the room that she started to regain some energy. However, how could she seal the window to prevent light from leaking out? Yi Zixi pulled the curtains slightly to look outside. Some buildings still had lights shining, while others were completely dark. The buildings with lights were very conspicuous, although some families had used things to block the brightness. However, in the current darkness, it was difficult to completely conceal these lights. Yi Zixi stood there, lost in thought as she looked at the lights outside. On the other side, Wong Buochuan noticed that Yi Zixi had not come out for a long time, so he knocked on her door. When Wong Buochuan entered and saw Yi Zixi standing in front of the curtain looking outside, he asked, "What's wrong?" Yi Zixi had nothing to hide and pointed to the lamp she had taken out from her space. She directly told Wong Buochuan, "I also want to turn on some lights. It's too dark in the room. I found some lamps I bought before, and they all use batteries. But when those lamps are turned on, they are very conspicuous. I was thinking if I could seal this window so that the light doesn't leak out." Overall, Yi Zixi was still very cautious. She didn't want the lights in her window to make her apartment too noticeable. She was always mindful of her desire to remain low-key. Wong Buochuan glanced at the lamps and thought to himself, "What's so difficult about this? I'll help you close the window more tightly, and I guarantee that the outside won't be able to see inside." Hearing Wong Buochuan say this, Yi Zixi couldn't help but feel delighted. "Really?" Wong Buochuan smiled at her. "Do you think I would lie to you? Just wait while I get some tools, and I'll help you seal the window." Yi Zixi quickly nodded. "Okay, hurry up." Chapter 80. Wong Buochuan indeed kept his word. He brought some tools and materials into Yi Zixi's room. With the light she had turned on, he got to work. After some time, he had successfully sealed the window in Yi Zixi's room tightly. He clapped his hands and said to her, "All right, I've sealed your window. Try turning on the light. I guarantee that the outside won't see the light inside." Yi Zixi was a bit skeptical. "Can this really block the light from the room?" She asked Wong Buochuan, "Is this enough? Are you sure there won't be any problems?" The apartment faced the outside buildings, and if the light still leaked out, it would be disastrous. Wong Buchuan's confident tone made her doubt whether it was possible without testing it first. Wong Buchuan patted Zixi on the head. Come on, at least trust me a little. If I say it won't leak light, it won't leak light. If you don't believe me, shall we go downstairs and take a look? Upon hearing Wong Buchuan say this, Zixi felt more at ease. She pulled the curtains shut, opened the packaging of the lamp she had bought, and took out a larger floor lamp, turning on the switch. The room lit up, no longer the dark and gloomy place it was before. Of course, this floor lamp couldn't shine as brightly as the lamps during normal times before the power outage, but having any light in the room made Zixi very satisfied. After all, it was much better than being completely in the dark. With the lights on, Zixi room became clearer, but she still felt a bit worried about whether the light would leak out. After all, Wong Buchuan had only tinkered with it, and until she could see for herself, she would always feel a bit anxious. So she tugged at Wong Buchuan's hand and said, "How about we go downstairs to take a look? If it really doesn't leak light, we can seal the windows in your room and Aunt Bai's room. Then put one of these floor lamps in each room. That way, all the rooms can be bright." Zixi had brought out several lamps from her space. From the beginning, she had not only thought about having light in her own room, but also wanted Wong Buchuan's and Bai Qing's rooms to be bright. It wasn't just about her not seeing the light. It was that no one could see the light, since she felt irritable and listless in such darkness. Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing would feel the same way, although everyone had different capacities for tolerance. Besides, since Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing lived at her house, it was not appropriate to bring this up, but while they might not mention it, Zixi could not ignore it. Now, one was already her boyfriend, and the other she considered a family member, so she naturally wanted to take care of them. Even without this relationship, she would still care for them due to their long-standing bond. Wong Buchuan felt a bit helpless hearing that Zixi wanted to go downstairs to confirm the light situation. However, to put her mind at ease, he agreed. "All right, since you're worried, let's go downstairs and take a look. We need to make sure you're at ease." He looked at the floor lamp that was now lit in Zixi room and asked her, "Are these floor lamps battery-operated or rechargeable? If they're just for my mom's room, we can just install one there. I don't need one in my room." He thought to himself that whether they were rechargeable or battery-operated, these lamps were limited in number. Although he didn't know how Zixi managed to buy so many floor lamps, he didn't need to think too much about it now. What he needed to consider was that once the power ran out, they wouldn't be able to provide light anymore. If the eternal night continued and the world remained dark, their home would be completely without light. For himself, being in an environment without lights and without brightness was not a big problem. Zixi pouted and said to him, "These are all battery-operated, don't worry. I have spare batteries. I thought these floor lamps looked nice and needed batteries, so I bought a lot of spare batteries. There's no need to worry about running out of power for a while." Of course, she was only saying this to Wong Buchuan. In reality, these were supplies she had prepared for emergencies. The two of them didn't turn off the lights in the room, but went straight outside. After explaining to Bai Qing, they opened the refrigerator and walked out the door. They didn't forget to have Bai Qing lock the door behind them. Then they used a flashlight to walk down the fire escape stairs. In fact, by now, due to the eternal night, many people's daily routines had slowly become chaotic. Originally, they could judge whether morning had come by the light outside. But now, whether it was morning or night, everything was pitch black, making it impossible to discern the time. Families without electronic devices or clocks had no idea what time it was, and even birthdays were celebrated in the days. The human biological clock was also slowly becoming disordered, leading to changes in people's waking and sleeping times. Not everyone would wake up at such a time. Many were just falling asleep. Chapter 81. Zixi and Wong Buchuan walked down the stairs quietly, trying to make as little noise as possible to avoid disturbing others. They were going out for the second time after the eternal night. The first time was when the eternal night had just arrived, heading to the basketball court. This time, they were going somewhere closer, just downstairs. Since they would only be downstairs for a bit before coming back up, they didn't have to worry about Bai Qing being alone at home and getting into danger. In such a short time, nothing significant was likely to happen. Moreover, if there were any thieves heading upstairs, they could use the stairs to spot any suspicious individuals. After reaching downstairs, Zixi saw the green belt nearby. where quite a few people were squatting. Holding a flashlight, she noticed people squatting in the dark, making faint rustling sounds, and she couldn't tell what they were doing. Instinctively, she shone the flashlight in that direction and saw several people digging up roots and leaves from the mutated plants. Most people regarded these mutated plants as wild vegetables from before the natural disaster. Since wild vegetables were edible, it was only natural to assume these mutated plants were as well. However, the taste of these leaves and roots from the mutated plants was not very pleasant. They had a bitter flavor. The mutated plants grew quickly, and even after being picked once following the acid rain, new ones would slowly sprout from the soil. The mutated plants in the foam box at Zixi's home, which had been covered with a thin layer of soil and watered with acid rain, had been growing wildly, surpassing the weight of the vegetables they had. The branches and leaves of the mutated plants were robust, spreading like spider plants, covering their balcony completely. Sometimes, Zixi couldn't stand it and would trim the leaves of those mutated plants with scissors to tidy up the balcony a bit, but they never ate those leaves. When they had enough supplies at home, she naturally looked down on the branches and leaves of the mutated plants. There was no need for her to taste those bitter leaves now. Watching them picking the leaves of the mutated plants suddenly reminded her that the mutated plants she had cleaned up yesterday were still left on the balcony. She thought she should clean up those branches and leaves after going upstairs. Zixi and Wong continued walking, planning to check if the window of Zixi's room, where they still had the floor lamp on, would emit any light. As they reached the side of the building, they looked up and saw that the 10th floor was indeed pitch black, with no sign of light. After confirming this, Wong lowered his head, pinched Zixi's cheek, and said, "See? I told you, I'm absolutely reliable. You have to trust me, okay?" Their room door was locked from the inside, and even with a key, they couldn't open it from the outside. After coming upstairs, they knocked 3 times on the door as agreed upon when they left, allowing Bai Qing to come and open the door. Bai Qing asked Zixi, "How was it? Did you see anything downstairs?" Zixi smiled at Bai Qing and replied, "Aunt Bai Chuan closed it up tight, and you can't see the light from my window from outside. Later, let Bai Chuan seal the window in your room too, so you can turn on the light to brighten the room." When they went downstairs, they naturally mentioned this to Bai Qing, so she was aware. Meanwhile, the door to Zixi's room was also open, letting some light spill out. Wong nodded and said to Bai Qing, "Mom, I'll go seal your window now. You can just use the floor lamp in your room then." After saying this, he went into Bai Qing's room to get to work. Sealing the windows wasn't something that could be done quickly. It had to be done slowly and carefully. Besides the windows in their respective rooms, the only other window was the large one on the balcony, which was difficult to seal, so they could only turn on the lights in their rooms. Bai Qing used a small flashlight to turn on a bit of light in the kitchen, where she began to sort out the ingredients, planning to start making breakfast. Zixi also walked towards the balcony, intending to deal with the mutated plants she hadn't finished cleaning up. However, when she got there, she found that the mutated plants she had set aside were gone. Only Zixi, Wong and Bai Qing were at home, and now that the mutated plants were missing, she walked into the kitchen to ask Bai Qing, "Aunt Bai, have you seen the branches and leaves of the mutated plants I cut? How did they suddenly disappear?" Chapter 82. When Bai Qing heard Zixi's question about the picked mutated plants, she replied, "Zixi, you mean those plant leaves, right? They're right here." Actually, due to the eternal night or the natural disaster, Bai Qing was trapped here, and she noticed that the food supplies at home were decreasing day by day. As the main cook, she couldn't help but feel a bit anxious, worrying about what to do when the food ran out. Therefore, Bai Qing's gaze turned to the foam boxes, wondering if the wild grasses watered by the acid rain could be used for food. It could be said that she was hitting the mark by accident. Under the current disaster, others had begun to consider these mutated plants as well. Bai Qing, who had mostly stayed at home, also had her eyes on these mutated plants. Perhaps it was true that everything could be eaten. Zixi was taken aback, not expecting that the mutated plants she had planned to process were being treated as food supplies by Bai Qing. Zixi understood that Bai Qing must have wanted to clean these mutated plants to see if they could make a dish. Bai Qing was simply worried about not having food to eat, but it made Zixi feel somewhat uncomfortable to address this. If she directly told Bai Qing that she had supplies in her space that could ensure they wouldn't have to worry about food in the future, it wouldn't be a problem. If she told Bai Qing Then Bai Qing wouldn't have to worry like this. But Zixi hesitated, unsure of how to start. While Bai Qing busied herself with cooking, after explaining about the plants, she began to chop the washed wild vegetables on the cutting board. She treated these mutated plants just like the wild vegetables from before the disaster, planning to saute them with oil and salt. She intended to cook them to see how they tasted. If they were edible, they could incorporate them into their meals. If the wild vegetables were edible, it would mean an additional food source for their family, which Bai Qing thought was worth trying. Zixi silently watched Bai Qing chop and stir-fry the vegetables, knowing that Bai Qing would soon put the mutated plants into a plate. Bai Qing took a clean pair of chopsticks, intending to taste the dish. Just as she was about to try, she noticed Zixi still standing nearby and said to her, "Zixi, do you want to give it a try? If it tastes good, we can often pick these wild vegetables to eat in the future." The mutated plants grow rapidly, and Bai Qing has been observing this lately. After one batch is removed, another quickly sprouts up. If these are edible, then there is no need to worry about a lack of food for now. In her previous life, Zixi had also eaten these mutated plants. She naturally knew what they tasted like. They were far from the deliciousness one might imagine, and instead, they were quite bitter. However, for those without food, it didn't matter if they had an appetite. As long as they could eat without getting sick, that was enough. Bai Qing felt the same way. She didn't expect the dish to be particularly tasty, just that it was edible. Of course, if it tasted better, that would be an even bigger surprise. Hearing Bai Qing say this, Zixi nodded and decided to try the taste of the mutated plants with her. The two of them each took a pair of chopsticks, picked up a small piece of the leaves from the dish, and put it in their mouths to taste. Zixi had already prepared herself, so when the bitter taste emerged on her tongue, she was somewhat accepting of it. However, as Bai Qing chewed and experienced the bitterness, she couldn't help but frown. The bitter taste was somewhat hard to describe, but she knew how precious food was at this moment and didn't want to spit out what she had already swallowed. So, she gritted her teeth and swallowed the bitter wild vegetable. Bai Qing couldn't help but mutter to herself that this dish was really bitter. She thought that this wild vegetable couldn't be eaten directly like this, which shattered her hope of having another source of vegetables. However, thinking about the vegetables growing in the other phone box at home brought her some comfort. Zixi nodded in agreement, saying, "Yeah, it's quite bitter." After sealing the windows in Bai Qing's room, Wong Baichuan saw the two of them in the kitchen. He assumed they were cooking, so after greeting Zixi, he moved a floor lamp from her room into Bai Qing's room. When Bai Qing was busy cooking 3 bowls of noodles and brought them to the dining table, Wong Baichuan also sealed the windows in several rooms. Thus, the three of them sat together and began to eat the steaming breakfast. To Wong Baichuan, having 1 bowl of noodles each was nothing. However, when he looked at the small dish of vegetables on the table, he couldn't help but want to try it. Seeing Wong Baichuan reaching for the vegetables, Bai Qing hesitated. On one hand, she felt it would be a waste not to eat the dish since it had been cooked with oil and salt. On the other hand, she truly couldn't accept the taste. Just as she was grappling with whether to stop him, Wong Baichuan popped a piece into his mouth and started chewing. As for Zixi, she didn't plan to tell Wong Baichuan. To her, it was just sharing both good and bad experiences. Since she and Bai Qing had already tasted the wild vegetables, letting Wong Baichuan try it too was no big deal. Without any warning, Wong Baichuan took a large piece of the leaves and put it in his mouth. The bitterness hit him, and he instinctively wanted to spit it out. He did just that, pulling out a tissue to discard the bitter leaves and taking a sip of water to wash away the taste. He looked at Bai Qing and said, "Mom, what kind of dish is this? It's way too bitter." Zixi couldn't help but laugh at Wong Baichuan as complaint. Perhaps it was the habit formed over many years. Seeing him in discomfort didn't make her feel sorry, but rather pleased. Wong Baichuan noticed the corners of Zixi mouth lifting and realized that she and Bai Qing probably already knew how bitter the leaves were, but hadn't warned him. He couldn't help but mutter to himself about how heartless they were. Seeing Wong Baichuan's reaction and his question, Bai Qing felt a bit apologetic and explained, "These are plants grown in the foam box that were watered by acid rain. I thought we could finish the vegetables at home, so I intended to stir-fry them to see if they were edible. I didn't expect the taste to be like this. It's a pity, especially after using oil and salt." Baiqing's words made Wong Baichuan pause in his exaggerated actions. He understood her concerns. Staying at home every day without going out to collect supplies meant that eventually they would run out of resources. As for the instant noodles and convenience foods in Zixi home, they belonged to her, and he didn't want to keep relying on her for food and leave her hungry like them. Although Zixi had emphasized that those were goods from a closed supermarket, which they had co-owned, Wong Baichuan felt that they couldn't continue like this. He said to Baiqing and Zixi, "I'll go out to collect supplies and see what the outside situation's like. As for food at home, Mom, you and Zixi don't need to worry about it. I'll find a way." At this moment, most people had already started going out to collect supplies. Logically, Wong Baichuan should have done the same long ago, but he was worried that after he left, only Baiqing and Zixi, two weaker women, will be left at home, and he was concerned about what might happen to them. Zixi and Baiqing reacted differently to Wong Baichuan's words. Baiqing felt a bit relieved. She thought that if Wong Baichuan was going out to collect supplies, at least they wouldn't be left with nothing at home, and there would be some surplus. Although going outside might be dangerous, especially under the perpetual darkness where the roads were hard to see, individuals could easily be ambushed. Going out was risky, but she felt that if this was how things were going to be, they would have to start adapting. So, Baiqing felt somewhat comforted by Wong Baichuan's words. Overall, her son was quite reliable, living in a little girl's house like Zixi. She thought her son should take on responsibilities. Zixi, on the other hand, was a bit worried about Wong Baichuan. She had gone out to collect supplies in her previous life, and it was certainly not a safe task. The outside world was fraught with danger, and she thought Wong Baichuan's strength alone was limited. If something happened outside, they wouldn't be able to help him. As for the supplies and the space, since they had used the funds Wong Baichuan had sent to prepare for him, it meant that the three of them had enough resources for the future and didn't need to worry too much about lacking food and clothing. However, Zixi couldn't reveal this to Wong Baichuan, as she didn't want to expose the existence of the space. In her previous life, the person who left due to an extreme cold at the beginning was someone she wanted to see live well this time around. Listening to Zixi and Baiqing, Wong Baichuan felt warm inside and nodded, saying to them, "Don't worry, I will." He sealed the windows in his room, turned on the floor lamp to restore some light, and then began to head out to collect supplies, taking a backpack and a weapon for self-defense before waving goodbye as he left. The more she thought about those unexpected aspects, the more regretful she became. If she had known earlier, she might as well have told them that she had a space with so many supplies. That way, Wong Baichuan wouldn't have to go out to collect supplies, and there wouldn't be any possibility of accident happening. Zixi felt anxious and uncomfortable in her heart, and she wanted to eat something to calm her restless mind. However, when she took out the food from her space and started eating, she felt a bitter taste in the food. She inexplicably felt a sense of guilt. Clearly, the two people had treated her very well, but she had kept the secret of her space from them until now. Occasionally, when she was alone, she would eat alone as well. Chapter 84. The waiting time was indeed very difficult to endure. What should have passed quickly turned out to be extremely torturous in waiting. Zixi thought that a long time had already passed, but when she opened her phone to check the time, only 10 minutes had gone by. It was indeed not easy to collect supplies outside. Wong Baichuan took a flashlight, weapon, backpack, and went outside. He could feel that as he walked out of the community toward those shops, there were always eyes scrutinizing him. Although the gazes directed at him felt somewhat malicious, those people did not take any further action. Wong Baichuan felt troubled, but had no way to make them stop staring at him. To avoid causing trouble, he thought it was better to avoid unnecessary conflicts. As long as those people weren't looking for trouble, he would just ignore them. A few glances wouldn't matter to him. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. If the enemy doesn't provoke me, I won't provoke them. However, he still needed to be cautious, worried that someone might unexpectedly rush over and start a fight with him. Wong Baichuan could only gather his spirits, be on guard against probing gazes from all directions, and then began to collect supplies in those shops. After arriving at the shops, the scrutinizing gazes disappeared, and there were already people inside collecting supplies, all of whom were focused on their own tasks. This made Wong Baichuan feel a bit more at ease. He thought to himself that at least those people weren't following him closely. But now what was important was not to think about those people, but to start collecting supplies. However, supplies were not easy to collect, or rather, many people had already collected supplies before him. Especially after a rain, the items on the shelves were all damp. Wong Buchuan knew that the lower floors had been flooded and that they had gone outside during the flood. However, unlike others, they had collected soil and seeds back then. This time, he was mainly out to collect usable supplies. After wandering around, Wong Buchuan still had an empty hand, and he didn't pay much attention to it, directly heading to the upper floors. Compared to staying at home, doing nothing, and just waiting for Zixi, Wong Buchuan found that collecting supplies outside with a purpose made the time pass faster. An hour or two slipped by without him noticing, and he slowly filled his empty backpack with some edible supplies. Wong Buchuan's purpose in going out to collect supplies wasn't to gather a lot. The main goal was to observe the road conditions and see if it was safe to walk outside. Elderly people, women, and children became the primary targets of those looking to rob, while men collecting supplies alone would also be targeted by gangs. At this time, many people in the community who went out to collect supplies had become smarter. Most of them went out in groups with people they were familiar with. Collecting supplies in larger groups made it less likely for robbers to dare to provoke them, making their supply collection much smoother. But Wong Buchuan was out for the first time. He didn't have such experience, nor did anyone tell him these small tricks, so he directly ran into those gangs. He knew in his heart that going out this time wouldn't be very smooth, so he was somewhat prepared. Besides, he wasn't someone weak and defenseless. He still had a weapon in hand. Looking at the four-person gang surrounding him, he felt that he still had a chance. Wong Buchuan had some skills, and with the weapon Zixi had given him, he managed to defeat the four, knocking them to the ground. Chapter 85. This was not like outside, where it was pitch black and no light was visible, only the faint light of a flashlight. In Zixi's home, whether it was by Qing's room, Wong Buchuan's room, or anywhere else, the windows were sealed and the lights were on, bright and cheerful. Zixi was the one who opened the door for Wong Buchuan. When she heard the knock on the door, she quickly ran out to open it, and then Bai Qing also came out upon hearing the noise. As Wong Buchuan's mother, Bai Qing was also worried about him going out to collect supplies. She said, "Buchuan, did you get into a fight outside? Is it that dangerous out there? Are you seriously injured?" Zixi continued Bai Qing's words, "Yes, you're hurt. Should I find a first aid kit to treat your wounds? They look like just surface injuries. You didn't get hurt anywhere else, did you? If it's just some surface wounds, I'm not too worried, but if it's something serious, like bleeding, then I would be concerned." It was she who had sent Wong Buchuan to collect supplies, and now she felt the most upset. For the only person in the family who went out to collect supplies, Zixi felt it was better to praise him. She had actually planned to tell Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing about her space, but she intended to explain it to Wong Buchuan first before telling Bai Qing. So while Bai Qing was present, Zixi chose not to mention it and planned to tell Wong Buchuan after Bai Qing left. Zixi pulled Wong Buchuan into her room and began to speak earnestly. "Wong Buchuan, I have a secret to tell you." At that moment, Wong Buchuan still didn't realize the importance of the matter. Seeing Zixi looking mysterious, he smiled and said, "What do you want to say? I'm all ears." Zixi cleared her throat and said to Wong Buchuan, "You might not know, but I've decided to confess to you. Actually, before the natural disaster, I bound a personal space, and we have stored a lot of supplies in that space." Before she could finish her sentence, Wong Buchuan chuckled. Looking at Zixi's serious expression, he found it cute. Zixi's words were interrupted, and she shot Wong Buchuan a glare. "What? You don't believe me?" Wong Buchuan indeed found it hard to believe. Binding a personal space? Wasn't that just a setting from a novel? He patted Zixi's head, intending to smooth her hair, but said, "Are you a bit muddled at home? Binding a personal space? Are you still half asleep?" Zixi. She felt that he shouldn't explain it to Wong Buchuan like that. Instead, he should directly show him with real actions, as that would make it easier for people to accept. So, she pulled Wong Buchuan's hand down and reached into her space, taking out a bottle of milk. Then, Zixi provocatively said to Wong Buchuan, "How about it? Now you should believe it, right? I have bound a personal space." She thought that by pulling things out empty-handed, it would surely convince Wong Buchuan. Dealing with the space, practically, was always much quicker than proving it with words. However, Wong Buchuan only regarded Yi Zixi actions as a magic trick. He touched her hand and curiously examined it, saying, "How did you make this bottle of milk appear? Where did you learn this magic?" This made Yi Zixi a little angry. She gritted her teeth, thinking of taking something bigger out of the space. A small bottle of pure milk wasn't shocking enough. She wanted to give Wong Buchuan a visual impact. So, she took out a large bucket of fresh meat that she had bought before the disaster, which she hadn't turned into food yet. When such a big bucket of cut meat appeared beside Wong Buchuan, it made him widen his eyes in surprise. "You really have a personal space." At this moment, Wong Buchuan suddenly recalled Yi Zixi's unusual actions before the disaster, her mention of future disasters, buying a supermarket but not opening it, traveling around the world, and delivering supplies to him during extremely cold times. These speculations left him feeling somewhat overwhelmed. Wong Buchuan couldn't help but clutch his chest. "You knew the disaster was coming a long time ago, didn't you?" Chapter 86. Wong Buchuan's questions were also what Yi Zixi had anticipated when she planned to confess about the space to him at home. In fact, when Yi Zixi revealed this space to Wong Buchuan, it would easily expose her previous unusual behaviors, leading Wong Buchuan to make connections. However, Wong Buchuan's thoughts were not a concern for her. Yi Zixi nodded at Wong Buchuan and said, "Yes, I accidentally bound a personal space 6 months before the disaster. At that time, I had a dream about the disaster happening. As you have seen, I believed that dream and started to collect supplies. However, when I told you, you didn't quite agree or believe me. So, I started collecting supplies on my own, using all the money I made from selling my family's company to buy supplies. Later, I used the excuse of opening a supermarket to let you invest with me, which helped me collect some supplies too. So don't worry. We have enough supplies to deal with the future." As she spoke about the supplies stored in her space, Yi Zixi couldn't help but puff out her chest, feeling very satisfied with her foresight to stock up before the disaster. It was because she was clever at that time that she accumulated so many supplies, allowing her to not worry about resources now. Listening to Yi Zixi, Wong Buchuan felt like the whole world had turned fantastical. How could such things happen? Space prophetic dreams. It was all too surreal. Yet, he was very certain in his heart that everything Yi Zixi said to him was true. After all, the space and the supplies within it were right in front of his eyes. Wong Buchuan couldn't refuse to believe it. Once Yi Zixi finished explaining, she felt relaxed, no longer worried about hiding anything from him. However, she still felt a bit anxious about how Wong Buchuan would react, especially since the disaster had passed for so long, and she was just now telling him about binding the space. Would Wong Buchuan be angry? In fact, Wong Buchuan wasn't angry with Yi Zixi. He even felt a bit lightheaded. If he had inexplicably bound a space and had a prophetic dream about a disaster, he might not have told anyone either. He would have secretly collected supplies and made arrangements for Yi Zixi and his family to stay together after the disaster hit. Now, Yi Zixi had done the same thing he would have thought of. The girl had cared for them greatly after the disaster. Now that they were living together, trying every way to provide them with supplies, he had no reason to be angry. Wong Buchuan scratched his head, still trying to digest everything. He said to Yi Zixi, "So, in the future, we can just relax and not worry about collecting supplies?" Yi Zixi nodded at him, saying yes. "The supplies in my space are enough for us to last 30 to 40 years. So if you don't want to go out and collect supplies, that's fine. But how should I tell Aunt Bai about my space?" Since Yi Zixi had already revealed her space to Wong Buchuan, telling Bai Qing would be just one more person knowing, which didn't matter much. However, she still wanted to hear Wong Buchuan's opinion on this. Wong Buchuan nodded and said to Yi Zixi, "All right, then we'll tell my mom about your space later." In Wong Buchuan's view, it didn't really matter whether to tell his mom about Yi Zixi having a space and supplies. However, after telling Bai Qing, it would ease her worries about shortages. Besides that, Wong Buchuan wasn't planning to just relax. His recent outing to collect supplies had shown him the dangers after the disaster. After the disaster, people had to avoid not only unavoidable calamities, but also attacks from other humans. So he still needed to train. At the very least, he needed to have the ability to protect himself from being attacked and harmed by others. Especially after learning that Yi Zixi had bound space, he felt even more vigilant. He thought there were likely many people like Yi Zixi who had spaces, and once others found out about her space, her situation would become dire. Under the disaster, who wouldn't he want a space to store items? Zixi would inevitably become a target of competition. And Wong didn't he want to see that happen. He wanted to protect Zixi. So Wong said to Zixi, Zixi, you can't tell anyone else about your space. You must be cautious when using it in front of others. Zixi nodded in agreement, expressing her support for his words. She was usually careful when using the space, and even without Wong reminding her, she would do the same. Now that collecting supplies was proving difficult, it was normal. Chapter 87. Wong didn't dwell on it too much. After chatting with Zixi for a while and confirming what supplies were in her space, Wong felt reassured. At least, even though there were no cold weapons for defense, there were various other measures prepared, so he didn't have to worry about their safety in the future. After they told Bai Qing about Zixi binding the space, she was also in a daze. Upon learning this, she was shocked and didn't digest it as quickly as Wong had. Once Bai Qing finished processing the information, she relaxed. No matter what, this is a good thing, and her worries slowly faded away. She even began to remind Zixi to pay attention to safety regarding matters like the space. Such things cannot be disclosed to others to avoid compromising safety. Zixi felt warm inside when she saw Wong and Bai Qing taking her safety so seriously after learning about her space. This left Zixi and Bai Qing confused, not understanding why Wong wanted to go out and suffer again. Wong smiled at Zixi, saying it was nothing, just a little injury. He indeed felt that the minor injuries he mentioned were not a problem at all. For others surviving in a world of natural disasters, this was already very fortunate. He didn't have to worry about gathering supplies and only suffered minor injuries, with someone caring for him by his side. How rare was that? After learning the secret of Zixi's space, Wong still planned to go out to gather supplies. He had his own plans for a stroll outside. If he stayed at home all the time, he wouldn't know the situation outside. Only by going out could he see what the outside world looked like now. And most of the injuries he sustained were self-inflicted. Moreover, there were still many people living in this community. Even in their building, there were quite a few residents. If they stayed indoors every day without going out, how could others have him in mind? Therefore, going out to gather supplies was very necessary. Also, you got hurt a bit badly this time. It's better to rest for a while. Once your injuries heal, then go out, Zixi advised. Wong nodded. Okay, I'll listen to you. His injuries were relatively serious, but that was just because of his own actions. They were only a bit more serious than usual. In reality, the injuries weren't that severe, at least not to the bones. If they couldn't resist the urge to go out, it would likely lead to worse consequences, raising worries for their family, so it was better to stay home. As days passed quietly, in the blink of an eye, the sun slowly brightened up the sky, no longer dim as before. The eternal night had ended. The end of this natural disaster's eternal night was a joyful event for everyone. And even Zixi turned off the lights in her room and looked out the window. The windows in their living room and kitchen were not sealed, and the sun rose again, restoring its usual appearance. The natural light from the sun was different from the light emitted by electric lamps, causing everyone to gaze at the sky in a daze, finally seeing the light again. Based on their experiences living through natural disasters, everyone knew that the end of the eternal night didn't mean that the world had returned to stability. It only indicated that the next disaster was brewing. However, it was good that the day had brightened. People who had suffered during the eternal night could finally catch their breath. It was at this moment that they truly observed their surroundings and the mutated plants that had slowly taken root and grown during the eternal night. Aside from the mutated plants that had been harvested by humans for food, the other mutated plants were also growing wildly, with some climbing to the height of the buildings. Startling onlookers, during the eternal night, when they saw the lights shining, they couldn't see the full picture and the growth of those mutated plants. At that time, they didn't think much of it, but when the day brightened and they could see clearly, the sight of those mutated plants astonished them. Chapter 88. At this time, people were still marveling at how tall and quickly the plants that grew after the acid rain had become, without thinking about other things. Although these plants that grew after the rain had strong reproductive capabilities, they did not harm humans, allowing people to gradually feel relieved. However, after experiencing prolonged periods without heavy rain, hail, or extreme cold, when people wanted to gradually resume farming and rely on cultivation for food. They found that using traditional planting methods to grow cabbages, lettuce, or other short-cycle vegetables was impossible. After the end of the eternal night, and without new disasters occurring, the residents of the community where Zixi lived gradually turned their attention to planting. At this time, they only thought about how rapidly the mutated plants could grow, and many planned to clear a piece of land for cultivation before the natural disasters. Many residents in the community had a habit of using foam boxes on their balconies or rooftops to grow vegetables and fruits. This might be a habit of people to always do something, whether it was flowers, plants, or vegetables. Therefore, most people had some planting experience. They realized how difficult it was to find vegetables now and how long it had been since they last ate any. Their hearts began to stir. Vegetables were hard to buy, but vegetable seeds should still be relatively easy to find. The unpredictable natural disasters always came one after another, leaving people with a little time to think about such matters. After experiencing continuous natural disasters, the number of survivors in the community was now significantly reduced, almost by half compared to the original population. As for the management of the community, it had ceased to exist. In such a situation, even clearing out the flower beds and tree beds that originally grew flowers and trees, which were now overrun with mutated plants. To plant vegetables and fruits seemed acceptable to everyone. Once one person took action, others soon followed suit. The remaining residents in the community began to clear weeds and cultivate in the flower beds and tree beds. Of course, at this time, some people planned to taste the strange things they grew. These new plants tasted as bitter as the leaves they had grown at home after being watered with acid rain. This left everyone silent, and many who had planned to start planting were disheartened. The things they grew were so strange that it left them feeling helpless, extinguishing the flickering hope that had ignited in their hearts. Zixi had long known that the land soaked with acid rain could not yield normal vegetables and fruits. Only the soil that had not been eroded by acid rain and would not be watered with acid rain in the future could produce the vegetables and fruits of the past. She merely watched silently from the window as those people enthusiastically cleared the mutated plants from the community's flower beds to plant vegetable seeds without voicing any opinions. Now, seeing what they had grown was identical to the leaves that had sprouted in her foam box, she understood even more clearly that her suspicions were indeed correct. Although the nature of the land had changed, and they could no longer grow the vegetables and fruits of old, this was a heavy blow for humanity. Humans rely heavily on the land beneath their feet. When this land can no longer provide them with food, the extinction of humanity is only a matter of time. In this community, as relationships among people began to tense, Wong somehow heard news of a newly established survivor base in the neighboring city. He wanted to take Zixi and Baiqing to check it out. In fact, by now, Zixi had lost the experiences from her previous life and had no understanding of this survivor base. She felt somewhat anxious and said to Wong, "Survivor base?" Baiqing, standing next to her, was also unfamiliar with this survivor base and thought that since they had gotten used to living in this community, there was no need to move. Who knew what would happen when they went to the neighboring city? There was always a sense of unease about the unknown. Wong looked at Zixi, then at Baiqing, and said to them, "Well, I heard from others that a survivor base has been established in the neighboring city. If we move there, it will be safer than living here." This was information Wong had gathered while going out every day to collect supplies. No matter what, it was worth checking out since the relationships within the community were becoming increasingly strained, and it was indeed difficult to stay there any longer. Zixi raised a question. How do we get to this survivor base in the neighboring city? Now that the natural disaster has come, the internet and everything is gone. How easy is it to travel to other cities? If this were before the disaster, they could have reached it in just a few dozen minutes by train or high-speed rail, but now it felt as distant as crossing mountains and seas. Moreover, they had no idea what dangers they might encounter on the way, making it difficult to cope with any obstacles. Zixi thought that since she had a space and didn't need to worry about basic needs, it wouldn't matter if they stayed here. There was no need to go through all that trouble to travel far away. Baiqing shared the same thoughts as Zixi, believing there was no need to go to another place. However, the two of them could not persuade Wong to stay. He was very determined to go to the survivor base in the neighboring city. believing that it was a great place that could allow them to settle down in the future. He continued to persuade Zixi and Bai Qing. Of course, Zixi and Bai Qing were not stubborn. After listening to Wong Baichuan analyze the pros and cons, they agreed to go to the neighboring city. Naturally, they didn't have to worry about transportation, as Zixi had a small vehicle in her space that could be easily taken out. They could drive to the neighboring city, which would allow them to arrive faster via the highway. After the flood, most of the cars on the streets had been submerged, and there were indeed very few people who could drive around at that time. However, as time passed since the flood, people began to drive again. Nowadays, people could not go out without a car, and those who could afford to pay a high price would be willing to have their cars repaired. After the disaster, for the wealthy in the city, even if repairing a car required a lot of food, they could still manage it. As a result, the number of cars on the streets increased. However, most of the people in those cars were from wealthy families, while others could only walk or ride bicycles. This led to a widening gap between the rich and the poor. Wealthy people could always live better than those from poor families, no matter the circumstances. This was an unfortunate reality, and all they could do was sigh helplessly. Zixi, Wong Baichuan, and Bai Qing decided to go to the neighboring city, so they began to make early plans. Since they already knew about Zixi space, moving was not a big deal. Zixi could easily put everything in their room into her space, and they didn't even need to bring anything along. They could just take the car directly to the neighboring city. This was much more convenient than traveling to other places before the disaster. All the luggage they needed could simply be stored in the space, eliminating the need for suitcases. Indeed, everything in a room was collected into Zixi's space, and once they arrived in the neighboring city, they could take things out as needed. As for the sealed windows, they didn't take them down. They just carried a backpack and walked out of the building where they had lived for so long. Zixi was cautious when using her space outside, lacking the carefree attitude she had at home. She didn't carelessly take the car out right after leaving the community. Instead, they walked away following Wong Baichuan's lead, winding into a relatively secluded area before bringing the car out and quickly getting in to head towards the neighboring city. In the past, people relied heavily on navigation systems. At that time, they could simply search for any destination and follow the navigation to get there. Now, without navigation, they had to rely on memory to find their way. This was also quite challenging for Wong Baichuan, who was driving. Once on the highway, he felt a little anxious. He was used to driving and familiarizing himself with the terrain within the city. Traveling outside the city, he had long chosen high-speed trains and planes for convenience, so he wasn't sure of the route to the neighboring city. In the end, it was Zixi who pulled out the map she had downloaded long ago that solved the problem. On the way to the neighboring city, they could see the scenery outside through the window, which captivated Wong Baichuan and Bai Qing, who had been out for a long time, making them reluctant to look away. Of course, many people had heard about the survivor base being established in the neighboring city, especially the wealthy in the city, who still had food supplies, were eager to go to the safer survivor base rather than stay in their own city. However, these people received the news much earlier than Wong Baichuan, and they had already taken action. With enough gasoline in the car, they could travel smoothly on the highway, using maximum horsepower to reach the neighboring city, significantly reducing the time required compared to before. They set off early in the morning and reached the neighboring city in just about an hour, which was quite efficient. However, entering the city didn't mean they had entered the survivor base. They would have to find the specific location of the survivor base themselves. But this wasn't too difficult. They just needed to follow the direction most people in the city were headed to find it. When Zixi and the others came down from their community, they carried a backpack filled with food prepared for their stay in the city. The food in the backpack was for precautionary measures in case they needed it once they moved into the survivor base. Based on their thoughts and assumptions, they knew that the survivor base likely wouldn't be a free place to live, just like their community, and they would have to pay some management fees. As Zixi, Wong Baichuan, and Bai Qing followed the crowd along the road, they arrived at the entrance of the survivor base. It was indeed as they had imagined. The line of vehicles ahead of them was moving slowly. They leaned out of the windows to look outside and saw that goods were being collected at the gate. It seemed that one needed to bring supplies in order to enter the base. However, for Zixi and the others, this was not an issue. as they had a considerable amount of supplies to offer. Yet, how many supplies were needed to gain entry to the survivor base could only be determined when it was their turn. When it was their turn at the entrance of the survivor base, they were similarly stopped. The staff member at the base, with a stern expression, asked them for their residence documents. Upon learning that they were not residents of the survivor base, he explained the requirements for admission. It turned out that each resident was required to present 20 pounds of food to be allowed entry. There were no other alternatives. If they could not provide this amount but still insisted on entering, they would be turned away by the guards. The survivor base showed no sympathy for those without enough food to enter, which was quite cold, but also very much in line with the post-disaster reality. Additionally, each time someone entered the survivor base, they needed to pay half of the collected supplies as a management fee. If they disagreed, they would also be expelled from a base. The requirements at this survivor base were extremely harsh, yet many people desperately wanted to gain entry. After the staff member finished explaining all these requirements with a blank expression, he turned his gaze toward them. Wong and Zixi, along with Bai Qing, frowned upon hearing these demands. Just to live in this survivor base required so much food. If each person needed 20 pounds, then the three of them would need 60 pounds. 60 pounds of food was not a trivial amount to just pull out. If the survivor base was not as good as they hoped, they would be directly losing 60 pounds of food. Just thinking about it felt painful. 60 pounds of food could sustain a person for a month or so. However, seeing that the vehicles ahead of them had undoubtedly chosen to pay such a high fee to enter the survivor base made them think that perhaps there was a reason for paying these supplies. They began to ponder whether they should enter the survivor base. Before they could think for long, the staff member grew impatient. If you plan to go in, start paying your supplies, and I will process your resident documents. If you can't provide that much, leave quickly and don't delay the others. Make your decision quickly. The staff member responsible for the entry and exit of the survivor base had seen such scenes many times. Either people could not provide enough supplies, or they felt it wasn't worth it, always hesitating outside without taking action. At first, the staff might have some patience. But after seeing this happen repeatedly, they grew impatient, feeling it wasted their time. To the staff member, whether they entered or not had nothing to do with him. He only felt that they were delaying his work. They thought that even if the survivor base was not as good as they had imagined, they would only lose 20 pounds of food per person. However, if it turned out that living there was decent, their future lives would have some security. So Wong spoke up to the staff member. Then please register us. We will provide the food to move in. Upon hearing this, the staff member didn't even blink and directly asked them to present enough food, register their information, and then toss them their resident documents, allowing them to drive inside. This entire process was very smooth. The survivor base was quite large. After parking the vehicle, they walked inside. Once they entered further, someone approached them, asking, "Need a guide?" "Just a pack of instant noodles, and I can tell you about the situation inside the survivor base." When that person approached, Wong instinctively stepped in front of Zixi and Bai Qing. Without thinking, he refused. "No, we'll figure out ourselves." In the post-disaster era, Wong did not trust others, including the people inside the survivor base. After bidding farewell to that person, Zixi, Wong and Bai Qing walked further into the survivor base. They felt that since they had already arrived, there was no need to inquire about the situation from others. They would gradually learn about the base's conditions upon entering. Although they had food on hand, there was no need for unnecessary waste. Even the supplies they handed over at the entrance were heavy food items, which made it less painful to part with them. As Zixi and the others entered the base, they noticed that the survivor base was surprisingly peaceful, resembling a city before the disaster. This was a stark contrast to the chaos outside, where people fought over resources. Inside, while not exactly friendly, everyone maintained a certain order, and there were no incidents of robbery or theft. This order made Zixi, Wong and Bai Qing feel more relaxed. Although they had to pay such a large amount of supplies, like a hefty protection fee, if the order inside could be maintained, then they felt that the food payment was worth it. Moreover, when they collected supplies, they only needed to store them in Zixi's space, leaving a small amount outside, which meant that half of their supplies wouldn't cause them any heartache. These 2 points were the reasons they decided to check out the survivor base. spending some supplies to gather information, and personally see the situation to determine if it was suitable for living was a very worthwhile deal. Chapter 91. The peaceful order within the survivor base was not merely maintained by human efforts. There were often guards patrolling to ensure order. Zixi and Wong were not in a hurry to rent a room, so they began to wander around. They avoided less crowded areas and headed straight for the market within the survivor base, where residents could buy and sell goods. In this relatively large survivor base, there was indeed a market for residents to trade. People could use the unique trading currency of the survivor base to purchase the supplies they needed. If they wanted to gather information about the survivor base, it would be much easier here. Zixi and Wong strolled around the market, finding that most of the items for sale were common goods from before the disaster. Various luxury bags and cosmetics are being sold at very low prices, with food being the most expensive item. The price of food has skyrocketed after the disaster. During this time, food can be openly displayed for sale, thanks to the order established within this survivor base. If it were in foreign currency, displaying food like this would likely lead to theft. But that is not the case here. Even when selling food, everyone only uses trading coins for transactions as per the rules. In addition to selling these items, there are many stalls that sell information. These are the guides that Zixi and her group encountered when they entered the survivor base. Here, they only need to spend a loaf of bread or a pack of instant noodles to learn about the current situation within the survivor base or any other information they wish to know. Of course, the value of a loaf of bread or a pack of instant noodles is merely the cost of the most basic information. If the information they seek is harder to obtain, they will need to spend more bread. After Wong wandered around the base, he understood the situation and decided to ask the residents for information. The person he had previously rejected was just due to his caution in a new place. But after staying for a while, he slowly realized that there was no need to worry so much. Fortunately, the information that could be obtained for a loaf of bread was indeed quite extensive, allowing them to quickly learn various information about the survivor base. It turned out that the survivor base was established rapidly after the disaster, and now the measures in place are very mature and reliable, which gives the residents a great sense of security. Living in the survivor base, one can rent or buy a house, with varying prices for each. Renting is more affordable in the short term, but if one plans to stay long-term, buying a house is more cost-effective. Since Zixi and Wong had come to the survivor base, they planned to stay and observe the situation. Simply wandering around outside would not allow them to fully grasp the specifics. Only by staying for a few days would they clearly perceive any issues. If they felt it was okay, they could settle down here. After gathering information, Zixi and Wong rented a house in the base through an agent, temporarily settling down. By this time, they had moved into their rented house, and it was only noon. Arriving in a new place, even though crossing a city only took a short time, it still made one feel exhausted and in need of rest. They rented a 3-bedroom apartment, which was a bit pricey for a daily rental, but within their acceptable range. The rental furniture was incomplete. The only thing available was a mat. Zixi frowned it, unable to sleep on such a mat. If it were before her rebirth, she might have been accustomed to it. But after her rebirth, she could not settle for less. She could still provide herself with a better environment. She took out the 3 beds she had stored in her space and placed them in their respective rooms so that all 3 could rest well. The original mat was put away in a corner. Since there were no surveillance cameras in the house, she felt free to take out her belongings, just closing the windows and doors of the room. Zixi thought to herself that listening to Wong and coming to see the survivor base was a good choice. It was much better than their previous community. With no security issues in the survivor base, living here daily was much more reassuring, unlike in the community where they had to stay indoors out of fear. Here, they could go out freely and explore the survivor base. Although going outside the survivor base might not be particularly safe, at least their range of activities had expanded significantly. Chapter 92 regardless. Coming to this survivor base had many benefits. Just the ability to go out safely without worrying about what might happen inside the survivor base was already a huge win. The group did not rush to gather supplies outside this new base, but instead spent each day wandering around the survivor base. After confirming that they could live here long-term, they rented a house for 6 months. 6 months provided flexibility, If it didn't work out, they could leave, and if they could stay long-term, they could renew the lease. Zixi space is a static space, and anything placed inside can only be lifeless objects. Live rabbits, chickens, and ducks cannot be accommodated. However, growing vegetables is completely fine. She could take vegetables in and out of her space while maintaining their freshness. Speaking of growing vegetables in foam boxes, one must mention this survivor base. This survivor base was indeed established right after the disaster began. The sensitivity of the base leader is also very high. At the beginning of the establishment, they overcame numerous difficulties to start indoor greenhouse planting, opening many growing rooms for vegetables and fruits. Thus, during those calamities, fresh vegetables could still be bought in this survivor base, albeit at a high price. However, the high prices are still much better than in other places where such vegetables and fruits cannot be bought at all. At least when Zixi experienced the disaster. Going to the supermarket did not guarantee she could buy these items. Therefore, in Zixi view, the residents of this survivor base are very fortunate. However, she had never heard of such a survivor base before her rebirth. Otherwise, she would have persuaded Wong and Bai Qing to come to this city at the beginning of the apocalypse, allowing them to arrive at such a safe place early on without fearing various dangers. This is actually something that puzzles her. If the base was established during the urgent cold period, she should have known about it. But in her previous life, she had never heard of this survivor base. So according to her speculation, either something caused a butterfly effect, or that there are others who have also been reborn besides her. Since she could be reborn naturally, others could as well. It's just that everyone's thoughts after rebirth differ, leading to different results. Regardless, Zixi is very grateful for the sudden appearance of such a survivor base. Acid rain has changed the nature of the land, but due to the leader's sensitivity, some soil was saved from the acid rain's harm. So now, there are still vegetables and fruits being grown in foam boxes like those of Zixi and her friends. This made it less novel for Zixi and the others to consume these vegetables in the survivor base, while they also planted a lot of crops. When it was harvest time, they could sell a portion of them within the survivor base. Transactions in this survivor base were conducted based on points earned within the base. And of course, bartering was also allowed. The rent in this base could be paid either with points or with goods. Initially, they chose to pay with goods, but later on, they could pay with points. Wong found a job within the survivor base, where the compensation was also given in points. Although the points earned were not much, being able to communicate with people in the base and gather information was still valuable. Wong went to work. Bai Qing was busy planting crops, and Zixi was responsible for occasionally taking things to the trading market to sell. Going to the trading market required paying a stall fee, which was charged monthly, as per the base's regulations. However, the saying where there are policies, there are countermeasures applied here. Although the stall fee had to be paid monthly in the base privately, they could sublet the stall on a daily basis, thus reducing their risks. They could also merge with others to share a stall. Initially, Zixi chose to rent someone else's stall on a daily basis, but later realized it wasn't very cost-effective since she didn't have many items to sell. Gradually, she partnered with others to share a stall, which made the stall fee cheaper and allowed her to sell her goods without any delay. The vegetables and fruits she sold were grown by them, and although they didn't look as good due to being homegrown, they were sufficiently green and healthy, especially after the natural disasters. Even though they had their own vegetable planting base in the survivor base, the demand often exceeded supply due to the large population. Thus, Zixi vegetable and fruit sales were quite good. She priced her items according to the market prices and did not disrupt the vegetable prices in the market. Once she sold a portion, she didn't have any left, avoiding conflicts with others. The seed for their crops were collected by Zixi and Wong during the floods from a seed store, so they weren't very complete. However, the seeds available in the base were quite comprehensive. This was because the official survivor base had established a planting area, which released a lot of seeds. Unfortunately, the base had prepared in advance to salvage the soil, preventing it from being completely contaminated by acid rain, but the amount of salvaged soil was limited. Thus, it couldn't satisfy the planting needs of everyone in the base. When Zixi was digging for soil, she secretly hid some soil in her space while Wong wasn't paying attention. This allowed them to use soil for planting crops without worrying about running out. Bai Qing knew that Zixi had a stock of supplies in her space that would be enough for their future needs, but it was wise to plan for contingencies. The mutated plants she initially intended to keep for planting or to test the flavors of were indeed inedible. So she had to plant more normal crops instead and gave up on the mutated plants. Unlike the soil contaminated by acid rain, the water at this time had not been polluted as badly, and it was fine to use for watering. Therefore, they could plant more crops at home without worrying about exhausting the water reserves in her space, which they needed for their own use later. Zixi had learned about planting from Bai Qing, so when she saw Bai Qing planting more crops, she helped out to prevent Bai Qing from exhausting herself. They planted the seeds together at home, and once the crops in the foam boxes only needed daily watering and occasional fertilizing, Zixi gradually handed over all the planting tasks to Bai Qing. After she had some free time, she felt bored. By then, Wong had found a long-term job in the base. Bai Qing felt fulfilled planting crops at home every day, while Zixi found it somewhat dull and decided to see if she could find something to do in the base. The spoiled or overripe fruits that no one would have looked at before the disasters had now become rare treasures. Thus, when the planting garden announced job openings, many people rushed to apply. Zixi witnessed many people frantically competing for a single position. This made her rethink her earlier intention to check out the planting garden in the base, and she immediately decided against applying for the position. Instead, she looked at other job openings. She could plant at home, so there was no need to compete with so many people for a salary in the survivor base. It was better to leave those positions for those who needed them more. She then examined other job positions. There were openings for construction workers, window installers, and electricians, but none of these suited Zixi, and she eliminated them from consideration. Yes, there was electricity supplied in this survivor base. As long as they paid the fee, they could have electricity every day and not live in darkness. Zixi family also paid for electricity, allowing them to use it without living in darkness as they had before. Aside from the jobs that weren't suitable for her, the options available for Zixi to choose from dwindled, such as picking mutated plants, gathering supplies, and moving things. These tasks were essentially set up for the residents of the survivor base who struggled to meet their basic needs. Naturally, Zixi didn't feel the need to compete for such positions because there were limits on the number of people needed for these roles. If she took one, someone else would miss out. As for moving heavy items or collecting supplies, she felt it unnecessary to exert herself since she wasn't physically strong enough for that kind of labor. Additionally, collecting supplies meant going outside the survivor base, which she now considered safe only within the base. Going out raised safety concerns. Without Wong, she wasn't going to venture outside casually. Even if she wanted to go out, Wong wouldn't agree or feel at ease. On the other hand, selling things at the trading market was much easier for her. She had plenty of items to sell, which included things she had collected before the disasters. Some items she had collected were excessive and unused, so she could set up a stall to sell them, which would also help pass the time and alleviate her boredom. As for the important items she intended to keep for herself, she didn't plan to sell them at this time. In this way, the three of them settled down, each finding something to do, making their daily lives fulfilling. Chapter 94. After staying at this survivor base for a long time, Zixi, Wong, and Bai Qing settled down. As they slowly became accustomed to their new life, Bai Qing noticed the relationship between Zixi and Wong. The two had started dating. Although they were not as public about it as before the disaster, their interactions and glances were hard to hide. Bai Qing, being someone with experience, observed the subtle gestures between Zixi and Wong during their long time spent together at home. In Bai Qing's view, she had no objections to Wong and Zixi being together. In fact, she thought it was great for the two of them. Wong and Zixi had grown up as childhood friends, so their feelings for each other were naturally strong. After the disaster, Zixi had no family to rely on, and being with Wong only brought them closer together, easing Bai Qing's worries. Bai Qing had only one son, Wong, and treated Zixi like her own daughter. However, she often felt anxious about how Zixi and Wong would manage in the aftermath of the disaster. The relationship between a brother and sister could not be as reliable as that of family, and Bai Qing hoped that Wong would take better care of Zixi. Regardless of the reasons, The closeness of the two would only make their family more stable in the wake of the disaster, and Bai Qing's worries could be alleviated. After realizing Wong Buchuan and Yi Zixi were together, Bai Qing decided to turn a blind eye, thinking that since the two kids were together, they must have their reasons for not telling her. There was no need for her to confront them about it. She would wait for them to come clean. However, one day, while glancing at the two kids snuggling together on the sofa at home, she could no longer ignore it. Yi Zixi and Wong Buchuan quickly separated upon seeing Bai Qing, but they understood that it would be hard to explain, so they decided to confess to her. Wong Buchuan held Yi Zixi hand and said to Bai Qing, "Mom, Zixi and I are together. We wanted to tell you later, but since you saw us, we thought we should let you know now." He spoke with his usual playful tone. Yi Zixi felt a bit shy, and it was mostly Wong Buchuan doing the talking, while she listened with a blush on her face. Seeing the two kids together made Bai Qing smile. It was good that they were together. After they openly acknowledged their relationship, there was no need for them to hide anymore. Wong Buchuan felt very satisfied. If it wasn't for Yi Zixi wanting to keep it under wraps for a while, he would have told his mom, Bai Qing, long ago. But now, this was just right. Young couples in love didn't need to hide anymore, and everything fell into place naturally. During their usual time together, Yi Zixi and Wong Buchuan took some precautions, but as they saw the survivor base becoming increasingly stable and hopeful for the future, they began to make plans. Thus, Yi Zixi became pregnant. The survivor base had a hospital, so there was no need to worry about childbirth, but they still needed to prepare for baby supplies, clothes, formula, and bottles, which made them a bit anxious. When Yi Zixi first started collecting supplies, she hadn't considered that she would be dating in the future, and she hadn't prepared for baby items. At that time, she only focused on gathering enough resources for herself and what Wong Buchuan and Bai Qing needed. After her pregnancy, the family started worrying about the supplies needed for the baby. If it were before the apocalypse, Yi Zixi could have gone out to explore and see the world while pregnant, but now, even though there was a hospital, the medical supplies were limited. And Bai Qing and Wong Buchuan didn't dare to let Yi Zixi go out alone for fear of accidents. Collecting baby supplies was somewhat easier, as most people were focused on gathering food and supplies for themselves, so newborns were not a common sight. While baby clothes were relatively easy to find, formula was much harder to come by. When people couldn't gather supplies for themselves, they would either collect baby formula or turn in surrounding resources to the survivor base, or keep them for themselves as food. Baby formula, while intended for infants, could also be consumed by adults, and during this time, no one paid attention to age restrictions on the packaging. Children change rapidly, especially when they are young. They might need new clothes every month as they outgrow their old ones. As the child grows, the need for more clothing increases. Therefore, they needed to prepare baby clothes in advance. For items like formula, bottles, and nipples that were hard to find outside, they could only hope to buy them at the market within the survivor base. Wong Buchuan was worried about Yi Zixi going out, so he made sure she was safe while walking around the survivor base. He accompanied her whenever he or Bai Qing had free time to ensure her safety. Chapter 95 for children aged 0 to 1 year, and from 1 to 2 years, they required daily milk, which consumed a lot of formula. They would need at least 2 cans of formula a month, and after the child turned 1, the amount of formula needed would increase, meaning they had to stockpile more formula. The formula available in the survivor base was not abundant and couldn't always be purchased. However, the price was quite high, requiring a significant amount of points. This meant that the points they earned from selling vegetables earlier were quickly spent on formula, and even that wasn't enough. They had to contribute more. Initially, Yi Zixi earned a good number of points by selling fresh vegetables at her stall, which allowed them to accumulate many points. However, buying just a dozen cans of formula drained their points completely. Not only were Yi Zixi and Wong Buchuan worried about the formula for their future baby, but Bai Qing, as the grandmother, was also concerned. They could go out to sell things, but there weren't many items they could trade for points. After all, the more resources they sold, the fewer they had for themselves, and the only things they could sell at a high price that could grow back in real time were vegetables and fruits. Bai Qing thought to herself and rolled up her sleeves, planning to plant more vegetables and fruits so she could earn more points to exchange for milk powder, allowing her grandson or granddaughter to grow up well. At this moment, Bai Qing couldn't help but feel emotional. In the past, She never worried about her son getting married or about whether there would be enough milk powder for the child, but now it was a real concern. Bai Qing took a deep breath, intending to earn more points to buy milk powder. She went out to the market to see which vegetables and fruits were priced high, so she could plant those and maximize her points. If they only planted vegetables blindly without considering their selling price, they wouldn't be able to earn many points. It was better to plant those that were rare and sold at a higher price. Even though they had entered a time of natural disasters, there were still differences among people. Those living in difficult circumstances might only afford the cheap food sold at the survivor base, while those with better living conditions could maintain their quality of life from before the disasters. In this survivor base, it was no exception. Some people still had a demand for various fruits, which made the prices of fruits even higher than that of vegetables. After looking around, Bai Qing thought about planting a few more types of fruits to see if they could sell at a high price, thus earning more points for the family. As for the fruits that Zixi had stored in the space, she wouldn't touch them. They were reserved for eating. Most of the supplies in that space were collected by Zixi, and while it was fine to compromise someone else, she couldn't let Zixi be at a disadvantage. The child was important, but Zixi, as a mother, was equally important. She also needed to replenish her nutrition, while Bai Qing was busy with planting fruits and vegetables. She was also concerned about preparing nutritious soup for Zixi. Every few days, she would make chicken soup and pork rib soup for Zixi to ensure she received adequate nutrition. Zixi herself was quite satisfied with this life. There were no conflicts between her and her mother-in-law, and she could receive such care during her pregnancy, which she felt was very good. As her pregnancy progressed, it gradually approached her due date. Throughout these months, Zixi kept up with her checkups, but hospital prices now were much higher than before the disasters, making it unaffordable for most people. This was why Zixi's family could live more comfortably, thanks to the space as their backup. When it came time to give birth, Zixi couldn't help but cry. The pain she hadn't experienced during her 10 months of pregnancy all came crashing down during labor. She had a natural birth, but the pain was 10 times worse than menstrual cramps. After giving birth to the little one, Zixi's face turned pale. Wong accompanied Zixi throughout the entire birthing process, and witnessing her pain made him feel scared. He kept encouraging her, and after she gave birth, he told her he didn't want to have any more children. The suffering of childbirth was too much, in Wong Buchuan's view. He would rather undergo a vasectomy than let Zixi endure such torment and the risks of childbirth again. He thought this way and actually went ahead and did it. Chapter 96. Zixi gave birth to a baby boy named Wang Yi. It can be seen that Wong Buchuan's family didn't put much thought into naming their children. Wong Buchuan's name came from the combination of his parents' surnames, and the baby's name was a combination of Wong Buchuan's and Zixi's names. Initially, when Zixi heard Bai Qing and Wong Buchuan discussing the name Wang Yi, she resisted, thinking it was somewhat arbitrary, and intended to come up with a better name. However, Wang Yi sounded quite good, and it incorporated both her and Wong Buchuan's surnames, which was indeed nice. Bai Qing held the baby with affection and didn't care about Wong Buchuan's plans for a vasectomy. As a woman, she understood the painful struggles of pregnancy. Not only was there the discomfort of carrying a child for 10 months, but giving birth after the disasters was even more challenging, and she truly didn't want to see Zixi suffer that again. She wasn't like those wicked mothers-in-law in novels or dramas, worrying about continuing the family line. She didn't think it mattered if her son had one less child. Even when Wong Buchuan and Zixi weren't together, she never pressured him to find a partner. Children have their own fortunes, she thought, so why should she worry so much? After Wong Buchuan learned that the vasectomy could be done safely with minimal risk, Bai Qing went along with him. Once Zixi completed her confinement, and Wong Buchuan didn't need to care for her as much, he decisively went to the hospital to undergo the vasectomy and, after a few days of recovery, was back to his lively self. During Wong Buchuan's surgery, he didn't have to worry about the home front, as Zixi and Bai Qing were taking care of the baby without any issues. However, looking at the baby she carried for 10 months, her heart softened. This was a new life representing a bright future. This life was entirely different from the one she had before her rebirth. After her rebirth, she no longer worried about food and clothing, nor did she fear attacks. They had a small house that was enough for the family to live in, and with Wong shielding them from the storms, they could all grow well. The baby, Wang, was fed formula from the start and was not breastfed. Breastfeeding is the hardest part for the mother, as the baby would fuss every time it needed milk. Other family members weren't burdened. Zixi felt it was better for the baby to drink formula, since she had already gone through pregnancy and childbirth. The whole family should share the responsibility. Moreover, children raised on breast milk and those raised on formula don't differ significantly. While it is said that breastfed children have better immunity, it doesn't mean formula-fed children lack it. Zixi expressed that if childbirth was painful, they should all share the burden. So, when the baby was just born, both Zixi and Wong were busy taking care of him. As new parents, they were somewhat clueless about how to raise a child. Fortunately, Bai Qing was there to guide them as they gradually familiarized themselves with how to hold the baby, feed formula, and change diapers. By the way, during Zixi's pregnancy, they had prepared clothes and formula for the baby, but they completely forgot to buy diapers. Consequently, when the baby was born, they realized the oversight after having to change several wet pairs of pants. They went to the market temporarily, hoping to buy diapers for their newborn, but unfortunately, they couldn't find any. This left Zixi and Wong feeling helpless. In the end, it was Bai Qing who came up with a solution: to cut new cloth into the size of diapers for use. So, before they could buy any diapers, they had to manually wash these makeshift ones. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to change the baby. Wong looked at their little one with a forlorn expression, resignedly going to wash the diapers again. When Zixi saw the gloomy look in Wong eyes, she couldn't help but pinch her plump little one. This baby was quite naughty. Just after being changed into a new diaper, he had already drawn a map on it. But what could they do? This baby was the little ancestor of the household, and no matter how resentful Wong felt, he could only resign himself to washing and taking care of the little ancestor. With 3 people in the household available to take care of the baby, the burden didn't all fall on Zixi. She only felt immense pain during childbirth, but as she watched the baby grow, she found some joy in it, preventing her from feeling overwhelmed every day. This little one couldn't speak yet, only babbling in his baby language. At first, Zixi didn't understand what he was trying to say, but now she could comprehend his baby language, guessing what he meant and bringing him what he wanted. At that moment, she pinched her little one's chubby face and placed the bottle he wanted into his mouth, allowing him to drink his milk slowly. The little one held onto the bottle tightly, treating it as a treasure. While Zixi was holding the little one and feeding him, Bai Qing took the opportunity to tend to the vegetables and fruits she had planted. Originally, when they were in their community, she only had 4 or 5 phone boxes with some crops. But after arriving at this survivor base, Bai Qing had expanded her garden, and the number of phone boxes at home had increased, all filled with vegetables and fruits, including strawberries that Bai Qing had nurtured. The bright red strawberries were very popular in the survivor base. Whenever she picked ripe strawberries to sell outside, they would always fetch a high price and sell out quickly. In Zix's own space, she had prepared some fruits before the disaster, so she wasn't particularly tempted by the vegetables and fruits Bai Qing grew. However, Bai Qing felt that these homegrown ones, without pesticides, were healthier than those outside, so she often picked some for Zixi to eat. Zixi wouldn't refuse Bai Qing's kindness, but she couldn't eat much by herself, so it wasn't a burden. The most important thing was that the baby in Zix's arms had started crawling around the house since he learned how to crawl, reaching for the phone boxes, purely causing trouble. Bai Qing, who adored this little one, understood that he shouldn't mess with the phone boxes, but she was too fond of him to bear to see him sad, leaving her in a dilemma. Seeing Bai Qing cleaning up the seedlings and dirt that the little one had pulled out, Zixi couldn't help but say to Bai Qing, "Mom, don't let the baby touch the vegetables and fruits you grow anymore. Just let him play with other things. Otherwise, it's really tiring for you to clean up." After being with Wong Zixi started calling Bai Qing Mom. As for the disaster that made it impossible to get a marriage certificate from the Civil Affairs Bureau, it reduced the sense of ceremony in their marriage. Wong managed to find a blank marriage certificate, wrote their names on it, and somehow took a wedding photo, so they could be considered a legitimate couple with a little red book. This was just a small compensation for their regrets. But having a wedding and banquet like before was impossible in this apocalypse. When they officially got married, It was just the three of them sitting down for a meal together. It is often said that grandparents favor their grandchildren, and perhaps Bai Qing had neglected her son somewhat due to work in her youth, but now that she didn't have to work, she was incredibly fond of her grandson, perhaps also trying to make up for Wong Buochuan's feelings. Hearing Zixi say this, Bai Qing replied, "It's okay, just let him play. If I don't let him play, he'll cry, the poor thing. It's just some mud and seedlings. I can clean it up later." The little one wasn't playing with the mud in the foam boxes. He was reaching for the green leaves and seedlings, pulling them out to play with, causing dirt to fall to the ground. So, from Bai Qing's perspective, if her grandson wanted to play like that, she would let him. Zixi saw that talking was futile, so she stopped, thinking that it would be better for Wong Buochuan to talk to Bai Qing later. She understood Bai Qing's affection for the little one, but didn't want him to be spoiled to the point of being unruly. If he was already destroying the fruits of their labor now, she couldn't imagine what he would do in the future. If they always compromised like this, one day they would be unable to manage him at all. Especially in these apocalyptic times, such pampering was unnecessary. As daily life continued, the little one grew larger, and when he started calling out Mommy, Daddy, and Grandma, it deeply moved all three of them, especially new parents Wong Buochuan and Zixi, who felt a warm sensation in their hearts. When the little one could not only speak but also walk, life became more joyful. They no longer felt confined at home and could go out and about. After weaning, they no longer had to spend a fortune on formula, as he could eat rice and similar foods like them. Due to her pregnancy, Zixi had stopped running her stall earlier, while Bai Qing occasionally sold some items. Now, she could finally go outside for some fresh air, so Zixi decided to take a stroll. At this time, the survivor base had also started researching mutated plants, although the base had prepared in advance, allowing them to still eat the vegetables and fruits from before the disaster. The arable land was limited. With the disaster now stabilized, future survival would rely on the land beneath their feet. As the disaster continued to stabilize, the number of newborns in the base increased, and with the growing population, the demand for food also rose, making the research on mutated plants urgent. Studying these mutated plants to determine if they could be used as food required the most important task: to alter the taste of these mutated plants, at least to eliminate the bitterness. Otherwise, they would be inedible. However, this issue caused considerable distress among the researchers at the survivor base. Yet, despite how difficult the problem was, they had to find a way to solve it, as humanity's survival depended on it. In these aspects, Zixi naturally couldn't help much. So she continued living her small life, listening to the latest news from the survivor base, and waiting for the research results. If the issues with cultivating mutated plants could be resolved, future days would become much easier, as long as the food crisis could be addressed and no more disasters occurred. They could gradually begin to rebuild after the catastrophe. Such days are what everyone in the survivor base hopes for in their hearts. Chapter 98. As Wang Yi gradually grows up with Zixi little one at home, the issues regarding mutated plants in the survivor base are slowly being resolved. The leader of the survivor base has been quite diligent in recruiting various talents, especially showing great sincerity in attracting agricultural researchers. This has led many agricultural researchers who are still alive in this apocalypse to choose to join the survivor base. Subsequently, under the official guidance of the survivor base, research on mutated plants began to heat up. The problems of bitter and oddly shaped vegetables and fruits have been resolved. Through a selection of genes from original crops and those mutated plants, the agricultural researchers have developed crops suitable for cultivation during these times. With fewer natural disasters and the ability to resume crop planting, the survivors in the base now have food security. In Zixi home, although there is an additional family member, Wang Yi, the food reserves in the space are sufficient. Of course, in order to remain low-key in the survivor base, they also buy and try the mutated plants, fruits, and vegetables cultivated within a base. For those who lived before the apocalypse, they're still more accustomed to the vegetables and fruits from before. However, the high prices often deter people. Bai Qing has now rented a stall in the market to sell fresh vegetables and fruits, so Zixi doesn't have to worry about that. Wong Baichuan works in the official office of the survivor base, which allows him to stay updated with the latest news from the survivor base. Zixi can then take Wang Yi to play in the survivor base. Wang Yi, being a child who grew up after the apocalypse, often curiously asks about the past when he sees the high-rise buildings and amusement parks now intertwined with mutated plants. Mom, what was it like here before? What was that? Zixi glanced at Wong Baichuan with a hint of sadness as she looked at the Ferris wheel Wang Yi pointed to. They had never had the chance to go to the amusement park to watch movies and such, like young couples did before the apocalypse. She told Wang Yi, "This used to be an amusement park, and that is the Ferris wheel. If you sit inside, it will slowly take you to the highest point." Wang Yi then pointed to other rides in the amusement park, continuing to ask curiously, and Zixi patiently explained what they were called and how to play on them. However, now they're all covered with mutated plants and cannot be used. Zixi felt a bit regretful, but also thought that in such a sudden apocalypse, rebuilding their home while keeping their family well is already a great blessing. In this unexpected apocalypse, many families have been torn apart. Hearing Zixi and Wang Yi, Wong Baichuan quietly spoke up, "The base has plans for outdoor clearing. Soon, they will send people to remove the mutated plants here. And if these amusement facilities are found to be undamaged, they may be put back into use. There may be opportunities to come and play in the future." Upon hearing Wong Baichuan's words, Wang Yi began to look forward to it, counting on his fingers. Then when the time comes, Dad, Mom, and Grandma, we will all go play together. Zixi and Wong Baichuan smiled great. So, in the spring of the following year, after the amusement park was cleaned, inspected, and repaired, they went to the amusement park as promised. The joyful sounds in the amusement park swept away the gloom that had shrouded those years of the apocalypse.